I'm just playing around down here, don't mind me.
Good morning once again. We're here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. The world's best, who are campaigning to get themselves onto the championship tour, are starting their run right here at Merewether Beach. The first stop of the Challenger Series, 7 events, counting your top 5. We've had a couple of lay days here. Massive swell moving in, a lot of onshore wind, and it afforded us the opportunity to have a look around this beautiful city and soak it all in. But as you can see, our competitors gearing up for what should be a massive day of competition, where we'll see the big seats, the big names enter the lineup, and those young challengers will have to take them on. Some great heats established. Looking forward to watching it all go down. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a former CT grade, a man with a lot of victories, a lot of Surf Magazine covers. Richie, love it.
Morning, Ron. Great to be here with you, mate.
Oh, mate.
We're back. Newey, we're on.
We love this place,
yeah, we
do. We're looking forward to some big heats. We've been kind of salivating over the first couple of heats of this men's round of 64 since we arrived here, and they're not going to disappoint.
No, they're not. The whole heat draw for this round looks really, really exciting. The big names are going to see some of those competitors that have been relegated from the championship tour. They're going to take to the water today, but it's the name Challenger Series is going to live up to its name today, because it is challenging out in the ocean today. It's going to be an awesome day of competition, just watching how these surfers figure out this ocean.
Yeah, we know we've got a lot to look forward to, a big day of competition, but let's find out what the conditions are doing. Good morning, AJ.
Good morning, Ronnie. So I just found Jacob Wilcox coming out of the water from the free surf. Can you break down the conditions for us?
It's pretty wild and woolly out there, hey. It's all over the show. It's definitely better than yesterday morning, though. So I was glad they called it off yesterday. I think it'll be fun. It's pretty all over the show, but whoever gets the waves will win. I'm so cold, my toes are about to fall off and feel like my mouth's not moving properly.
And you're coming up in heat too, so just how do you reset from a free surf and get ready to start the Challenger Series?
I don't know, just get my stuff ready, look at the waves, try and make a bit of a plan with the hog over there, and go out there and have some fun.
Have some fun. We'll see you then. Good luck.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Good on you, AJ. Yeah, amazing. The run of the wildcards on the championship tour has been incredible this year. There's been a lot of big upset results dished up by the wildcards, especially during this Aussie treble that we just watched unfold. Jacob Wilcox was one of those surfers, so we'll see if he'll keep that run going and get himself back onto the CT.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would expect, given the conditions today, Jacob comes from WA. It's sort of surfer against ocean a little bit. That's going to factor into the competition today, and I think Jacob's chances are really, really good. Xavier Huxtable, another wild card at Bells, did very, very well. There's been plenty of upsets through the year, and I don't know. Today's going to be a really interesting day of competition, and can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll see Xavier in that second heat of this round, but in the first heat, we're looking forward to a fantastic clash, and we are going to see throughout this round those surfers that were just bumped off the CT after the cut there in Margaret River. So that's going to be a very interesting story. Always is. Like, how will people bounce back?
Yeah, it's you know, these competitors, they've been at the very top, the elite level championship tour, and then you kind of get kicked back down, you get relegated, and you kind of, it's a bit of a blow to the ego, but you need to rally again because it's a different format. We're into 4-man heats. It's a different competition situation, and you need to adapt and just fully reset. We're going to see George Pitter, one of those surfers that was relegated and did just some amazing surfing on the championship tour. Just unfortunately didn't quite make it, but I really think he's got a good chance of cracking this again. But you know, these first heats back in the Challenger Series, they're like a little road bump that you got to get over, and then you can build your momentum.
Yeah, it's going to be intense. I mean, we talk about it, how hard it is to figure out the formula to get yourself onto that CT, and if you get knocked off, it can be very difficult to get back. George Pitter out there in the red from down there on Sydney's northern beaches. Manly, he'll be a tough draw here up against Maxime Housineau, who has also been to the CT and has been campaigning for a long time to get back there. He'll be in the blue, the surfer from Reunion Island representing France. Ryaro Ito of Japan, he's going to be out there in the white jersey. And in the green, we'll see one of the surfers that fought his way through day one of competition, the round of 80, Ryan Huckabee from Flagler Beach, Florida. He'll be surfing in the green jersey. Should be a good one.
Yeah, and talk about a guinea pig heat. This is going to be the epitome of it, really. I went down and watched the conditions, and I was like, what would I do if I was competing right now? Would I be right up against the point, way out the back there? There's another bank down the beach a little bit that's breaking way out to sea, but it will settle through the day, Ron. You know, these conditions, yesterday it was Armageddon. It was howling. It was 50 knots on shore. It was triple overhead, and it is settling, and it's going to settle fast. But yeah, these opening few heats, everyone will have eyes on them, figuring out, okay, where's the best spot to sit, because it is jumbled up.
Well, we're underway with the first heat of the round of 64 for the men here at the Burton Automotive SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Great to have your company just after 7:30 a.m. here on what will be a huge Thursday, June 5th. We've got to get through this event and then, well, get ourselves off to one of the other great sporting events that unfolds here. Usually a home game for the Newcastle Knights Rugby League team, taking on our beloved Manly Sea Eagles tonight, Rich. And
yeah,
looking forward to watching that all go down. But just under, as you can see, 35-minute heats. And we'll see plenty of opportunity for the competitors today. It's been a howling onshore blowing for 2 days now. So expecting we're going to see a lot of waves ridden.
Yeah, a couple of false starts. The last couple of days, just too small on the other day, and then yesterday was just a total write-off. Horrible conditions. Going to fine up today, but they're going to be really long rides too, Ron. Like these waves are breaking way out the back, so it'll be really interesting to see how far these surfers ride these waves, because the paddle out is going to be taxing.
Ryaru Ito, the Japanese competitor, he's going to get things started, but doesn't link that one through to the inside. Had a good run on the regional qualifiers for the Asia region, and that actually all comes together with the Aussie region as well. So it's hard to get those big results, and he had a beauty over in Nias, one of the major events in pumping conditions. Wrestled a semi-final finish away from that contest, finished third overall on the Asia ranks. Gets his place on the Challenger Series. It'll be his second year on the CS. Ryaru finished 48th in his rookie campaign on the Challengers. His best result was a 9th at the US Open. So yet to break into those quarters, and we know they're the keeper results.
Yeah, you know, he's broken into that final series, quarterfinals, semi-finals, but yet to really crack that big number. Yeah, mate, he's a great surfer. I've been watching him the last couple of years. Competing really well. Nice style, very smooth.
So he'll fall to the bottom of that priority order now. Just a throwaway number for the Japanese competitor here in the opening stages.
Yeah, I don't think at this size, priorities may come into play, but definitely not as sensitive.
Well, let's see what Maxime can do with it. He'd be used to big wild conditions. Been watching this guy campaign for a long time. Former world junior champion, claiming that title back in 2009. Ryaru's up again on the outside. Got a good flow happening. Almost looked like he got towed into this wave. Great hit there. Sets the fins free on the lip. Demonstrating some real confidence here in the wee hours of the morning at Merewether. The good thing about this location is it can hold some swell. And even though the ocean's still kind of figuring itself out after that big storm, you know, there's some nice clean sections out there, and the Japanese surfer did beautifully on that one.
He sure did. Let's have a quick look at Maxime first. Comes around this section. This little check turn, waiting for this wave to stand up. It doesn't, so he hits the eject button. Check the roll in here from Ryaru. Just comes off the bottom so beautifully. Extended bottom turn. Connects with that lip, and then does some nice work through the inside. You can see the wave flattening out, then it goes again as it forms up. And there are a number of sections to the waves today as they come closer to the shore. You could even, if you get stuck here towards the end of the heat, there's even waves you'll be able to take off halfway that form up all the way through the inside.
On the outside, George Pitter has given us some real highlight moments as a championship tour campaigner. But unfortunately for George, relegated back to this Challenger Series. But it has come on so strong the past couple of years. And he looks to get his campaign back underway here on the CS with a strong opening ride. This one has not had too many big moments on the outside, but he turns in a good move on the end section. But it'll be deemed incomplete there, Rich.
Unfortunate for George, that last turn. That would have just put a little icing on that cake and turned that into a pretty decent score. Good looking wave outside here. George loads up. Big swooping turn off the top. Comes around this section, patiently waits for it, connects with the lip. Just riding a little bucking bronco here as he comes through the inside, dealing with a bit of chop on the face of these waves. It smooths up again. Nice rhythm to this point. You can see these waves just sort of disconnecting, then reconnecting with the swell line. Comes through to the inside, throws the tail, gets that release, but just unfortunate not to stick that final turn.
You can tell it was a bumpy ride, and he did his best to smooth out his approach and find some flow on that wave. But the biggest turn was that final move, and he kind of did the hard work. Just
slight disconnection there.
So waiting on scores to come through for the opening exchange. Ryan Huckabee on the outside. We didn't see him take a ride or commit to one right through to the inside. The 21-year-old from Florida who spends a fair bit of time chasing those big results on the QS, living west side, hanging up in the Ventura zone. But he's been impressive. He's free surfing edits.
Oh, yeah.
Huck garnered a lot of attention on Stab when he dropped the edit. And he actually won the Stab Premium members poll to get a wild card into Stab High.
Sick.
Great aerialist.
Yeah, not a small lad either.
Yeah.
Stands about 6 foot tall, 6'4", excuse me.
This will be his second year on the CS, and just feels like his surfing's building really nicely. Didn't come away from the challenges last year with a whole lot to celebrate. A 9th place finish in Ericeira was his best result. Finished 57th overall, but I think the talent suggests that he can go a lot higher on the ranks.
Yeah, I don't think that rating is a good reflection of the talent of this man, as he'll you continue to build. You know, it does take a year or two to figure things out with each stage, with each tour progression from the qualifying series onto the championship tour. There is a definite check-up in talent and competition level for sure.
Pretty impressed with what we've seen from Riaru out there so far. Just seemed like he actually negotiated the bump out there better than his rivals in the opening exchange. Really covered the open face with a nice clean approach.
Yeah, just locked in, very smooth off the bottom. Love that setup turn. Just connecting well with the lip too. Big playing field this morning.
Rich, when you rock up and you've got a kind of a wild ocean and you're about to go out there and, you know, find a predominant place to sit and capitalise on the opportunities out there, you know, can you, what are you looking for?
Well, it really, who you've got in your heat is diffused by the conditions, and you really don't have to worry about that. So your focus purely is on where the scoring potential is in the lineup today, and how do you find that. Really interesting that all these guys are just bunched together. And I was down there watching it, as I said, and it was, you could be sitting where they are now. There's another peak just north of the beach, just north of where they're sitting now that had potential on it as well. But I think they're sort of playing the numbers game at the moment. They're like, okay, if we all stick together, we're kind of all in the same boat. We're not going to let our competitor get away from us. But yeah, it's really about identifying scoring potential today.
Riaru finding a 5.17 on that second ride. It's got him out in front at the moment. George Pitter turned in a 4.67. You've had a fair bit to do with George as he's evolved as a young talent into a CT campaigner, now back on the Challenger Series. How do you like his chances at re-graduating at the end of this CS campaign?
I'd put the house on it, mate, to be honest. I think he's just that good. We saw some incredible moments, big standout performances on the championship tour. Maxime Hussenot.
Yeah, Maxime Hussenot making his way through to the inside here. Just a throwaway for him. He's just been patient with this wave, probably understanding that one big turn can help you get a reasonable score on the board. He's going to stick with it. Gets the opportunity to commit to a turn, but this wave's pretty hideous on the inside. It's a lumpy one. Maxime has got a pretty solid air game, but he won't get a chance to use it on this one, but places that last turn wisely and gets a finish.
This is what these waves are going to do all day long. They'll offer you that section outside. There'll be a lot of downtime. They'll go again. And Maxime Hussenot stuck with that one all the way through. Let's check it out on the replay. Just connects with that big foamy section on the outside. Then hangs on. Just a load of whitewash behind him. Just hanging on here. He can see it down the line, so he's focusing all his attention on what might be. And here it is, gets another little bit of open face where he gets a hook in, and again, through the rapids here, milking it all the way through to the rip inside. There is a huge rip that is running from the shore all the way out the back, and this is what these guys are surfing. They're surfing along the edge of it. Just in the wave standing up in different moments. Really good connection on the inside on that wave.
Yeah, just the completions are almost a win. Just mentally, if you're going to ride a wave, commit to one right through to the inside. Now, you want to make sure you stick that final turn, and George is probably reflecting on his wave saying, wow, you got a 4.67. You were kind of on your way to the best number of the heat, but you blew the finish. So still some positives there for George, but the finishing turns are going to be key today. Absolutely.
And George only just got out the back, so that just gives you an idea of the amount of time it takes to get back out there. Maxime finished his wave at about 24 minutes, so I'll just making mental note of how long it will take him to rejoin these fellas out there.
That's right, yeah. Still in this round, in these early rounds, you've got 4 surfers in the lineup. That's a very difficult situation to get jet ski assist. You know, you just can't be everywhere at once, and someone might find the advantage. So that decision is made just to basically let the surfers battle it out. Absolutely. On their own steam, Rich.
Yep, and that's fine. We had plenty of that in my day.
You did, but you were also on tour with the initiation of jet ski assist.
Oh, and was it welcomed? Oh my goodness, we absolutely loved it, and it was a really good initiative. It really put a focus on performance rather than just turning a heat into a race and like a physical challenge of who can actually ride waves quickly and get in and out. You know, it really put the focus on quality more than quantity. So, yeah, great initiative from the WSL to introduce jet ski assist. Great shot here.
Well, here's another thing worth noting is here we go on the outside. We'll get back to that. Let's have a look and see what George Pidduck can do with this wave. Good section standing up here. Drives up into the lip, the first turn. So he's ticked that box, a high impact opening move. Unfortunately for George, that wave breaks in half and just fades into deep water. But I think if you get on the attack on the outside, get that first turn in and connect through to the shore break, Rich, you've got a good chance at surviving these early rounds.
Straight onto the bottom turn, good commitment, up high in the lip. Brings it down well and waits again for this wave to stand up. Unfortunately, just sort of laid down on him.
Yeah, the section itself kind of forced him to go more lateral out of the turn, but still think there'll be a little bit of credit for that first move, just getting on that inside rail, banking the bottom turn and getting involved in the most critical section of the wave there.
They love the commitment. Judges love it. They dine out on it.
So George, He's about to turn in a score that's going to get him into the lead here. A 4 for the surfer from the northern beaches of Sydney, but had an interesting childhood, didn't he?
Yeah, grew up in Vanuatu, actually, and his dad, Tony, lovely fella. He's probably watching on. And, yeah, it wasn't your traditional childhood, but we saw George coming on pretty early. You know, this spindly little kid was improving really, really quickly on the beaches, and the North Dane crew quickly got behind him, and again, he's had plenty of uncles down there giving him a lot of direction, and he gets a lot of support, not only from Manly, but from the northern beaches.
Who's he working with? Because there's everyone's got a coach these days, pretty much.
I'm actually not sure who he's working with here. Do you know? He was working with T-Mac for a while.
Yeah, I think he's with Tim McDonald.
Depends who you ask. Dan Neville says he's coach. I might actually say I'm his coach. He's got plenty of them.
You're just uncles.
Yeah.
19 and a half minutes to go. Ryan Huckabee's been super patient, 35-minute heats, and we're down to the 19 and a half minute mark, and he's just got a throwaway score at the moment. So he's holding on to that, guarding that priority.
It's a fine line to tread today. I think rolling the dice, it's going to be a balance between rolling the dice too many times and managing your time, because it is, you know, you're riding long waves, getting in and out, and actually waiting for a quality wave that may not ever come today.
Yeah, sometimes it might be because the competitor, in this instance Ryan, has seen quality waves prior to paddling out there, and he's happy to wait and trust that the conditions will provide him the best scoring opportunity among that field. But then sometimes priority kind of can stall your momentum and freedom in the lineup too.
Yeah, it sometimes just forces you to sit unnecessarily when you just need to get going, and especially in conditions like this, I just feel like you got to keep rolling the dice, and just, you know, these waves potentially might get a hit on the outside, and then it might reform beautifully, and then go again. So yeah, this is the riddle that is Merewether Beach today.
And Ryan Huckabee's still got 18 minutes to figure it out along with his 3 opponents in this heat. 18 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break on what looks to be a nice morning coming our way. Bring it on. Well, it's approaching 8 a.m. here at Merewether, and we have the round of 64 unfolding with a lot of swell in the lineup, Rich, and good signs for the coming days. Yeah, it's looking really good for this afternoon, all the way through to the weekend, actually. We've obviously had this huge southeast energy marching up the coast, and it arrived with a vengeance yesterday, and it's settled today. So
surf in the 10 to 15 foot faces the afternoon. It is going to trend down. The wind's going to be side shore, a little bit onshore by this afternoon, but again, and then tomorrow it's going to swing around to the offshore, which is going to be excellent. As you can see, things just track down, but this morning we had 14 feet of swell at 10 seconds, and by this afternoon it's going to drop down just a little bit to about 10 feet at 8 seconds. So that just shows you that it will taper off through the day, but certainly contestable waves for the remainder of the event. Super excited. Thanks, Surfline, for the impeccable forecast.
True that. Yeah, Ray. It's the big thing that these competitors want is opportunity. They'll take a little bit of onshore flow with that wind direction if they can get sections like this. Ryan Huckabee was so patient, waiting for his opportunity to make a move and drop a big score. Love the way he was leaning into those rail turns, but on the rebound there, he's come undone, and that's going to cost him. So waiting all that time with his priority, not really converting, and now a bit of pressure starting to build on the man from Flagler Beach, Florida.
Yeah, and when you think of time on the clock, 14 minutes might seem like a long time. That's fine when it's smaller conditions and it's only a 1 or 2 minute paddle out. To me, it's a 5 minute paddle out today. You've really got to just play the numbers.
Yeah, well, interesting to note, generally at any surf event, that 5 minute flag goes up. That's also a signal to the next heat to start entering the lineup. Today, they've given the competitors 10 minutes to actually get out there into this lineup. So it is a long paddle, and the importance of converting each of your rides into a good score once you commit. Well, that's going to be huge in finding success. And Maxime Housineau there, he let go of one solid turn. He doesn't need a whole lot to jump up into the top two. In the four-man heats, it's going to be those first two surfers progressing through to the next round, and Maxime's going to get himself up in a second spot here.
Yeah, he waited an age for this wave to finally stand up and give him the opportunity. Nice patience here. You can see Maxime looking down the line, eyeing it off. He's going, yep, here it comes. All right, now go, bang, layback hammer. Nice tidy manoeuvre there, but just catches an edge. He looked like he wanted that rebound. Judges sent out the note as we look at the Burton Automotive replay here. George, big swooping turn to start things off. Biding his time, just waiting, rail to rail work. Through to the inside and kicks out.
Like no. What's been interesting is with the onshore conditions, usually those sets kind of stack up pretty close to each other, but I thought there was going to be a really high wave count in this opening heat, but obviously there's a kind of a certain energy needed on those sets for it to make the connection through to the shore break, and that's what these surfers have been searching for in this lineup.
Yeah, so you can see on the screen now, Ron, just how broken up the swell lines are. So this is more of a wind-generated swell rather than a deep ocean ground swell. And you can also tell by the period. So when this morning, it's like I said, it's 14 feet at 9 to 10 seconds. That's not a lot of space between the swell lines. It's quite bunched up, and it's all been generated from that wind. If it was up around the 13, 14 seconds, that's when we see a more defined swell line.
And a bit more push in each of the sets.
Yeah, and a bit more push. So these waves probably don't have a lot of power in it. While it looks grunty and pretty ferocious, they're breaking and then they sit down and they break again. It's not a really supercharged swell. And the fact that it's going to drop off quite quickly, also an indication of a wind swell that just comes quickly and then dies quickly.
The ocean's bluffing. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah,
it's sort of standing up on the outside. So the importance of capitalising on those opening sections has been the difference at the moment. George Pitter still out in front with his commitment to those opening moves, and Maxime Housineau just dropping a 3 on that last ride with a little layback jam. It's got him up in a second spot. Riaru only needs a 2.33. Ryan Huckabee certainly not out of this one either. Only looking for a 4.11. No one's really pieced together a big combination yet. So it feels like the sixes are within reach here, and this heat could be turned around in one exchange.
Riaru's in a really good position here with that 5.17. That's the high number of the heat. He's sitting there with priority, so he he's in the box seat to really take control at this mark, at the 10-minute mark. See the boys just having a little look now.
Well, their heads are on a swivel. They're looking at just about everything that comes our way. And also, with her head on a swivel around the event site, with all that's going on, is AJ, who's out and about at the moment.
Head on a swivel constantly, Ronnie, because there's so much going on, especially here in the Bonsoy athlete area. You can see a bunch of the surfers' boards behind me, but I was just catching up with Shion Crawford and Jackson Bunch, who were up here sussing out the lineup, because one of the things that these surfers have been telling me all morning long is just they're trying to figure out where to sit. When it's wild and woolly and big like this, the lineup and your positioning really matters. It's something that Chippo, Jacob Wilcox, was telling us before the event even started. So Shion and Jackson actually decided to not surf today, or not surf in the free surf, excuse me, prepare for their heats coming up a little bit later by just watching and trying to assess this lineup. So I was sitting next to them while they were watching this first heat, and it was really interesting to get their insights of, oh, okay, there's a one big turn opportunity there, or here's how he tripped into this wave. So there's been a lot of interaction with the athletes this morning to try and figure out this lineup, suss out what those scores are, and those guys coming up a little bit later in the day, so we'll see how the conditions hold.
Good on you, AJ. Yeah, that's interesting to know. I think we should play that same game too and just watch it today, because it looks like a Rubik's Cube out there, Rick, for the competitors at the moment. Highest score of this heat so far is a 5.17, and it does belong to Riaru, who's back in third spot still. I think that he gets the credit for finding the cleanest lines out there at the moment. Yes, George Pitara and Maxime have had kind of some individual turns, but it seems like they have struggled sort of with the bump on that face, which I'm sure if these guys are struggling, you know it's difficult.
Yeah, it is. It's tricky out there this morning. A lot of wind chop, residual bump on the face from the storm last night. It was pelting down.
Yeah, the wind was radical yesterday too. I think it was a really good call not to run. It does mean that we're probably going to have consecutive days of competition now, and we won't have that space up our sleeve to sort of go on hold. But yeah, it was the right call. I mean, where we were staying over there on City Beach, the outdoor furniture got blown off the veranda.
Yeah, it was hectic. But we're cramming and jamming for the next 4 days.
Sounds fun. 8 minutes to go here. This is the first stop on the Challenger Series, and the big news coming through on day one of the event, with a couple of events being added to the schedule, which is so exciting. And we're going to bookend the Challenger Series this year. Going to come back to Newcastle before the Australian leg of the Championship Tour gets started. Obviously, SURFEST, an annual event, and one of the longest running Challenger Series / QS events that we have, as Ryan Huckabee finds some space on the outside. Let's see if he can get himself into this heat. Great turn there as that wave closes out on the outer bank, and he's going to pull out of this one. Keep in mind, he only needed a 4.11, and we've seen a number of rides go into the fours on single turns. But here is Riaru Ito going after second position, maybe even the lead here. Enjoy the style of this guy, this youngster, 22 years of age. And this was a solid turn from Huck.
Oh, just jams it up high in the pocket. Love that big single turn. Good commitment, great redirection. And then Riaru outside, connects with the lip. Watch this bottom turn, sits on it, grabs the rail. Big swoop off the top, so two-turn combination. Brings it through to the inside, then gets the foam rebound as well. I'll call that a make.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a new heat leader in a second.
Well, he only needed 2.33 to get into the advancing position. He's going to rocket himself into first place with that last ride.
Already had the highest score of the heat. Might outdo it with that one. The combination on the outside was sharp. Yeah, he didn't tee off the way he probably would have liked with the backhand hit, but still released a lot of water. And Ryan Huckabee's got a score on the way. We could see a bit of a shift up here. It's going to get very, very close coming into the final 5 minutes here as we wait for those numbers to come through.
Yeah, fan picks would have been interesting at the start of this event. I'm sure a lot of people would have had George Pitara as the #1 pick to get through.
And probably Maxine in there as well. Just
100%. I mean, this looks like big on Shohosigo. You know, he would have surfed this sort of stuff a million times. But Riaru too finds himself at the top of the leaderboard right now in this heat.
Yeah, we had a feeling too that the numbers would go pretty high. We saw a combination on the outside. It's a 7.33 for Riaru. You've got to keep in mind just the context of the conditions today, and the numbers that we've seen so far in this heat have kind of pushed that number up. You know, if someone gets, like George is probably the person that you'd back to do it with his recent form on the CT, but if someone gets a high quality combination on the outside, we could see a score go into the 9s pretty easily here.
I like it. I actually like the scale the judges are setting here. Commitment to those big outside turns. Sometimes it can, in the smaller conditions, they can get a little bunched up around the 5 and 6 zone. But good to see them dropping some, paying off the, you know, that big commitment, combination of manoeuvres. They sent out the judges' notes this morning, really identifying that they would look at that combination today because it is difficult to stitch these waves together. Also, the big individual turns will be paying off well.
We're still waiting on a score to come through for Ryan Huckabee. He's trying to get himself up in the 2nd spot. His requirement was a 4 before, but it's grown to a 5.27 now to get 2nd. It's going to be his best score. It's not going to see him up into that number 2 spot. 4.47, only after a 4.21 now with 4 minutes remaining and making a move out there at the moment. But it's George who's going to swoop on this one. Sizes up that first section, whips through the cutback. Looking to find a track through to the shore break now, has the speed. And looks to line up a bit of a bowl here. Really well-timed hit. And a wave that just looks completely unmade. It's just a mess, this one. But he's doing well to link it all together at the moment. I think just understanding he wants to push this requirement higher for Ryan Huckabee and Maxime Husseneau as we get to the later stages of this heat. And he slips on that final turn, so leaves some points behind there, but did a bit of work on the outside, so we'll see where the number goes. Didn't have the same kind of impact or section that Riaru found on his 7.33 rig, but likely going to help him add to his total here.
Yeah, it was like a heartbeat line, wasn't it? There were all these little moments and then flatline, moment, flatline. George whips it off the top here, little 2-stage cutback. And then from here, brings it all the way through to the inside, picks up a lot of speed. This is the standout moment for me. Connects with the lip there, gets vertical. And then just riding through all this bump and chop, redirection. And again, the wave stands up, little swooping cutback. Connects again. And then just a little slip. And I feel like this is maybe due just to all this water and storm sediment can sometimes create a little, you know, slippery film on your board, on your wax.
It's typically an indicator too that there's sort of some punch missing in the wave. It's not really pushing back at you. You're trying to place a turn there and you're arriving early because you've got more speed than the wave. So George has had it a couple of times in this heat. Trying to solidify that 2nd position. And the score came through at a 3.5, so I didn't get a whole lot out of it, which is a surprise. Sort of felt like the judges were really looking for the individual moment on that wave, and even though he got a lot of work done, he just never found it.
No, he was always just chasing down that big special moment. I think the judging was pretty good. I think they got it right. When you think back to what Riaru's done, and even Ryan on his big outside turn, the committed turn there.
Yeah, it's a little different to the criteria that, you know, we got accustomed to as little kids, Rich, where length of ride was scored.
Yeah.
And the number of turns was a factor as well. We know it's different these days. You've got to get those big hits in. You've got to show that commitment. That's the only way to truly turn in the solid scores. Ryan Huckabee, he's after a 4.21 and he takes a wave there with just under a minute to go and doesn't really generate the number he needs. Maxime now, he's going after that second spot. It was a nice carve out at the top there. And he really needs to link this one through the inside. It's fading away, 35 seconds to go as George desperately goes looking for more on the inside here. Will they pay the smaller insiders as George gets the finish this time?
He's looking outside. Really nervous, really nervous. He knows just that his second position here, it's unstable. It's under threat. And we did see Maxime and Ryan both ride away, 4 points. I didn't really see it in it, so I feel like he's going to be okay here, but he knows that this was a real close one. We'll wait for the scores to drop.
Let's have a look at the replay here of Huck first, Rich, and he just didn't really get the tee off on it the way he would have loved to.
No, and again, just a bit of a frothy section that didn't give him that open face, and we know that from here nothing really eventuated. Maxime, on the other hand, watch him hit the accelerator here. I love the speed he generates right now. Bang, carves through that top turn. But this is through that mid zone of the wave, and then this thing just sits right down.
Doesn't need a whole lot, but the comparison will be to George Pitter's 4, which was on the outside, where he was able to drop to the bottom and got a hit done in the pocket of the wave.
Yep.
They'll probably reflect on that as we saw the replay of George's Shorey wave.
Yeah, GP just on the inside. Like little North Stone right Shorey there, did some good work, but I just don't think they're going to pay those insiders. Nervous moments here. Maxime Husseneau from France.
Scores.
Waiting on a 4-1-8.
Yeah, scores her coming through now. And it doesn't feel like it's going to get him there. Ryan Huckabee still with a number on the way too. Ryan was after a 4.21. He got 2 backhand hits in. Kind of loaded up for the first turn, and when he put his board up there, the wave laid down a little bit, and he did well to get a second hit in. Kind of appealing to his camp, saying, do you think it was enough? I don't think they're sure.
Yeah, normally in the heat, you have a fair indication in conditions where everyone's just sitting on the one little peak, and you've got a gauge of where you are in the heat. But out here at the moment, it's hard to actually ascertain what anyone else has done and what scores they're dropping.
Here come the scores now, and it's not going to get there for Ryan Huckabee. Really love this guy's surfing, so a bummer not to see him survive this one. 3.37. Riaro Itu, a comfortable victory early on, got the 5.17, looked really sharp, clean rails, and then backed it up beautifully with a 7.33.
Yeah, it's the high marker for the morning, and well done. Riaro Itu, kind of the underdog, I guess, in that heat. He's come out on top, so that's a big win. We think George will probably hang on to second place. But yeah, there's that guinea pig heat. Just the competitors in that second heat would have just been watching very closely what was going on.
So we're still waiting on a score for Maxime. So he had a couple of quick rides there. He needs a 4.18. The score's coming through, 3.57. He's just learning his fate now. You know, a tough one here in the round of 64. Competitors have waited to get their Challenger Series campaign underway. Obviously disappointed, but they'll bounce back. Ryan Husseneau, Ryan Huckabee out of the event. George Pitter, Riaro Itu are powering through. We'll take a quick break. More big names hitting the lineup right after this.
21 years, Burton Automotive have been proud sponsors of the Newcastle SURFEST, and this year they've brought down GWM, Hunter and Cardiff, and a couple of GWM Tank 300s to the contest site for you to check out. With us is Deb from Burton Automotive. Deb, what are some of the magical features of the GWM Tank 300?
The responsive steering is amazing, 2.4 diesel engine, pulling capacity 3 tonne. Plenty of space for any weekend getaway, and you can also customise any of the accessories that we have from Burton Automotive.
Even when you're relaxing, you still get pumped up to take these things on the road.
Absolutely you do.
Now, to celebrate Burton Automotive and GWM Hunter Cardiff's long association with SURFEST, we're giving away a genuine 1978 MR Retro 20. You kidding me? All you got to do is like our social media, get a selfie with a GWM car, tag in your post with 3 friends, and you could win. Make sure you tag Burton Automotive Group.
Great to have Burton backing Newcastle SURFEST once again. It is a partnership that has been running for 28 years. They've been a title sponsor for 21 years now. Big shout out to Kim Burton and family getting behind the event for so long, and the local surf community. As we see this second heat of the round of 64 get underway. What a lineup. Callum Robson. He's got some CT pedigree. He's out there in the red jersey. The surfer from Evans Head up against Jacob Wilcox. Also has been to the CT and had a wild card run over at Merewether this year that was impressive. He'll be out there in the blue. Xavier Huxtable surfing in his first Challenger Series event, who also had a magic wild card run down there at Bells Beach this year. All 3 of these Australians have surfed a CT already this year. Xavier Huxtable in the white, and Joe Azuchi from Japan will be surfing in the green. Should be a fantastic one, but definitely want to send a big shout out to Kim Burton and family. Kim Burton's over in G-Land at the moment with Peter McCabe, the unbelievable tube rider from Newcastle, and surfboard shaper who's celebrating his birthday over there at the moment.
70th?
70th.
I think Simon Law's over there as well. The Law, so you know they're having a good time.
Oh, absolutely. 30 minutes remaining here before we see this one really come to life. We're going to check in with the winner of the first heat with AJ.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. What a way, Riaru, for you to get your second year on the Challenger Series started. Talk me through, as the first heat of the day, how you identified which sections of the waves you wanted to hit, where you wanted to sit. Give me the breakdown.
Yeah, I was trying like big turn. Yeah, I was doing it, but yeah, I made it. So 733, yeah, I'm so happy and I'm so lucky. Thank you.
We were sitting up here with a few of the other athletes who were watching you guys in that first heat, trying to figure out the lineup. Just what did you feel in the water that led you to sort of moving around and choosing the waves you did?
So today condition is very bumpy and so big condition. But yeah, I was waiting for big set and only 1 turn. Yeah, that's it.
And you crushed it. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you so much. You.
Yeah, Riaru, the 22-year-old on his second campaign on the Challenger Series has gotten off to a great start in a really difficult heat too. He's got himself an important heat win. It's going to fuel him with a whole heap of confidence, smoothing out the bumps out here at Merewether this morning. A tricky lineup for our competitors to read. Love this heat on paper, Rich, and you know, I guess for some of those competitors who've, like Callum Robson and Jacob Wilcox, obviously seeded into this round just based off their previous Challenger Series campaigns and their results. You know, they're really backing themselves in these earlier rounds, but the conditions will really level the field as we see Jacob find a bit of room to move on a left here. And that's, you know, a good indicator of what the conditions are doing, really surfing towards the rocks here, taking anything he can at this point just to establish a healthy heat score.
Yeah, on paper, as you said, this is an absolute ripper of a heat. And Callum Robson and Jacob Wilcox probably the standouts for me in terms of conditions. Xavier Huxtable is going to be a big threat as well, as we see Jacob on his first wave, a little two-turn combination, then gets out wisely.
Yeah, Callum's just such a force. I mean, he campaigned beautifully through the Challenger Series last year, knows that he dropped the ball in the final event, was completely devastated. He was like in a qualifying position and had to watch the event unfold and kind of got pushed out of that spot as the results fell the way of rivals who were just behind him on the CS rank. So he got really close. He desperately wants to get back there, trains the house down, always working hard to keep himself in good touch. Joe Azuchi, he's one of the rising stars from the Asia region. His second full run, didn't find a lot of success on the Challenger Series last year, the 24-year-old, but has some talent.
He sure does. Whips a little cut back here. And then, well, I said these waves didn't have too much punch in them, but that one certainly proved me wrong. That just slapped Joe down. So back to the drawing board. But yeah, he'll be looking to kind of make a bit of an impact this year on the Challenger Series. The first run, really, he barely got out of a heat. So, you know, come back, prove a point, learn some things on that first year.
Yeah, I think Joe Azuchi, you know, did really well in the opening round. The conditions for a matchup like this would have suited him at Rocks Break on that first day. Not taking anything away from, you know, his prowess in slightly bigger conditions, but he's up against, you know, three of the real power mongers on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, well, the three names that we're talking about, Xavier and Callum and Jacob, they're all very sure-footed surfers. They're underpinned by power, and their connection to the wave, their ability to draw the line, even in conditions like this, is really on show.
Yeah, an important heat for Xavier Huxtable to survive. You know, the Merewether on its day stands up as a really class wave. But just some of those characteristics can be pretty similar to the transition in the face at Bells, and he would know that there's cleaner conditions coming here at Merewether, and if he can survive this one, he'd have a fantastic shot. Interesting to note that he had a couple of years where he was only a heat win or two away from cracking the regional QS and getting himself onto the Challenger Series. 2023 and 2022, he finished 13th on the regional QS.
Oh, close.
Not too far off, but, you know, really did well this past QS campaign, got himself a second place finish.
Yeah, and I think Xavier really does feed off a lot of that Aussie energy as well. You know, Morgan, Siblick, George, all these guys, they kind of all hang together and they all support each other. You mentioned Xavier had that really good showing down at Bells Beach in the Championship Tour event. I actually had a surf with Xavier just way down the beach where we're looking right now. We shared a couple of waves together. Yeah, no, he looks hungry this year.
That was nice of him. Well, he just said, "You come with me, Rich.
Yeah.
Join me."
Yeah, he just said, just let me know how my board's looking from sort of behind me. And, yeah, we're going to have a chat when we get back out of the back.
Couple of drop-ins from Xavier Huxtable.
Oh, mate, it was
in a free surf. Interesting.
Yeah, but I, you know, I wasn't really hustling, so...
What are you, 3 surfs back since your
mate.
surgery on your leg? How's it all going?
Going pretty good, yeah. Just easing back into it. Leg feels great, and can only improve from here.
Good on you, Rich.
Thanks, mate.
23.5 minutes to go as we do see Xavier up, and a cleaner section to get started here. It's a well-timed hit to keep some momentum for an open-face calf. Doesn't he look comfortable in conditions like this? Reminding him a lot of home, and that's one of the cleanest rides that we've seen today, and expecting a solid score from the Victorian here.
Stone and Wood slow-mo. Let's watch him drive off the bottom here. Bang, hits the lip, comes down. Watch how smooth he gets back onto the toe side rail. Digs in deep. Look at the lines he's cutting. The board is laying on its rail, and that is a pure indication of power. Xavier connects with the lip there, comes down, really sure-footed. It's 6 to 8 foot onshore Janjak. He's channeling it.
Rich, how many more gears has he got?
Oh, there's plenty. Yeah, he looked like he was really only tapping into third, maybe touching fourth gear there. There's a couple more gears to get through, but a paced approach out here, it's a sensible approach. I think just getting some good numbers on the board.
Nathan Hedge working with a lot of the Challenger Series campaigners, taking up a position with Surfing Australia. And he is just going to mainline some mongrel into these kids. Just so much competitive fire. Actually almost got himself on the Challenger Series when this was a regional QS a few years back. Cracked the final, got a second place finish, needed to win the event, and he would have been on the Challengers full time. So, you know, he hasn't lost any of that absolute heat that he brings to competition. He's just bottled it, and he's feeding it to this next wave of talent.
Yeah, he's always got a lot of energy, Hog, no doubt about it. And he's got an incredible amount of knowledge in that brain of his. Obviously had really good results on the championship tour, had a number of years traveling around, competing at the highest level. And great to see him sort of passing on that knowledge and helping the next wave of Aussies come through. You won't meet a more passionate Aussie than the Hog.
Yeah, he's fired up the likes of Jacob Wilcox, that's for sure. He's really leaning into that hard, Morgan Siblick as well. But happy to lend that same support to a lot of the Australians campaigning. Just over 21 minutes to go here. Decent number coming through for Xavier Huxtable, 6.83.
Nice.
Holding down that number one position. Wilcox with a 5.83. Pretty quiet one for Callum Robson so far. Joe Azuchi, just a couple of throwaway numbers for him. Xavier puts the head down and motors back to the takeoff zone. So many big heats coming your way in this round of 64. A lot of surfers who've cracked those CT ranks in the past, and some that have just freshly been relegated to the Challenger Series. And it's going to be fun to see how they fare against the next wave of talent rising up. The locals have plenty of horses to get behind in the race for the win here at Surfest this year. Jackson Baker, Ryan Callan and Julian Wilson, an adopted local these days. He's been living in Newcastle for a number of years now with his young family. So they'll be cheering him on. Jackson Baker will be coming up in heat 13. It'll be great to see. And then Philippa Anderson, the Merewether GOAT, the only woman given life membership at the Merewether Board Riders Club. She's still alive in the women's event, got a victory in round one. So they'll certainly get behind her as well.
Definitely. Yeah, very passionate surfing community in Newcastle, in particular Merewether. They love it.
Yeah, it's always been a great celebration of surfing, Surfest, and you know, has attracted the biggest names in the sport over the years as a qualifying event. Its status has always kind of gone up and down. It's been a CT event, a tour event. It's been a major qualifying series event. It was part of the Aussie quad when we returned from COVID in 2021.
Yeah, that was fun. Look at that massive air that Medina did.
Huge. Itzlo had some huge moments too, and went on to get himself the victory. 18.5 minutes remaining here, and we are going to take a quick break. The Victorian Xavier Huxtable in his first Challenger Series event has a 6.83 in the heat lead. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Plenty to do and see here in beautiful Newcastle. Unbelievable nature adventure. It's all there for you. The Bathers Bay Walk, 6 kilometres, pure coastal joy, taking in the beautiful beaches and checking out some of the amazing ocean baths here. It is awesome. The biggest in the Southern Hemisphere, the Merewether Beach.
It is.
Bath.
It is indeed.
Awesome. Out there in the lineup, we had this wave during the break. It's a replay of Xavier Huxtable, kicked off the heat with a 6.83 and quickly looks to back it up. Understanding that he was in a pretty powerful position after the opening exchange here. He's turned into 4.67. Well and truly in control at the moment. Jacob Wilcox in second spot. A quiet one so far for Joe Azuchi, and Callum Robson still looking for a score and note.
Yeah, Caltech's way down the bottom there, just needing to find something. He does have priority. But again, we've talked about the danger of having priority and waiting, being too selective, waiting for something that potentially may not come. So, you know, Xavier's just gone about his business here. Picked up a couple of nuggets. He's got a good heat tally going on.
And Callum will be inspired to do well. You know, Bonsoy, team rider, big part of supporting the Australian leg of the tour, and also getting behind the entire regional qualifying series run of events that's coming up as well, Bonsoy. So, you know, Callum got that wild card opportunity on the Gold Coast, looks sharp. You know, I was surprised to see him fall out of the mix there so early. But he'll want to put it together here.
Paddle out.
Just a 0.37 to his name at the moment.
Oh.
As we see a big set mowing down our competitors, trying to hold their position on the outside here at the moment.
Oh, have a look at that. Full alligator roll there for Xavier Huxtable as that whitewash just went straight over him. Just gives you a little indication of the conditions and what these guys are dealing with.
Yeah, this is the place to be on a Thursday morning, Merewether Beach, watching these competitors just campaign to bank a big result in this first step over a 7-event series. But if we look to the inside here, we'll see Joe Azuchi just searching for opportunities on the inside.
Yeah, I saw Callum like way inside too, just dealing with some whitewash. So I'm not sure if he actually caught a ride or whether he just got washed in with this big set.
The Bonsoy board caddies on hand once again. Fantastic opportunity for the local Groms to get to know some of these competitors, and we've obviously seen with the Rising Tides program on the Championship Tour and the caddy program at Bells over the years that it can really plant the seed for a dream to come to fruition for some of these youngsters.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool moment for sure, just to be around it, to get that up close and personal, touch their competitors' boards. Yeah. I went down there the other day and
just having a chat with them too.
Yeah.
India Robinson was a board caddy down at Bells, and then obviously went on to make the Championship Tour, and she's back here on the Challenger Series campaigning again, and we'll see her surf most likely this afternoon. There's plenty of those stories that are starting to unfold as we see on the outside now. Jacob Wilcox turned in a 5.83 on his forehand. Now on the backhand, can't find a section on this one, gets out of there with 12 minutes to go. On the outside, solid set standing up that our competitors will have to punch through.
Well, 12 minutes to go, so Caltex needs to get a little bit of a move on here. All the other competitors, well, Joe, he needs a bit of a ride as well. Jacob with that 5.83, he's looking okay. He's got one wave locked away. If he gets another decent score on the board, he's going to put some space between Joe and Callum.
It's a rough ride out there at the moment, a challenging track that the surfers are having to deal with. Speaking of tracks, Rick, just south of here is the Glen Rock State Conservation Area. Hiking trails, mountain bike tracks. Back in 2021, Reece Smith, who was the son of Warren Smith, who's run SURFEST for 100 years, he He offered to take Joe Turpel and I for a bike ride through Glen Rock, which I'd never done before. Put us on some e-bikes, big mountain bikes, and we went for a ride right down to the some of the back beaches there, and it was just blew my mind. So pretty.
Wow, I've never done it. I'll have to put that on the bucket list for sure. Big shout out to Reese and the boys from Sandbar. Also the crew at Slimes, 2 local surf shops in the area, supporting all the locals.
A couple of bike shops too. Just on 10 minutes, 45 seconds to go. AJ, what a challenging lineup our competitors are being faced with this morning.
It really has been challenging. It's something I've heard from the competitors all morning long. I've got an Oakberry surf conditions update for you, Ronnie. Waves are 6 to 8 foot, a whopping 12 degrees outside. The wind about 25 kilometers an hour coming in from the southwest. You see the third heat getting ready to jump off the rocks behind me. And that's one thing that we heard even from Riaro. I talked to George after that first heat as well, and he was like, it is just tricky to figure out where you want to sit and how you want to attack the waves today. But Challenger Series is challenging, and these guys are rising to the challenge.
They sure are, and you got to slay these dragon days, Rich, to get to the top of the castle.
Yeah, well, the payoff tomorrow is going to be some really, really good conditions too. We're going to have like straight offshore winds. It's going to drop and be a lot more settled. Feel like we're going to get some great point waves tomorrow. So yeah, if you can somehow figure out a way to get through today, I think you'll reap the rewards tomorrow.
I know AJ, because she's such a student of the game, I know that she gave us a compelling surf conditions report there and gave us a lot of information, but all I was thinking was Oakberry. Oakberry. I got to get myself a morning Oakberry. Peanut butter, bit of granola.
A bit of fruit.
Bit of fruit in there, and yeah, it's the ultimate way to get the day rolling here as we get to the 9-minute mark. Jacob Wilcox is kind of, I think, reminding himself that it takes 2 waves to generally get yourself through these heats, and he's still looking for that big second score. Started off well, 5.83, but has had a couple of cracks at turning in a solid number to go with it, and hasn't been able to find anything. But Callum Robson's the big story for me. Under 9 minutes to go, and he's only hanging on to a 0.37.
Well, he must have got washed in, because he's still holding priority. He was way on the inside, and it looks like he's only just re-established his position back in the lineup here.
He's got priority. He's certainly capable of pulling himself out of this situation.
2 waves though.
He needs a single turn.
He needs to get going though.
That's right.
Well, to put 2 waves on the board.
To put 2 waves on the board, it would, make life difficult for anyone to turn it around on him. But he can still chase down an excellent score here and get himself into the top 2.
Yeah, you can see him just looking in there. I think the crew are just trying to confirm the priority order. And I'm also wondering, because we have this onshore trending wind, whether these guys can actually hear the commentators clearly, the beach commentary clearly, and hear their positioning in the lineup and where they're coming in the heat.
I would say no chance. You'd probably have to be down at Redhead to get the audio to travel on the wind.
Yeah.
To our competitors. As we can see, it's still blowing pretty strong. Nothing on yesterday, Rich, but it just makes it so difficult for the surfers to get a read. They just look like I did when my math teacher was talking to me in high school. So
just glazed eyes.
Yeah, just
with a blank look on your face.
Just confused. It's a really tricky lineup out here. Callum Robson, it's just a real surprise to me. Like, regardless of what the beach announcer is saying, you kind of know still in the back of your head what your situation is, and he knows he's in a diabolical one at the moment, having only registered a 0.37.
Well, again, you can see him top of the screen there, just under the scores. He just went out of our view there, but you can see him still just wrestling, trying to get back into position, and he hasn't even ridden a wave here. So,
now he's getting waves on the head. So he's kind of situating himself a little bit deeper so he can get maybe into one of these steeper, medium-sized rides. But every wave he sizes up, he has to turn around and cop a set on the head.
And that frustration, it starts to perpetuate as the clock ticks down. This is Jacob Wilcox.
well, all these competitors, they only have this one Challenger Series event, the Australians, to compete on home shores. So they've got family and friends here. Callum's mum watching on, very nervous at the moment. Jacob Wilcox still just trying to figure it out and bank this second score. But every competitor in this field wants it so bad. So we see Xavier just attempt one big individual turn on the outside there. Comes unglued. Jacob Wilcox just adding to the requirement for Joe Azuchi and Callum Robson here. Here's the slow-mo replay of Xavier's ride.
Oh, he just hits the eject button halfway through that turn. He was setting up well, but yeah, that wave just swamped him.
Seen a couple of big sections stand up, but you know, for the most part, the competitors are arriving there with not a whole lot of speed, so hard to sink a committed rail turn into the face and get back out in front of it. And Xavier just got swamped there. 5 minutes to go.
It was Xavier just, even with the strength of his two rides, is way out in front at the moment. At 6.83, remember that three-turn combination he did? Feels like an eternity ago now in this heat, but turns out that it's the strongest wave of the heat so far. As we look at the recap, GWM recap, and Jacob Wilcox got things started with a left-hander into the point. A couple of nice swoops that put him on the board. A 5.83, but this is the high marker here. Xavier Huxtable connects with the lip. Beautiful power surfing here. Great flow between turns. And gets the finishing hit off the lip there. And then found this one through to the inside. Tags the lip again. This is the 4.67. Another swooping combination there. Live action with Jacob.
Jacob's going to get a big section here on the inside. Commits to the floating re-entry. Does very well to stay on his feet. A good read on an ugly section. Was in danger of getting swamped by the lip, but pulled it off. And now Joe Azuchi on the attack on the inside. Staying as close to this white water, those critical sections as possible. Not a lot of speed for the final hit, but somehow gets on top of it and gets a finish. But the requirement's going to be a lot higher, because Jacob Wilcox, even though he had less moves, he had a big chunky section and stuck it nicely.
So we check the replay here. Little check turn from Jacob. Comes down this section, eyes off the lip, and does really well to project across the lip and out. Gets to safety, and then Joe behind him. A couple of weaving turns high in the wave. Brings this one all the way through, trying to stitch it together. Transitioning that rail. Back and forth, keeping all that speed. Hits this inside shelf, and he connects with the lip there. A bumpy section to navigate, but he rides out clean.
The numbers coming through for Joe Azuchi and also for Jacob Wilcox here. It'll be Joe's best wave. It'll help him chip away at the requirement, but the requirement is actually about to grow, because Jacob's going to definitely dump the 1.43 and replace it with something stronger. And still we look out the back with that sun popping now through those grey skies, and Callum Robson, his situation's going to get a lot harder here in a moment.
This is really uncharacteristic. You know, you would have put some a decent amount of money on the fact that Callum Robson would have been a real challenger in this heat.
Yeah, he is lost at sea at the moment, as we see Wilcox on the inside, winds through that backhand carve. And what a backhand it is. Really strong, but just an insider, basically using that ride to get himself through to the inside here.
And there's Nathan Hedge just looking on.
It's Callum's mum. Let's have a look at this this one on the inside for Jacob Rich.
Yep, nice quick pivot off the top. Redirection, and then gets the rebound. So tidy little two-turn combination on an inside wave. And even that's going to have a couple of points in it. So waiting for a couple of scores to drop. Joe Azuchi through the mid-range section of the bank here.
Loading up, looking for the finish on the inside. Joe, he's had great timing, but just hasn't been able to find sections big enough that are going to generate the numbers he needs to survive the round of 64. Jacob Wilcox banked to 5.03, and finally we're going to see Callum Robson up on the outside. Throws his board up, and this has just not been his morning. Can't stick the turn. It's going to be another throwaway.
Oh dear.
And he's already comboed just to get the second spot, and that way it's not going to help break that situation. As we see the Burton Automotive replay here of Joe. Again, tidy small wave surfing, but there's bigger sets out there, so you got to give it to those bigger, more critical hits on the outside.
And that was Callum Robson on that wave there, and that is what's known in the books as a shocker. Unfortunately, the Caltex, well, he's basically took off on the next wave in this set, milking it through to the inside. Does this one stand up? Nope.
I guess, Rich, a lot of the times the competitors are trying to just trying to figure out like what went wrong in the heat. Tactically, it just felt like Callum was too patient. We saw him looking at it a lot of ways, but you're going to have a struggle to get through a surf event heat if you're not actually surfing.
Yeah, it's he'll fast trying to race that one out of the memory books. I mean, it really is surfer against ocean this morning. You really don't need to worry too much about your competitors. You've really got to figure out where these scoring sections are. You can see there, just, you know, we know how good this guy is. Unfortunately, just could not find a wave.
Yeah. Jacob Wilcox, he was strong. He had a couple of decent rides, but the heat is going to be taken by Xavier Huxtable, who did the work early on, 6.83 on his first wave, quickly backed it up and stayed in control for the duration of the heat. We're going to take a quick break here, the round of 64. Rich and I will step out of the booth and welcome Jesse Starling and Vaughan Blakey in for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
Big day of surfing here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It's wild, it's woolly, but as Ronnie said, there's opportunities. And I'm here with the other brother, Warno. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Jess. So good to be here. Absolutely love SURFEST. Love coming up. Well, it used to be up the coast when I was living in Sydney for all those years, working on Tracks magazine and Surfing World magazine and stuff. Here And it was just one of those stops where, I don't know, it's a real celebration of pro surfing SURFEST. You know, it's been going for so long. It's got so much history. And, yeah, it was always one you really look forward to coming to check out. And you always had a whole range of different conditions. You know, we've had perfect surf, we've had small surf, and today we've got big washy surf and some really good, well, elite level surfers here. A couple of CT performers, some Challenger Series warriors, and this is Ian Gentile, who obviously has just come off tour back onto the Chang, and he'll be looking to reset and get his year cranking again in 2020.
Yeah, this is a massive heat. Dylan Moffat, he came close to qualifying a couple years. He's back for his Challenger Series appearance here. Nothing much happening. We saw in that last heat. It's hard out there, Bono.
Yeah, well, it looks a bit like my old man Alfie's porridge, which, you know how some porridge is smooth and warm and inviting and a good way to start the morning? Dad's porridge, he'd cook it into this lumpy clay that was just, you know, I don't know. You couldn't even mould it into a shape. It was just so hectic. But, you know, it was still yummy. It gave you energy. You could get through the day on it. And that's what these surfers are really trying to do. Just get through this day, because we know the forecast is good. And we know that there's plenty of, you know, good opportunities to get cranking in this event if we can just get through this storm surf. And it's part of the game, right? Like, you can look at this lineup and be like, wow, this is going to be a challenging day, or you can look at it as an opportunity to show what you're made of in these sorts of conditions. Attitude will be key to getting through heats.
That's it. And, you know, we're just catching up with AJ. She said Jacob Wilcox, he was working with Hoggy, Nathan Hedge, and they just had a plan. It was almost like you're watching a football team run down, and having someone in your corner on a day like today, I think, is so important, especially someone like Hoggy, who's the ultimate hype man, because you're right, it is just all attitude out there.
Yeah, I mean, Hog would be saying, hey, your opponents aren't looking forward to paddling out right now. They're going, this looks so hard. But actually, you paddle out there with the mindset of like, here we go, I'm up for this. And you'll end up turning in a performance like we just saw Xavier Huxtable, who, you know, has paddled out here in his first Challenger Series event up against staunch opponents. We know that Chippo has been on tour, Cal Robbo's been on tour, and Joe Azuchi's one of those, you know, up-and-coming superstars from the Asia region, and he paddles out and just gets it done. It would have felt a lot like surfing around home, you know, in Vico.
Oh, absolutely. And thinking about people in this heat, for me, with these big stormy conditions, you'd have to think someone like Ian Gentile, who surfs these big waves, heavy water waves over there in Hawaii, would have to have the upper hand. But then you have someone like Dylan Moffat from Narrabeen, who surfs big south swells like this all the time, just down the coast. And the Challenger Series we saw down there last year had a big south swell like this. And I actually think that this would be a really comfortable environment for Dylan.
Yeah, and then we've also got Franco out here from Argentina, and we're really, you know, curious to see what he'll bring to this lineup as well. You know, he's been surfing for a long, long time, comes from a famous surfing family. I think his dad, Lewis, is a former competitive surfer as well, with quite a few achievements under his belt. So this will be a fantastic heat, Jess. Looking forward to seeing who applies the pressure early. Ian Gentile, as you say, a 5.17 to get going. That's a really good score to have in the early stage of the heat.
Oh, that's a great start. I mean, even on day one of competition, if someone locked in a 5 at the very beginning, it just took so much pressure off. And let's see what Franco can do. Can't get into that one. A lot of wind pushing back up the face as well. And they are so far out to sea this morning. It is really deceiving on camera how much further out they're sitting. The other day, we're right on the rocks, right up against the ocean bars there, just coming down from Ladies. But now we're miles out. It is really stormwater surfing.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how each of these guys really perform. And I feel like Emrod, with all these CT experience, he'd be really itching to get back there with that new tour announcement.
Yeah, it's, I think, you know, for a surfer like Emrod, who has done a lot of laps on both the QS and quite a few on the CT as well, it's about breaking through into the finals and getting a couple of wins. You know, he's such a good early round performer. He backs himself with a lot of confidence through the early rounds, but for some reason, when he starts getting into the late half of the draw, you know, he seems to fall away a little bit. I don't know what you'd put that down to, but he's got the capability to go huge and get a big win, and that's what he'd be. I'd say his goals at the start of the year would be like, let's get a win here on this Challenger Series, because it's been a while. I think his best result in the last few years has just been quarterfinals. So, yeah, he'd be looking to step up and make a big statement.
Someone who just made a big statement in that last heat, Xavier Huxtable, down there with AJ McCord.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, we were just talking about how challenging the conditions are, and how did you identify the sections that you wanted to make sure you can make through your heat?
Yeah, I was just kind of been working with Kale, and we'll just kind of like take off on one that looks like it's steep out the back and just hit each section that presents at you, and that's what luckily got one at the start which did that, and then kind of found another one which only had one section but turned out to be enough, so I was stoked. Yeah.
Well, very stoked too, because despite the fact that we've seen you on a few CTs as a wild card, this is your very first Challenger Series event. How did having those wild cards, especially down at Bell's most recently, give you the advantage today to be in that competitive mindset and ready to attack this season?
Yeah, I mean, these Challenger Series events are like really big, so it's a big deal. So it was awesome to have those kind of as something to build into this. I mean, kind of skip this. I've been watching all my mates compete on it. My best mates, Tully, George, Mikey, all those boys, all just ripping and kind of sitting watching and being so keen to jump in on the action, and finally got the opportunity to do it. So I'm super stoked, but it was so good to kind of get that opportunity at home to kind of build and get that preparation in, and now, yeah, feels good to be here.
Good to be here, and on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, AJ. I don't think anyone was more excited to surf a Challenger Series event today than Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, that's right. He's been waiting a long time for this opportunity. As we see, Emrod, this guy is such a good surfer. He's banked 10-point rides, you know, at the elite level in the QS, in the CT, finished with a third at Karamas years ago, actually only knocked out by the eventual runner-up, Jeremy Flores, in a semi-final. So we know what he's capable of, and he's got the experience. So this wave, not a whole lot doing out the back, comes right through onto the inside and slices through to just stay busy. And staying busy has, you know, at the very least, kept the judges interested as well, Jess.
This was happening during the replay. First, we saw of Franco, just a carb there. You can tell that he's got a lot of power behind his surfing, but that wave, it really does come down to, I feel like, a little bit of luck today out there to get those ones that do link all the way through.
Yeah. Ocean knowledge, it's a weird old thing. Sometimes it's right there with you, and you can sort of tap into these little connecting sections that'll join the dots, and then other times you can just find yourself, you know, getting buried by set after set, as we saw with Cal Robbo in that last heat. But yeah, you know, it was great to hear from Xavier there. You can see how pumped he is. A couple of years watching his mates get onto the Challenger Series, have a lot of success, and he's been just chomping at the bit to get that opportunity. And what a start to the year he had, you know, taking out the world #1, Italo Fierro, who was on some sort of mega rager through the front half of the tour. But yeah, Xav really sort of put a little dent in Italo's campaign, and it sort of did delaminate through the Aussie leg on the back of that. The wild card's getting the better of the world #1. But, you know, I was actually up in the stands with all the support crew who was supporting Xavier, and it was energetic. You could just tell that Victoria was so, you know, psyched to have someone in the CT, and he's the guy most likely to do it, I think. He and Tully. So yeah, that's exciting stuff for Victorian surfing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those two are definitely on their way. Heat win for Xav. Unfortunately, he lost Tully in that opening round, but he'll be back for the next event over there in Bolito. Just under 23 minutes to go. It's still that 517 that's really set Ian apart. Emrod, he's coming through at a 4.33. Vorno, I want to paint you a picture of my friend Dylan Moffat. So we grew up in the same town. And in 2022, he had this dream run on the Challenger Series, and it was sitting up there in the top 10, and then he'd go to Haleiwa when that was the last event. And unfortunately, he got knocked out early, and I think he was sitting about number 8. And then, you know, you have to sit and wait when you get an early round knockout, right? And all of a sudden, this one guy comes through from nowhere and has this dream event and comes third and knocks you out of the top 10 into number 11. And that person is in red in this heat right now, Emrod.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's one of those things that can happen in the QS, but it happens every single year. Someone will get towards the end of the year, they need either a win or a finals performance to qualify, and they'll do it. And everyone's, riding that story with them, and meanwhile someone's year just ends in pure heartbreak. Same thing happened to Jake Marshall.
Yep.
When he was, just that close. Morgan, Chippo,
Mateus Hurdy.
There's been a bunch of them who have just been so close to qualifying, and they just get pipped by these incredible sort of late season runs by just someone who catches fire. But, at this stage, it's all about who is going to find the early momentum. And it's no surprise really to see crew who have been on the CT, paddle out here in these sorts of conditions and just get about their work. There's no panic. As we were saying at the start of this heat, Jess, they'll go about their business and they won't be too rattled. And I was actually going to ask you, we're talking about attitude at the start of this heat. Like, there is a little readjustment that has to happen for the crew coming back from the CT. And, they're up against crew who are like Zave, just all about focused on making their dreams come true. For these guys, it's like, okay, I've dealt with the fact that, I've got to get back into these 4-man heats and battle my way through it. But you also have to let go of that disappointment.
Oh, yeah.
Straight away. You've got to get back into the attacking mindset and the stoke of surfing for a living and get back into that space.
I think that's what separates, athletes from champions is definitely that headspace, that mentality. And, we're here at stop number 1 of the Challenger Series this year, and everyone wants to show their A game, but we have a big schedule ahead of us this year, especially with the announcement of 2 new events. Right now, though, up and riding, this is Franco, Argentinian surfer, trying to get over this bit of water here, looking for some steeper face, lays it on rails, so much lump and bump. He's really dealing with it. Bit of frustration coming off that one. But how important do you think it is to really assert yourself, Vorno, when it is, the first stop of the Challenger Series year?
Oh, it is crucial, but at the same time, you want to make sure your strategies and just your game plans are set, because I think you can easily almost out froth. You're paddling out, you're going, okay, I've got a couple of CT surfers here. I've got, Dylan Moffat, who's surfed on the Challenge Series a lot. For Franco, it's like, yeah, this is a huge opportunity for me to sort of put a flag in the ground and announce myself on this tour as a true contender. But I think, it's also important to remember, hey, stick to your game plan. Don't worry about the other guys so much. So, yeah, you are right. You want to make a statement, but you also want to make sure just you're sticking to your strategies and making sure that they're working for you. Franco is a real power unit, the surfing I've seen him do over the years. He's someone not scared to really hit the lip and send spray, as we see. Whoa. Wow.
Ian just trying to hold on to the very end there. And, he's one of those surfers we just spoke about who had to really readjust and get himself in the mindset to get back on the Challenger Series and deal with this one here.
This is Wonky City, Willy Wonka's chocolate factory with no sweets. Look at it. Oh, he somehow holds onto it. It's, yeah, it's the chocolate factory, but instead of chocolate, you get in there and it's porridge.
It's porridge.
Willy Wonka's porridge factory.
It's your dad's porridge.
Yeah. But yeah, it's this is what we're dealing with. I mean, the other thing is it's a completely equal playing field. No one's getting any rubs out here. So
no, you're not wrong, Vorno.
You're right. Like, just if you luck into the right one and your headspace is clear and you know that that's the one you're waiting for, then you can go into attack mode. You don't have to nurse it.
All right, M-Rod, Michael Rodriguez, having a look here on his second wave. Needs a small score to get to that first place. Really nice carve to kick this one off. So much wobble on this one. Can see Dylan out the back behind him. Big second turn here for M-Rod. He's getting back to that power source, really trying to find himself another steep section to put some more points on the board with a finish. That was a great ride there from Michael Rodriguez. And out behind him, Dylan Moffat, finishing off this wave through the inside. Again, just trying to read this wave, find this steep section. Here it is, lays into a massive turn there for Dill. And he's going to kick out. Two great rides there from Emrod and Dill. Vorno, what do you see here?
I love this. This is way more like snowboarding down just some unknown terrain, isn't it? Swooping turns here from Emrod. Keeps the rail engaged, starts flying through that flat section, and a nice jam. And really, it's just about taking the opportunities when they pop up. You know, every single time there was something a little more vertical, Emrod was able to get busy, throw a bit of spray. And meanwhile, out the back, Dill Moffat, beautiful swooping carve as well. Does so well to just hold the rail through these really lumpy faces. Comes through onto the inside, and this is where a real big bonus section looms up for Dill. As you can see, just snowboarding, waiting for it. Big steep bowl, jams it in the pocket. And that was just such a good read there from both Emrod and Dylan Moffat. Good scores incoming.
Oh, it looked like he was surfing the alley rides back at home, and we've had a really fun start to this heat, but we are going to take a Bonsoy brew break and come back to you guys for the last 16 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Kobe, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Before the break, we saw a big couple waves go down between Michael Rodriguez and Dylan Moffat. Emrod's last wave was a 4.87 for those big turns we saw through the inside. Judges thinking about that last of Dylan Moffat, catching up on the replays during the break. This was Franco.
So Franco's flying through onto the inside and doing, you know, real similar connecting the dots here that we saw from Dylan and Emrod. And really, you're just trying to stay in flow with the wave. Like, the energy of the wave is a bit all over the place, but when it stands up, there are opportunities for scores. We've seen that this morning. And this is Franco onto the inside. That's the vertical section he was looking for, just a little late to it. And out the back, Ian Gentile will lock in his second score.
Yeah, Ian, really nice slice on that first one. Belts it. Goes down, unfortunately, there for Ian Gentile, but that is the attack, the approach, the feistiness that the judges are definitely looking for today. So he's right there for Ian. He's still got the highest wave score of the heat so far with that 5.17. We are waiting for scores though, but went down. That one might have sent him a little bit underground,
It's way bigger than you think out there,
yes,
Jess. Like,
definitely.
we were watching it before we came in here, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's really big.
All right, Ian, back up and riding again. So not a lot of time in between waves here. Doesn't like the feeling of that one, so he's going to get out. There's still some really great sections. I mean, especially on that wave prior to that last one of Ian, that big finishing turn that he went for. There's offers, there's opportunity for big scores out there.
There is, and we're about to get one of the biggest scores, if not the biggest in this heat so far. And there it is. It's a 5.67 for Dylan Moffat. So the judge is having a good think about it, but when you review that wave of Dylan Moffat, the one big snap was the best and most aggressive turn we've seen in this heat, and the judges rewarding it appropriately.
Yeah, I think it was surprising as well. There was an element of ooh,
yeah,
at the end of that wave, and 5.67. I love the score. I love where the judges landed with it, but it's still keeping him in that third place. So he's really going to need to find another one of those to try and get himself in that second spot. Let's take a look again, Borno.
Yeah, so the opening turn was just a nice carve back to the power source. He starts riding the avalanche down this one and really just keeping the rails engaged. He's not losing speed, he's not getting stuck, he just wants to keep the board in a place where when the opportunity stands up, he can engage the rail and go into attack mode. This was just a cool little shiv. You can see that wave's not even braking. He's literally just riding energy by this stage, and then as it stands up, buries the tail right through the lip. And that's where, the meat was on the bone. Big mouthful.
Big mouthful, and then straight into live action. Emrod out the back with a beautiful roundhouse carve. Wow, he's found a really clean face in front of him, one of the cleanest of the day, but no inside section through that one, so he's going to kick out. Couple of fours have him in the lead with just over 10 minutes to go. Ian holding on to that second spot, and Dill chasing a small score. It's a 1.73. Franco, though, got himself a 3 on that last one. A 4.41 will do it for him.
It will, yeah. So in the mix here for sure, Franco. But this is just, if you really break down what's happening here, this is a remarkable surfing. There is not one bit of clean wave face. You said there, that's one of the cleanest ones we've seen. He's still bouncing around like he's, in one of those baby springs, It's like trying his best just to keep the board in the face of the wave, but doing such a beautiful job. That just speaks to just how talented these guys are. To maintain speed, to keep your rail engaged. It's a level of surfing that is really, it's just on another planet. Even with that wave not really giving him a whole lot of opportunity, I tell you, for an average surfer to go out there and even just to go that fast and get a nice swooping cutty off the start is a really tricky thing to do.
It's interesting as well, because in this part of the world, we do get these big south swells that are really consistent this time of year. I mean, you would know, you lived on the northern beaches time and time again. How important do you think it is? I mean, on a Challenger Series and QS perspective, get back to this point in a second, because Dill, he's having a look here, needs a 1.73, not much, to get himself up into second place. Holds it down for a carve here. Had a bit of downtime at start. Over the phone, drifts the tail. Just makes it look so easy here for Dylan. Floats over again. He wants to take this one all the way through to the inside. Try and get as many points on the board as he can. Brings it back around again. Just trying to kind of find his way through. Now it steepens up. Belts it for one big turn in the pocket. He's going to keep on going. This is one of the longest rides we've seen all day today. Dylan just really reading this wave beautifully. He's going to go for the finish. Belts it with the completion. Dylan Moffat making it look like it's 2 foot out there.
Oh, what a wave. Really clever. He got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, and he's picked the gem here. And even though the outside, never really gave him clean lip to work with, he just stuck with it. And this one allowed him to get some statement moves on the inside. But, at this point, you're just hanging on. And he's doing well to, get into the lip, a little tail slide on the foam climb. So tricky, but he does get the connection. And these ones are a real bonus. You've got to make the most of the inside. Good snap there. And he'll get the connection through again. He's just hoping this one stands up, which it does. And snap onto the inside for the closing statement. And this is just a really strong ride here. Clever surfing from Dill. He didn't want to be stuck at the back. Let the other guys into the heat. He knew he needed a backup score, and he's done it beautifully.
Yeah, one thing I think as well, he really didn't lose speed the entire wave. He was never fighting for it, never just lacking any volume and just expression under his board, especially when he got through to that inside section. There was a lot of deep water to work with between the start and the finish. He's got a long paddle ahead of him now to get himself back out the back, but I have a feeling a great score will lock in, and a couple of judges loving it so far, so it's definitely going to put him in that top spot. There it is, a 5.47. Now, the Argentinian, huge first turn here for Franco. He's going to come back around. Bit of foam to deal with on the face here, but he's got speed, he's got power, goes up, it hits a bubble just before he gets to the lip there, Borno.
Oh, what a bummer. That first turn was... That's what we came to see from Franco. You know, he has got these massive, big power arcs. He loves hitting the lip. Mick Fanning is his favourite surfer. You can see why. He's one of those guys who loves to really power through his top turns. Out the back.
Ian, bit of a rail carve to start this one off. Drives into this bottom turn, lays into that big white watery section. There was a lot of water coming back at him. It got a couple reps at that Margaret River end section to make that one look super easy here at Merewether.
Well, this is a super tight heat, isn't it? Franco's throwing his hat back in the ring, and we'll have a look at this replay. Big drop, plenty of time to think about what was going to come, and really did so well. That was a soupy section. He gets the attack mode in. We have a moment where we're like, yeah, all right, and he just needed to finish. But you could just see he caught a little bit of chop as he was going up for that finishing turn. That's going to hurt him. But yeah, there's some good scores on the board here, and Dylan, Michael and Ian in particular are really close in this one. Dylan a 5.47, so that's a crucial wave for him.
Absolutely, that's exactly what he was looking for. I mean, we're on. We are on.
Oh, it's on.
Is really starting to ramp up at this point. This is the last one of Ian's.
Yeah, I love what you say here, Jess, because that first turn was a nice check. And he's just going, oh, here it is. It's the apex from Margaret's. I've just been there. All good.
All good.
But, you know, like when you've got a big closeout section like that, if you throw it up too late, you can kind of look a little bit stuck. And you're almost just riding out, you know, just trying to hold on. But Ian had the wherewithal to really sort of begin his turn early and give us that nice, clean acceleration into the whitewash. So the judges will be paying attention to that as well.
There was so much water coming back at him in that section as well. So the fact that he laid into it, came away from his surfboard, then got back on top of it and managed to get out in front of just the other wall of whitewash coming back towards him as well. I mean, super impressive stuff. You can see these guys all fighting to get back out the back right now. And unfortunately, we saw Callum Robson just stuck in there for so long in that last heat. A lot of water moving through that inside section, but loving what we're seeing coming throughout the back. And I mean, considering these new events that we have on the Challenger Series, we're going to be back here, and it might be exactly like this in March next year. So great practice for these guys. Yeah, it's a good warm-up lap for a lot of these surfers. You know, they're going to be getting to know this wave. I saw this guy in the lineup the other day. What is that? I thought that was a seal. It is it? Yeah. Where's he gone? Yeah, it's a seal. Yeah, I saw him the other day when it was smaller off rocks. He was swimming around in the rock pool. No way. Yeah. How cool. How cool. You don't see many of them. You don't? Here, ever. No, I mean, East Coast Australia, the seals are kind of a little further south. They're not usually up around this zone, so so cool. Oh. Hello, little friend. Hello, mate. All right, 3 minutes left in this one. It's really started to heat up. A lot of scores have started to lock in. We're just waiting on that last one for Ian Gentile to really set the scene. That last one of Franco, that first big hack, got him a 4.43 just for that one big turn. So waiting to see if that last one of Ian is going to be the one that's going to jump him up into that second spot off Michael Rodriguez. He's out the back with priority, but look at these monsters rolling through. A lot of ocean knowledge coming into today. Oh, I mean, when I was watching Cal Robbo in the last heat, he must have spent at least 2/3 of the heat paddling. You know, he just couldn't bust through. And
we've all been there. All surfers know how frustrating that can be, keeping you cool and just trying to manage your energy when all you want to do is start crying. That's what I want to do when I get caught inside. I'm just like, oh, are you serious? What is going on here? But yeah, in a heat, it just adds so much more pressure to, you know, your wave selection and your choices as the time runs away if you get caught inside. Right now, all these surfers are copping the odd one, but they're all in touch. You know, it's mid-range scores needed to try and mix up the leaderboard here. And Franco, yeah, that last wave, a 4.43. Imagine if he got the finish. He would have been looking at such a different proposition as we head into the last 2 minutes. So he only needs a 4.78, but it's Dylan Moffat out in front with the two best waves of the heat so far.
Yeah, that last one for Ian comes in at a 3.8, so it's just not enough. So it came just short. So he's still chasing a score of a 4.03. So he's back out the back, has second priority, but I feel like I know Michael is a bit of he just that fly that will hang around with that first priority, especially considering there's 1 minute 20 on the clock. I feel like they could be besties out the back there.
Bit stingy with the priority, not willing to just share it around?
No, you can't be doing it. Not in this round, the round of 64. Got a paddle out of the back though. Ian is up and riding, doesn't need much. A small score of a 4.03. Cuts back for this first section. Needs this inside section. Needs to do something big here. Starting to steepen up now, creating some speed. Puts it on rail again. So just trying to find another moment on this wave that's really going to push that score up there. Great roundhouse carb. It just feels like this wave is dying, doesn't have that end section, and he knows that body language there with 40 seconds to go, it's probably not going to be the score.
Man, that is so frustrating for Ian. He did everything right, really. Snaffled one from under priority. Was looking for an opportunity to just get, you know, a score he can get in his sleep, but that's how tricky this lineup is. It's really just throwing up opportunities here and there, like not even from start to finish, just little moments on the wave, and you've just got to be on the right one.
Yeah.
So I think he did the right thing in pulling the trigger there. We'll have to wait and see what the judges thought.
Yeah, I feel like the scores are in. It wasn't going to be the number, so we are going to see Dylan Moffat take out this heat with two mid-range scores, but really impressive surfing. And this man on your screen, Emrod, he's going to be coming in second. We'll see them in the round of 32 coming up next. Big heat of action coming up for the round of 64, heat 4. We're going to go through a GWM recap of this heat, and it was Ian getting this one underway.
Yeah, well, at this stage, it was looking good for Ian Gentile as he got off to a flyer, and, you know, I think this was a low 5. But in the context of today, a low 5's been a really good score, particularly at the start of a heat. Relieves a lot of pressure, gives you plenty of time to sort it out. So that was his first ride. And out the back, Dylan Moffat. And this was a really strong ride that just kept giving him so much opportunity. A couple of nice open-face carbs back to the whitewash. But it was on the inside here. Finds a little kink that he gets a little shiv off. And then he starts to load up towards this big TP off the bottom, jams it through the lip, and that really was the high water mark of this heat, Jess.
Yeah, epic surfing from Dylan. And then Emrod, he came in second. He got two really great rides. Love how little downtime there was. He just really read these waves so beautifully, put it on rail and pushed so hard through it, belted that one, and came back around, got himself a really nice finish. This was that two-wave combo we saw from him and Dylan Moffat in the middle of this heat. That was just so impressive. Showed us that there's some great rides, but this was the wave of the heat for me.
Yep, Dylan Moffat flying through. He already had the highest scoring wave of the heat before he paddled in this one. He knew he could pretty much lock this thing away with another strong ride. And out the back, you know, it wasn't clean. He wasn't able to really click through the lip with that perfect timing, but he did enough. And then through onto the inside, there was just bonus after bonus. And it was just a gift that kept giving. A nice snap there. Comes right through onto the inside, and a big statement turn to keep the judges super stoked. And he ran away with the win on the back of this. Crack! And a really nice tight heat from Dylan Moffat.
Oh, absolutely. Looked so comfortable out there. Looked like he'd surf that wave a million times over. Big scores for Dylan taking this one out. We are going to go to a break, but we'll be back for heat number 4 coming up very shortly. Newcastle, we absolutely love it down here, and we especially love it this time of year when we have the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Vaughan Blakey for another big heat here in the round of 64.
Massive heat, Jess. Can't wait for this one. And look at that, another huge name. Fresh off the CT cut. Ian Gouveia kicked off the year with a 3rd place at Pipeline and failed to re-qualify. So, I mean, that just goes to show you the standard on the CT. He's got to get his boxing gloves back on and start fighting his way through 4-man heats again to hopefully re-qualify. He was incredible throughout last year's Challenger Series, a big win at Bolito. But this guy, Josh Kerr, isn't he another classic story? I think it was 9 years on the CT and, you know, retired. Look, there's that seal just hanging around out there. You're not in the heat, mate. In fact, could you please get out of the area?
Out of the area.
But this is a great heat as well. As Kersey, just a little look-see here. On the twins, we'll get into that conversation. It's a pretty classic one. Qualifying for the Challenger Series through the Regional Q exclusively on 20s. But Taro Watanabe as well, one of the great free surfing stylists in the world, exponent of the great Brad Gerlach and Wave Key. And Carlos Munoz as well, a real journeyman who has had some CT experience himself. And here goes Ian.
Yeah, big first turn from Ian. Big announcement back on the Challenger Series from the CT. Goes for the finish. Uses a lot of speed. Just couldn't hang on to that end turn. Damage done before it. But Ian, he is no stranger to competition here. Had a 3rd here in the past. Lost out to Ryan Callanan in the semi-finals. And it was a crazy heat. Lots of big scores. But this was a great way to start this one, Vorno.
Left into the wind.
Left.
And, you know, if I think about the event he won on the Challenger Series, it was going left into the wind. And a couple of big airs from Gouveia, one of the great tube riders as well. We're probably not going to see that side of his surfing, but plenty of speed. Look how fast he's going on these lefts. And unfortunately not riding out, but plenty of intent here from the Brazilian. Yeah, this is another great heat. Josh Kerr, he's been a big story. Got through his round 1 heat. Had a good hang with him the other night. It's part of the Swellian show that we did up on the hill at the beaches. And have we got a rider up here, Jess?
Yeah, that's Taro Watanabe finishing off his first ride. He was super impressive to me in the Narrabeen Challenger Series we saw last year in some pretty similar big, chunky conditions. Getting his first wave underway here for Taro.
You never hear anyone complain about Taro Watanabe surfing, ever. He's got one of those styles that it's just like honey. It's just dripping with sweet goodness. And here he comes flying off the top. And again, you know, one thing we're really seeing this morning is just the surfers staying busy. No one's really wanting to just... well, the wave won't allow you, really. You've got to find the power sources. Here goes Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos up and riding. First ever Costa Rican to qualify for the championship tour. Not going to get much done on that first wave. And you're right, he is a journeyman. And I feel like keeping up with his journey has just been really impressive and cool to be a part of. Just seeing him go from that qualifying series to then really asserting himself on the Challenger Series. And he's got another style that no one really complains about as well. It's like honey too. Wow.
Whoa.
Big first turn on the twin fin here. Lays into it for Josh Kerr. He's going to hang on again and goes down just on a bit of a weird white water lip there. There was a bit going on, but that first turn, you wouldn't think he was on a 20, would you?
Well, I was thinking maybe it's the weapon of choice out here with that real flat section. That wave just absolutely fizzled anyway on that little last turn he went for. First two turns were butter. Beautiful surfing. But yeah, all the surfers are obviously staying so busy on these wave faces. You've really got to connect the dots. It's not giving you anything to work with. And so, you know, despite the power and the juice in the swell, you've got to find the chip shot from one section of the wave to the other. They're doing it so well today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dylan Moffat, he was an absolute standout for that in that last heat. And Josh, honestly, I feel like that 20 and that flow that you get from surfing a twin fin, that could actually, it could be come into play pretty well in conditions like this. Just with those downtimes in between those big moment sections, it's just going to keep that speed, allow him to generate all the way through. Let's break down this last wave here with the Burton Automotive replay.
Beautiful bottom turn, threw it perfectly into the lip, and pause that. Like, there is a moment in this cutback that is yeah, it's a photo. Love it with the double arm drag, and big fade here from Carlos. Round the section and snap into the lip. Whoa, that is a really strong ride from the Costa Rican.
Wow.
Fantastic surfing, super aggressive, and made the most of those sections as they stood up.
Wow, caught up with that at a great time. That was excellent surfing there from Carlos. So much pizzazz, I think is the word I want to use. Just so sparky when I think about his surfing, and it's just, he's one of those guys where if he said, I'm not going to compete anymore and I'm going to free surf, I would watch every single one of his free surf clips.
Full-blown zap attack on that thing. It was cool. Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right. It was explosive. And we haven't really seen a lot of that. So that was two waves in a row where we finally saw surfers really get off the bottom and launch into the lip with a nice clean section to hit. There has not been a whole lot of that this morning, so good signs.
Yeah, great signs there from Carlos. And, you know, thinking about free surf clips and this generation that's really coming through and launching themselves into that surf media world. Taro Watanabe this time last year featured in the film Zipper, and that was incredible.
Yeah, that's it's a rare thing really to be able to balance, you know, dropping high-end elite level free surfing clips and have your competitive career humming along at the same time. It usually has to be one or the other. Like we saw Julian Wilson obviously took time off in his early years just to make films and wanted to focus on, you know, being a well-rounded free surfer before he fully committed to the tour. So doing both is a really tricky thing to do. But Taro, you know, like as you say, that clip last year was incredible. Whenever he drops a free surfing clip, everyone around the world can't wait to hit the mouse. Dick. I want to watch that. And yeah, so this will be cool to watch him, see how he can go in this. You know, he's had success on the QE before. I think from memory, Oh, look at this. Big scores dropping for Carlos Munoz.
Yes, 6.83. We haven't seen a score that big for quite some time. Potentially the highest wave score we've seen of the day so far. 2 big hammers. That's what the judges want. I mean, they actually do keep it pretty simple. Big moments on big sections.
Yeah.
And that first turn was so alive, so much energy behind it, and just pure aggression to make this round. Everyone wants to make the round a 64.
That's right. Josh Kerr, a 4.83 for the 2 turns, so the judges rewarding that. And yeah, just finishing there on Taro, you know, as well as being the great free surfer. He has had like a final of like a big event, the Coldwater Classic. I think he maybe lost to Kaloe Andino in the final. But yeah, really cool.
Yeah. Well, we'll get back to Taro's surfing in just a minute because we're going to cross down to AJ, who's with Dylan Moffat.
Thanks, Jesse. Dylan, you were just trying to describe what it felt like to surf in that heat. Share with everybody what the conditions are feeling like.
Yeah, it's probably about as hectic as it looks out there. I felt like I'd just been like chucked in the washing machine for about half an hour and just like this brain full of water. It's about as rogue as it gets, but there's a good incentive today to get through the heats because it's looking like it's going to be a lot better the next couple of days.
Exactly. If advancing to the next round weren't enough, the waves look fantastic for the rest of the window. For you, just how important was it to be efficient with the waves that you chose today?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think it took me 8 minutes to get out the back after my last wave then, and I got out the back with like 30 seconds to go, so I was just like, you're burning a lot of energy out there. So picking the right waves is super important because getting all the way to the beach, you know, you got about a 6 or 7 minute paddle out ahead of you. So then good wave selection is pretty important today.
And you were on it. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Yeah, sweet. Thanks heaps.
6 or 7 minute paddle out.
Cool inside, isn't it?
Wow.
That's a lot of time. Wow, Munoz.
He is on fire in this heat. Massive first turn, comes around, a lot of foam to deal with, but he deals with it, gets himself a finishing turn here for Carlos. He's going to stick with it, see if he can find himself another big moment on this inside section, but that one's going to heap deep water, but job's done. Job was done out the back on that one.
That was a real cool moment, wasn't it, to get let in on straight after Deal's heat off the bottom.
Ian Gavea straight off the tour into a massive turn to start this one off. Oh, goes big on that next one, but just goes over the fall. Bit of foam, so it got hung up, and it's all happening here. Josh Kerr out the back again, massive first turn. Wow, lays into the second one with the finish. Wow. Very, very exciting heat going down right now. I love when we have waves that are just back to back to back with explosive surfing.
Well, this lineup is improving. Like that, they were all big sections and the surfers were able to really get into attack mode and go at it. That finishing turn of Josh Kerr was spectacular. A lot of energy coming at him and he really went at it. So this is going to be some fun replays to go over here with just under 20 minutes remaining, but so much paddling. I love what Dill was talking about, you know, conserving your energy, making sure you're making the right choices, getting caught inside, having to do a paddle from all the way on the inside. It burns your arms, it burns your legs, and it burns the clock. So you've got to make sure that you're super efficient. Great little interview. That gave us a good insight into what it's like out there.
Oh, absolutely. And once you get through that midsection, you've got to deal with those sets out the back. Let's break down all of these waves we just saw, Vorno.
Yeah, so this was a really nice high-speed drive out of the lip for Carlos Munoz, and he decides to stick with it, bashes it on the end section there, so he'll be backing up what is already the highest-scoring wave of this heat with that one, waiting for scores to drop, and then out the back, this was Ian Gavea, who already has a 5.67 as well for the left. So snowboarding turn there, comes into that soupy section, and that one doesn't give him anything to work with. But out the back, Josh Kerr, just a little check turn, but this is where things got exciting, Jess.
This was massive. That end section turn was massive. Under the lip, lays into it, uses that wall of white water coming back at him to gain speed and get out in front of that section. That was some of the most high-speed critical surfing we've seen all morning, and it was on a twin fin.
He disappeared. He was completely gobbled up by that closeout section, and he somehow managed to find the acceleration to get out in front of it. Good stuff from Josh Kerr.
You know what? I know competitors, four-man heats aren't the dream, but I love four-man heats. Just watching wave after wave, especially when it's like this, and we have such a high caliber of these four surfers. That's going to be a massive score, that last one of Josh Kerr, and I'm excited to see how Taro answers back, what he's going to bring to the table as soon as he hears these scores start to lock in. Carlos, 2 big scores with 17.5 to go, a 5.67. Locking in, sorry, a 6.83 and a 5.53 for Carlos. Ian Gavea has a 5.67 for that first left that we saw. That last wave was a 3.67. Josh, he has a 4.83. That last one you're going to have to think is definitely that 4.52. It's going to put him up in that top spot. So now the pressure's really on Taro Watanabe to find himself one of those big moments, because that's exactly what you need in waves like this.
Oh, what a heat. These guys have watched all morning and they've applied themselves appropriately here, because, you know, the sections, they were few and far between throughout the morning. Now we're starting to see a few more. It seems like the swell's hitting this bank a little better. It's getting a bit steeper, and the connection is there if you can bring it all the way through. So, yeah, it's in Taro's court right now, the ball. You know, he's going to have to answer back to stay in this one.
Oh, absolutely. But we know he's good in big south swell conditions like this. Narrabeen last year got himself his best Challenger Series victory, Challenger Series result out of all of his Challenger Series events so far. He got himself a 5th, but look at this number, an 8.17. First excellent score of the day, highest wave score of the day, and very well deserved.
See, Kersey's head, he couldn't hear the score. But let's have another look at this. So his first turn was just a beautiful, nice little tag is probably what you'd call it. He just sort of managed his speed, still had some spray, still had a little bit of something about it, but as he comes into this giant inside section, buries it under lip, completely disappears, and gets the ride out, somehow deals with all that turbulence, and a clean, high-speed jag from Josh Kerr. Nice little lobby dive at the end.
Wow, energy is high. We are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and come back with plenty more right after this.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Big scores going down here in the round of 64. Heat number 4 of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jess, this is Vaughan, and we're going to take you through the back half of this heat, which has been nothing short of thrilling, Vaughno.
It's been awesome. A big score going down, and during the break, this guy who was holding down at 8.17 caught this wave.
Yeah, big opening slash on the twin fin if he just catching up with this heat. Just that one turn, that 817 though, some of the most impressive surfing on a big, unruly face and just navigated it so beautifully. Josh Kerr, we know that he's, you know, just enjoying the process, being here with Sierra, the first dad-daughter duo that we are seeing on the Challenger Series. But one thing we do know for sure about Josh Kerr is he doesn't like to lose.
That's it, yep. I asked him the other night, you know, is qualifying for the CT the goal for you, mate? And it's exactly what he said. He said, look, put it this way, I don't like losing. So if he's pulling on the Rashi, he wants to win the heat. So, yeah, you best believe that if he gets on the CT, he will be taking it up. On his 20, he confirmed that as well. Here's Taro.
Yeah, big first turn, air drops out of that foamy section there. He's going to try to stick with this one. He needs another big moment on the inside. This one might just do it. He's going to stick with the power source, carving back towards those rocks, trying to get himself on some bigger, steeper water. Bit of downtime here. Lays it on rail. Has to get hung up a little bit to get down that face. So Tyra's got a score to lock in, but we are going to go out in the back in just a second because Carlos, big opening floater here for our Costa Rican surfer. He's trying to get himself back on that championship tour and he's surfing like he means it in this heat. He's looking for more through this inside section. A lot of foam to deal with here. A little bit of lump and bump, but he's navigating it so beautifully. That one isn't going to steepen up. It's going to hit a bit of deep water, but Richie Lovett, I heard you're out and about.
I am, Jess. I'm here with a Newcastle Airport board check. And we know that Kersey's riding a twin, which is a bit of a trip. You know, to ride a twin in small waves, yeah, you kind of get it. But to ride a twin when it's 6 to 8 foot is pretty remarkable. Josh in perfect control. So we know he's on the twin out in the heat. His backup board is actually a quad. So Josh Kerr really thinking outside the box when it comes to fin setups and boards. This one is a draft, so this is Kersey's new surfboard model. This one, his backup board's 5.7, right? And I just wanted to compare it against the board that Jacob Wilcox rode earlier, which is a full step up 6.2 and obviously set up as that traditional thruster. So what Josh is tapping into, and this is just a little bit of fin and board education here, is the speed of the quad and the speed of the twin. So all this water gets channeled down through the fins there, and you'll notice that the middle fin's missing. What that fin does is create drag. It hangs onto the water, but what it does do is give you that controlling element on that back part of the board there. So 99.9% of the field riding the traditional thruster, Josh Kerr doing it a little differently, and he's also dominating. So Josh Kerr in perfect control, obviously been riding the 20s exclusively for a few years now, and looking really, really good. There's Kai Otto, former CT surfer, behind us. The other thing to note too is just how wide the noses are on Josh's board compared to the traditional kind of high performance weapons that everyone else has got under their feet. So different equipment, different approach. Josh has mastered the art of twin fin surfing. Good to see, great to see the old fella doing well.
I absolutely loved that insight from Nui Rick there. Thanks, Richie. And up and riding is the man we're just talking about. Josh Kerr just making twin fin surfing look so easy, especially when it's big. I feel like twin fin sales are going to go through the roof after this heat. He's coming around to this inside section and just tags that one. Gets a little bit hung up. Oh, there you go, just in true Josh Kerr fashion. Just going to give us a bit of a reverse there.
Yeah, well, in those sort of, you know, mid-section waves, we'll stick with Taro here because he's looking for scores. And this one was an important wave. The first turn, a little bit sticky, a little bit lumpy. It wasn't as clean as he wanted. And, you know, getting up to the lip late with that much bump didn't allow him to really push through the turn and send a big bucket of spray, but he sticks with it onto the inside. And we know how good this guy is at connecting the dots. And that water was really coming at him fast. So again, he wasn't able to really extend into the turn. It was one of those frustrating waves, but it's still a half decent score of 4.33 out the back. Big moment here for Carlos.
Wow.
And
no downtime.
No downtime, but like the crazy thing is he got a 5.43, which didn't even get into his top two. So he's holding on to second place, and Ian Gavea and Taro both needing solid scores. You can see here he was just looking for opportunities. He didn't get another bonus section, and out the back, Kersey.
Yeah, beautiful opening swoop here. And just the way he's navigating that twin fin on such big sections is pretty absurd to me. And just all that lump and bump, but big foam sections, he just looks so in control. Just a couple redirects there. It was really that two big moments at the start of this wave that's going to get him the score. And kind of just gets a little bit hung up on that section, like similar to what we saw with Taro. He's looking to better a 4.83 on the back of that ride. He's back out the back. So he's going to be able to get himself another opportunity. But I just feel like Josh and riding that board in conditions like this is just such an enigma to me. I'm really impressed by the way that he's just being able to hold on it. And it looks so smooth. Doesn't look like any lump or bump is really hitting his board, which obviously he's really leaned into those twin fins over the last few years. But being able to do it in conditions like this is really out of control.
Yeah, well, you heard Richie saying there, you know, like there's just no drag. So in that dead water, when he's trying to link sections, he's just flowing. He's going so much faster. And then when he is getting the steep bowls, you know, it's all the experience that he's had on these boards that allows him to really get the rail engaged, lean hard into the tail of the board and still have plenty of drive and plenty of hold through the turn. You know, you think of some of the great twin fin surfers of the past few years, and they're big power surfers. You know, they're not just sliding around out there. You look at the frontside cutties of Dave Rastovich or Asher Pacey, and they are big units throwing buckets. So yeah, there is the potential, even without that control of the thruster, to still get the rail engaged, lean hard into the tail, and do big power turns like we're seeing Josh Kerr do in this heat.
When was the last time you think you saw someone surf a twin fin at this level in competition? It has to be years.
It's a good question. I do recall a heat with Tom Curran and Matt Hoy in France about 1,000 years ago where it looked like Tom was actually riding like a fridge door with a couple of fins stuck in the bottom of it. That was a 20. And he got the better of Hoy in that one, so maybe that was a CT heat though.
Oh, still similar level. Like the Challenger Series is really just a mini CT. How hard it is, and it's got the talent of a CT, but it's got the mongrel of the QS still. And I think it's this really great mix that does bring these Challenger Series heats that we love to be a part of. Considering this one as well, it's just been so electric. Carlos Munoz, he's been a real standout in this heat. Might not have the lead, but he's just looking switched on. He's up and riding here, and he's found those ones that kind of look like they're closing out a little bit, but they offer those really big sections.
Well, first point, I love the Changers. I love the Challenger Series. Like you're so right. It's a real gritty tour. It's four-man heats to kick off with. Then you get into the man-on-man or the surfer-on-surfer at the end of the comp, and you know, you get a bit of everything in these events, and you've got crew who have been CT surfers coming off, you know, not making the cut up against this next generation of kids, and you just get to see the full dogfight. Makes it such riveting viewing. But I can't remember what my second point was. I ran away from it because I was getting too pumped up, Jess. Sorry about that. Oh, but Carlos, yeah, so he's been, you know, unfortunately, he made the tour and then he got injured, you know, in what would have been his first full CT. And then when he finally got the chance to compete for the full year, he missed the cut. So I think he's still in his mind going, you know, they didn't even get my best. I want to get out there and re-qualify and show them what I'm made of at the top level.
Oh,
glad I remembered.
Thank
Holy
you
smokes.
so much. And what a point that was too.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think his best result... let's recap this.
Let's recap it. This is the GWM recap, and it was Ian Cavea who kicked things off for us here with his 5.67, and it was a left.
Kicked off with a left, took a little leaf out of Jacob Wilcox's book, and got some speedy work done on this one for a 5.67 in the early stages of the heat.
And the man we're talking about, Carlos Munoz, looking, wow, so switched on in this heat. That first turn, so much aggression behind it. He looks to the beach and be like, you like that one?
Oh, yeah, explosive, zappy surfing here from Carlos. And again, into the lip. And he's just found the waves that have been really steep, allowing him to show us his strengths. Jams it on the inside. So much intent there. You know he wants to get his surfing back onto the CT, and this is a good start.
Oh, he just looks so comfortable out there as well. And Kersey, he's been on a heater, and this wave got him an excellent score. Laid that turn in the pocket. So much water coming back towards him. He navigated out in front of it. 8.17 for that one, Vaughan.
Yep, highest scoring wave of the day so far, and this end section, it was not an easy one. You can see the power. He absolutely left nothing in the tank, and Kersey running away with the hugest score, 8.17 for essentially just the one turn under the lip. Kapow!
And that drone angle shot as well, I think it really shows like the velocity in that turn, the velocity in that turn, and how hard that section was as well, and how hard he pushed into it. It was just textbook critical section surfing. I mean, that was just what the judges live for. That's their bread and butter.
He's having a blast. It's such a different mindset if you think about it. Josh Kerr's entire Challenger Series campaign is going to be so different to someone like, you know, a Taro Watanabe or an Ian Gavea. You know, he's out here purely almost as a surprise to himself. You know, he was only going in comps because he just was sick of sitting on the beach watching Sierra surf. So he's like, I'm here, I may as well go in a few.
Honestly, when we were on the regional tour, we have all these amazing stops for the Australia. We merge with Asia for a lot of the stops, and, you know, we go to the Philippines, Indonesia, 2 big events there. He rode a twin fin at Nias, which, if anyone knows Nias, it's a very big slabbing ride.
Yeah.
And he rode a 20 all the way to a second place finish over there. And Sierra, she was in the women's final. They were trying to get win for win. And it's just been this really cool journey between dad and daughter. And now they're on the Challenger Series together. And you can tell he's not putting any pressure on himself. He's not trying to prove anything to himself. He's just trying to have fun.
Yeah, this is a great chapter in a really famous career. Watanabe now.
Got himself a carve to kick this one off. Comes back around again. So he needs something big. It's an 8.03 excellence to get through this heat. But this one, it's just hitting a bit of weird water. He needs a steep, big moment on this inside section. He's trying to get over this. And you can tell a bit of frustration there. So with 25 seconds to go, we are going to lose Taro Watanabe unless he can do something crazy on the inside section here, which we know he can definitely do, but with 15 seconds to go needing excellence, it might be story over for Taro here.
One of those frustrating heats. You know, I think there's nothing worse when you don't really even get to showcase your best surfing. There were moments out the back. Carlos will ride out of that wave, having done the job. And what a great performance by the Costa Rican, but Josh Kerr gets it done with an 8.17 clobberfest on one of the biggest sections we've seen today.
What a heat that we have had between these 4 surfers. I mean, Ian Gavea as well. He was surfing with so much speed, so much grit behind him, especially on that first wave. And we were surprised it was a left as well, but Josh Kerr just with excellent moments. Carlos just keeping us on our toes, trying to get back to that championship tour for both of these guys. And there is the final result. We are going to go to a break. We'll come back with Ronnie and Rich, taking you through the next couple heats.
Welcome back to the show here at Merewether for the second round of competition for the men, the round of 64. We're seeing the seeded surfers enter the lineup now. Surfers who've made the championship tour before and have been pushed back onto the Challenger Series for some, rising through the ranks and looking to take that first step on the road to qualification for the CT. It's fun watching these battles unfold. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Rich, you've travelled this road yourself. It's a difficult one, and often, you know, these are the hardest heats and some of the biggest heats for these young competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. For those coming through, they're meeting guys that they've been watching on the championship tour, and it's intimidating when you're actually coming up against those big names. As a newcomer, you've got to settle and you've got to tap into that hunger and really concentrate on your own game, not be fazed by the outside noise. And the surf is actually a leveler today. Because it's so big and junky, you can just focus in on what you need to do out there in the water.
Yeah, seeing some of those experienced heads, though, rise today in tricky conditions and get themselves the results that they need to stay alive. Everyone's talking about it. You know, difficult conditions today, but a good-looking forecast for the rest of the window into the weekend. Should be crowning our champions in some pretty quality conditions. Great lineup here. David Silva, he's been to the CT, surfing in the red jersey, representing Brazil. He's figured out the formula and getting himself back to the CT a number of times after getting bumped off, so we'll see how he fares. Jarvis Earl, former World Junior champ, seen him take up a wildcard opportunity on the CT before out there in the blue jersey. Kaius King getting his first full run at the Challenger Series after fighting some injuries, and looking forward to seeing the return of this guy, Kalohe Andino. Over a decade on the championship tour, a couple of top 5 finishes for him. He's made a bunch of CT finals and also represented the USA at the Olympics. He's one of the best, campaigning to get back to the CT. So let's see if he can put it together in this one. A 5.17 on that second ride. Also got a throwaway in the mix, but the only surfer with a score on the board so far.
Yeah, this heat is stacked. Bookended by a couple of former WCT competitors. I actually spent a bit of time with Kalohe the other day. He's just staying down the road.
How's he going?
Yeah, he's going really good, actually. Travelling just solo. He's doing his own thing. He's obviously got the family at home, concentrating on sort of establishing his new brand that he's doing. A lot of the other stickers have fallen off the board, but he's really tapping back into that hunger for surf. So engaged. He does not miss a heat. He's always watching the broadcast, whether it's Challenger Series, even the local qualifiers, which he's been competing in over in America, but he's ready to go. He wants on. Surfing's looking really good again.
I know someone more engaged than Kalohe.
Go.
His old boy, Dino Andino. He would be watching this one. Called a lot of events with Dino. Dino travelled the world campaigning as a tour surfer as well. Would have no doubt spent some time here in Newcastle and put together some good performances in the event, and no doubt some great performances out on the town. But big shout out to Dino and Madison, Kalohe's wife, the whole family always getting right behind his campaigns, and Kalohe sacrificing some time away from his young family as well, welcoming a third child soon. Yes,
yeah, they are expecting child number 3. I'm not sure if they're going to finish there either. They might be. I think they've got more to do. But yeah, no, Kalohe, the fact that he's just travelled over here and really campaigned for a spot in this Challenger Series, the first event, I think proves the intention there. We saw him on the Challenger Series last year. Some frustration creeping into some of the judging calls and the scoring, and just, you know, things weren't really going his way. But he seemed a lot more settled and relaxed just within himself. Checking out his quiver. The biggest board he brought was a 6-footer, so I'm sure he's riding that out here today.
Yeah, and Dino, for me, Rich, he's one of those seasoned campaigners, much like Sally Fitzgibbons, who, you know, has proven to be a mainstay on the CT over a decade and some for both of them. And the new formula with the cut really killed their momentum as championship tour surfers. So they'd be reinvigorated by the changes that are coming in 2026 with each of the campaigners, you know, getting the full schedule really to show what they've got. And yeah, we'll see if Kalohe can get back there. Still got plenty of good years left in him.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's well, mate, he was he was toe-to-toe with John through those early stages in the career there. And just it's crazy that he never cracked the Championship Tour win. But as a junior and as an up-and-coming through the NSSA ranks, he won everything.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a whole room just dedicated to trophies, no doubt. Probably a storage unit as well. Here we go. Some movement on the outside. I guess the thing is, for those seasoned campaigners, yes, you've got the reps. Yes, you've proven you can get to the last heat at the Championship Tour level at different stops all over the schedule. But when you're trying to get back to the CT, you know, you're up against a hungry pack of talented newcomers. Jarvis Earl, really accomplished and starting to get through a few heats at the Challenger Series level as well. Had a semi-final over at the US Open last year. And only 20 years of age, this surfer from Cronulla has showed some real talent and has had 3 regional QS wins in recent times as well. So he's on the way up, as is Josh Kerr, who survived that opening heat and gave us the highest scoring ride of the day so far, AJ.
Highest scoring ride indeed. We're going to get to that wave in just a minute, but first you were just analyzing how much easier it is to pick out the good ones from up here. How'd you find them in the water?
Yeah, it's a washing machine out there, to be honest. You would never really choose to surf those kind of conditions out there. I was kind of like channeling my inner ABB. They send us out in some crazy conditions down here in these board riders battles, so I was like channeling the Masters division of that.
Well, you certainly mastered this division here today, the 817. Talk me through that wave.
Yeah, it was I could see it stood up. It actually was kind of like a late drop in a way, and then just kind of got to the lip. I felt like it was kind of like a soft turn, and then I just saw this kind of big left coming at me. I was like, okay, just a big Larry. I saw Morgs do a good one in the free surf, and then all of a sudden, just foam everywhere, and then I somehow shot out. I felt like it was like that Margie's end section just push out, so I was stoked to get in front of it after that.
And it's been so fun to just see your reinvigorated energy here with Sierra to come onto the Challenger Series. Now that you got a few heats under your belt, how are you feeling?
I don't know what to think of it, to be honest. I thought I was way past all this, so I blame it all on Sierra. It's on you. But somehow I'm here and having fun, so it's pretty special to do it with her. And bummer she lost out the other day, but I'm sure we're going to have plenty of fun this year, just kind of appreciating every moment of it so far.
Well, enjoy this one right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for the performance. Thank you, AJ, for the interview. Interesting. We commented on it, you know, that Sierra's going to face some challenges this year, and, you know, every single one of these competitors has become accustomed to losing the odd heat here and there, but Josh is just going to be the great leveler for Sierra emotionally, because he has been there. He's suffered those tough early round defeats, and, you know, he's also going to show up that if you persevere, you can get through some big clashes as well. As we get to the Burton Automotive replay here of Kais King, so good to see this guy looking fit and healthy and ready to go. Doesn't get much out of that wave, Rich, but he's had a rough couple of years when it comes to injury.
Yeah, he really has, just suffering a couple of bad back injuries that have really crippled his campaign and the consistency of the results, but you can't deny the performance of this guy. He's an absolute weapon. He's got some big moves. And again, for me, he has that real power foundation that I like to see in a well-rounded surfer. Really well over at NIAS last year. Great result.
He had a couple of good runs on the regional QS as well. You know, he's had some... He's cracked the Challenger Series a couple of times, but, you know, that first year just didn't get a full go at it. And he took a long time to get himself right. He didn't rush it. He worked really hard. I'd see him around Byron Bay just cruising, riding a single fin, when all his contemporaries were really just sharpening their tools and, you know, going for explosive high-performance moves. He was kind of forced to take a bit of a back seat as we see David Silver here. Silver, just one of those guys that was bumped off the CT after stop 7 over there at Margaret River. Had a really rough go on the championship tour this year, but has shown that he can get himself back there. He got cut the past couple of seasons. And with surfing like this, he's going to turn in a solid number.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score for David Silva. The Burton Automotive replay, let's check it out here. Bring it all the way through to this first section. Tags it, look at the spray. Sends it skyward, and a real indicator of the power in that turn. Comes through to this next section, weaving through. Little tight redirection off the top there. Then it bowls up again. Jeez, he's good on the backhand. It really is his strength. And again, all the way through to the inside, glides over the roof of that one, and then does well to get the final finishing turn.
During the replay, we had this ride for Caius King on the outside.
Yeah, big lump of water as Caius just ducks and weaves, stays really close to that foam, waiting for the wave to wall up again. What's it going to get on the inside? Just weaving back and forth, keeping the speed going, always searching for that section. Nice slashing turn. Comes around again, solid stance. The wave cleans up. Caius, another smooth wrap off the top. And that'll do it.
24 years of age from Byron Bay. He's another young campaigner that we've been watching come through the ranks since he was single figures. Rich, he was a bit of a phenom as a Grom, and now starting to live up to all that hype. He and his younger brother, both fantastic surfers. Rasmus, see quite a bit of them with their old boy around the north coast of New South Wales, where they live.
Yeah, they're fully immersed in the whole culture of surf and music and skate, and you know, the boys both play in a band, and it's all legit. You know, it's all genuine. They love their cars. Really, the epitome of the kind of surf street lifestyle. It's really cool. Razzie getting into some acting as well. Both the boys actually into some acting.
Yeah, just over 20 minutes to go here, and Caius has got a score on the way. Yeah, David Silva's an interesting study, Rick. Has cracked a CT final. That was in 2021 in Mexico. He lost out to Jack Robinson in that one. But one of the most winning surfers in this second tier of the WSL competition. Had a victory and a couple of finals at the Challenger Series level, but you know, it's just been a force when it comes to those major qualifying series events. 8 QS victories. He's won some of the biggest ones.
Yeah, he's an absolute weapon, and you know, it's no secret. His specialty is that beach break style of surfing. You know, obviously growing up in Brazil, very accustomed to those type of waves. Got an incredible air game, but real explosive off the top. He gets sends a lot of spray off the board.
Well, you've been down to his region, Sao Paulo there, and competed yourself.
Yeah, I have. It's a beautiful region down there. Plenty of beach breaks. Down at Guarujá there. I've competed there a number of times. Beautiful part of Brazil. Real surf energy down there, very passionate. And I guess we see a lot of passion coming from all the Brazilian surfers on tour. They've been a force and have managed to secure most of the world titles over the last decade. David obviously getting pulled along in that slipstream.
Yeah, still pretty young. We've been watching him campaign for a number of years, 30 years of age though, and not ready to give up on his dreams of chasing down big results on the championship tour, which we love to see. 6.67 for him. He's got the highest single ride of this heat so far. Jarvis Earl back in 4th place after a 5.23 to get the second. Chloe Andino with priority on the outside, holding onto a 5.17 in a good position to make a strike at that #1 position at the moment. But Chloe Andino, he'd be loving the thought of just getting into a couple more events, just especially with the announcement of those extra stops. Yeah,
you know, if he got a crack at the Pipeline event, that would be that would be one that he would definitely be favoured for. Had a lot of experience out of Pipeline in Hawaii.
Yeah, so with the addition of the extra contest, stop 6, stop 7 there, you now count your top 5 results from the 7 events on the schedule. And it's I think it's a real positive too, Rich, for those competitors that in tricky conditions like we had today, fall out of the mix early. They have a bit more time now to recover.
Yeah, definitely. The extra two events, it gives you a little bit more breathing room. It was very, very crucial when it was only a 5-event tour that every result was a keeper, was a counter. And now the points are going to be spread out a little bit more. We're going to see a few more winners on this tour, but definitely having Pipeline and then bookending it again back here at Newcastle. Great addition from the WSL and the CS Tour. Looking pretty sweet.
It sure is. Well, out there in the lineup at the moment, just on 16.5 minutes to go, the Brazilian David Silva hanging on to the lead. We'll see if he can stay there after the break.
If you're coming down to the event, you have got to check out Vycobi. It is an incredible brand. This surf gear is so legit. It'll keep you warm, it'll keep you dry, it'll keep the sun out of your eyes. So come on down, check it out. I am here with Adrian Langley. You and your husband started this brand more than a decade ago. Tell us about your passion.
We're just absolutely rapt to be here and part of the Newcastle SURFEST that has such an awesome history. We've loved the amazing artwork that they've given us to work with, so we've got some really cool merch.
Adrian, thank you so much for what you and Vycobi are doing. I can confirm this jacket has been fantastic. So if you're coming on down to the event, gotta come check out Vycobi. If you haven't heard of them yet, you will.
Can back AJ up on that. It's been a bit of a cold snap this week, and those big Vycobi jackets have been incredible. Heritage across a large range of ocean sports, including surf, obviously, but paddle, sail, and foil. And Adrian and the team doing a fantastic job. As out in the lineup with just over 13.5 minutes to go, we see Jarvis Earl loading up for something big down the line here. The 2022 World Junior Champion. Doesn't make that connection true to the inside, but have talked about this guy. He's a winner and has a whole heap of talent, no matter what the conditions are doing. But Andino, during the break, Rich, found some room to move and showed his class.
He sure did, finding one of those rare ways where you can connect a couple of turns together, and just the fist pump alone shows that he's in this. The emotion's there for brother, and it's a replay of Jarb's wave. Finds a little left here, ducking and weaving, waiting for this wave to stand up, but it just never really eventuated. Tide has turned. It was around 9 o'clock low, I think, thereabouts. So the water's starting to fill in.
Yeah, there's something happening out there with the conditions too, where there just seems to be a little bit more length in the rides as far as finding scoring opportunity goes. Those walls are standing up a little taller for the competitors, and we're going to see a few waves claimed today. And it's not the celebration of the best surfing these competitors can throw at you. What it is the celebration of connecting with a wave that actually offers a room for a combination.
Yeah.
And you know, every heat is so crucial, Rich. Every heat is a step closer to qualification for Kolohe Andino. You know, he's trying to let the powers at the top end know that he is worthy of more opportunities in Challenger Series events if wildcard spots become available.
Yeah, exactly, because you know, he hasn't actually earned via points a secure position on the Challenger Series for the entire season. So he's going to be looking to bag a really good result here. He'll start campaigning, and yeah, we'd love to see him in a bunch more of events this year.
Well, he got 3 events last year and managed the quarterfinal at the US Open. Saw him finish 42nd. That's a hell of a lot higher than a lot of people who competed in all events on the schedule last year. So Andino at the moment powering to the top end of the order as we see Edgar Gragia start to make his way out over that tricky rock jump there. Mitchie Ross, the local, he guided me over the rock jump the other day, and he just quickly exited and got himself out in the lineup, and I trod in a pothole and cut my foot. That was last year, but it's a tricky one.
It is a tricky one. Yeah, you've always got to go right round the back of the lineup today, behind the pool there. And well, our ski drivers, they're earning their keep today as well.
Yeah, it's chilly.
It was 10 degrees, I think, when we got down here this morning. On
Celsius.
dark. Yep, 10 degrees Celsius. All eyes fixed on what the ocean was going to deliver. Here we go, up and riding. Jarb, just a quick in and out. And expecting big things from him. He has really been touted as, you know, one of Australia's big hopes coming through the system. He's already got that World Junior title. He's had a couple of good runs at qualifying events, as you said, a couple of victories there. So really, he's on track.
He sure is. You know, has what it takes in smaller conditions to still turn in really good scores, great air game. But he's been impressive when the swells picked up, and in, you know, classy conditions has gotten the jump over some really solid fields in those regional QSs. He's got work to do here at the moment though. Only a couple of throwaway scores for him. David Silva, Kolohe Andino, the 2 surfers with that CT experience, are holding it down really. They're in the positions of power with the big numbers.
Yep. Yeah, the heat hasn't really even started yet for Caius and Jarvie. They're going to have to put a good number on the board. 7.5 for Brother, and David Silva a 6.67. Brother's already backed up his first score. You know that David Silva, he'll no doubt do the same. So it's 2 waves still required from Caius and Jarvis. 9 minutes on the clock. It's time to get going.
Rich, you no doubt competed in a bunch of SURFEST events yourself. Might have some movement here on the outside. I'll come back to that. And it's a solid set wave standing up here for Kolohe Andino. Gets the big drop out of it. But then opts out as Caius King looks to capitalise on the end of this ride. Nice opening turn. It was a solid section. Rips through the carve. On his way to potentially his best score here. If he can get a finish on the inside, this could go pretty high. Section stands up. Just a few redirects here. Gets a nice backhand hit out of it. As this one fizzes away in deep water on the inside. So he'll chip away at the requirement here. Likely he'll get the score to momentarily jump ahead of David Silva.
Big takeoff here from Kolohe, and he just has to hit the eject button because Caius was above him on the priority order. So Caius hits that first section. Tricky one to ride out of, but he does well. Big open face carve. Redirect, starts bringing it back left. It is anything but straightforward how to ride these waves now. You just have to be so intuitive on where this wave is moving and how it hits and travels. bumps from over the reef break, back into the inside zone. Great vision here from up above. Just see Caius navigating through all these bumps. There's a beautiful pathway to that arc. And the redirect left. Wave stands up, gets a nice little hook on the backhand, and the wave peters out. So some great drone work there as well. It is just soupy out there at the moment. But I think, Ron, as this tide fills in and the waves drop, I think we'll start to see all this energy focus more in towards the point. These inside waves will really start to stand up, but definitely challenging this morning, which I like. You know, these are the, if you want to be the best in the world, you've got to be able to perform in all sorts of conditions. And I've surfed this event so many times, and so many times I've surfed it when it's been like this.
What are your earliest memories of coming up to SURFEST? Were you a competitor when you first made the trip up here, or just come up to watch? No, it was when I was competing. You know, first during the ACC days, and then when this event was on, when SURFEST was on, it was over at City Beach. All the energy was there, and you know, I'd seen my heroes, you know, compete at the top level, at the CT level. Your heroes? Like Tom Carroll, Martin Potter, and then, you know, after that, Kelly, and then seeing that whole era go through. Barton Lynch, Damien Hub, and all those guys, you know, they were the guys from the Northern Beaches that I looked up to. And then sort of myself and Justin Cook, there's a whole bunch of us from the beaches that started competing here as well. And just, you know, it's always been a surf town. They've always appreciated surfing here. And but my memories are that you needed to be ready for anything. Always wild conditions. It could be small and close to the rocks, or it could be way outside, 6 to 8 foot, like we're seeing conditions very similar today. So you have to be ready. You've got to be prepared for anything. Yeah, it's a great setup. There's fantastic beaches here, obviously a number of them. But yeah, the original venue for SURFEST over there at City Beach was a solid one. About 2006, they moved the event down here to Merewether because they had a massive south swell hit. And Nico Padarat and Rebecca Woods won the event that year. But all the surfers were just loving the conditions, and Warren Smith just opted to move the event here, and this has really been the home for it ever since. And it's given us some great moments, and we'll collect a few more in 2025. Oh yeah, absolutely. I do remember one famous victory that Mark Occhilupo got over Tom Curran. As the tail goes, you know, beautiful conditions for the start of the final. Occy knew that the southerly buster was coming up the coast, and he got a couple of absolute screamers on the board before Tom had even taken off. The southerly buster hit, and Tom just struggled to find anything decent, not got the win. Yeah, famous victory. Yeah, got the call from a mate saying it's coming. And southerly's already hit down in Sydney, so got the work done quickly. 4 minutes remaining here. We see some of the competitors formulating game plans to attack this lineup, which has just proven to be so tricky for the competitors. Haven't seen a lot of massive heat score totals. Dropped a couple of good rides here and there, which makes Kolohan Dino's numbers look pretty impressive. The fact that he kind of turned those numbers in relatively early in this heat and has been in that position of control for some time. Jarvis Earl has a number on the way, which is going to help his case here and chip away at the requirement as we dive into the GWM recap. Oh, big backhand hook there to David Silva, and he's got himself momentarily into second place. That's not guaranteed. With some good surfing here, the former WCT competitor relegated after the Margaret River event. You can see the form. You can see why he's been a bit of a fixture on there for the last few years. Fallen off a couple of times, but he is a champion, Challenger Series specialist. And then this is Kolohe Andino. The American here just looks so sure-footed, steady.
in complete control on these soupy waves. Really hard to keep the board engaged and the rails clean. And Caius King, the Aussie, up around the Byron Bay area, he's fighting back at the moment, looking for something to really dig into. This is his comeback ride. He's just found a number of sections all the way through to the inside, going right, going left. But it's all about that fast reaction. When those sections just stand up, these surfers have got to be willing to really take advantage and attack right at that moment.
2 minutes to go here on the outside. We got some movement from David Silva, who's got a 6.67. He's been waiting some time for this wave. Just gets into it now. Just trying to generate a little bit of speed for a hit here. Climbs up over that white water. Doesn't need a whole lot to get himself up into second place here. Just a 2.97, but that wave is unlikely to do it. He's going to get back out there with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go and look to save himself. Swinging on an insider now. And again, the wave just not providing the face that he needs to dig into a couple of those trademark backhand hits. Andino on the outside.
Oh, that's a big hit.
He's been solid with the timing so far in this heat. Beautiful start, clean carve. He's trying to better a 5.17 and he's probably already done it on this wave. Just seems to be standing back and just patiently waiting for each of his rides to come together before he gets on the attack. And now he's found a good floater through to the inside, risks it all on that final turn, sets the fins free, and that kind of risk will be rewarded. This has been a strong heat from Andino. And he's going to easily improve on the 5.17 and likely put up a number that's pretty similar to his best. On the outside, Caius King. He's trying to hold off the fight from Jarvis Earl, who might be about to get himself ahead of Caius on the scoreboard here. So Caius really needs to lock into some good turns here on the inside. Looks like he's aware of it. Sticking with this one. Is this wave going to stand up for him? A lot of white water to deal with. Now he's got some open face and really wants to get the timing right here. Climbs up over that final section. Does well to get back out in front of it. This one's going to come to a close now. And we will be waiting on the numbers to come through for Andino and Caius King in the dying stages here. David Silva had a busy end of the heat, but not sure he was able to get himself into a wave that is going to provide him any kind of score to progress through this one.
Check out the Burton Automotive replay. This is David Silva, a little foam hop to start things off, bit of a swooping cutback, and it hits the eject button. And then this is Kolohe's wave. Watch this first connection. Bang, committed to the lip, airdrop, reconnects, sets that rail, big swooping turn, and just the smoothness of that turn in amongst all this junk and rivets on that wave was just beautiful to watch.
So classy.
Brings it all the way through at this point. Kolohe knows there's about a minute on the clock, so he just milks this ride all the way through to the inside, gets the foam climb, jams it in the pocket, almost loses the fins, gets that release, but the recovery was fantastic.
It's a little glitch in that final turn, but the only reason he glitched is because he was pushing so hard. He was giving it everything, and it just feels like that, to me, was the best wave that we've seen today.
I think so. I think that's going to be a big number. Caius got another one as well. He was looking to replace the 3.83, which I feel like he did. I think he's going to put a few more points on the board, but Jarvis dropped the 5.23.
There it is. Numbers coming through for Andino. Rock solid, 8.5. And he's going to be happy with that. No doubt that is a healthy heat score total, 16 points. Bumps into Bronson Matey there and Jarvis Earl. And he did move up into second position momentarily, but we're still waiting on a score for Caius King, which might see him bumped out of that spot. And the judges, I think, are making some replays. Mitch Ross on screen there, who coached Carissa Moore. Obviously, there's some big finishes on CT. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood replay for Caius King here.
So Caius, he needs a 6.1 on this wave big open swoop on a foamy section and then gets the rebound.
Not much in that.
Not much in it, but then he brings it all the way through to the inside and gets that connection. So a lot of downtime through this middle part of the wave. We know that the judges are loving those big outside committed manoeuvres. It's incremental points that you're adding on the inside, but I'm just not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, well, we didn't get to see a couple of Jarvis's rides there, but he chipped away and got himself the numbers he needed, a 6.43, 5.23, and Kais King falling just short of the requirement at the later stages of the heat. So Jarvis hangs in for second place, but the big story there, Kalohe Andino on fire. More big heats coming your way. Plenty to get stuck into in the city of Newcastle, and today our competitors getting stuck into tricky conditions here at Merewether for the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Heat 6 hitting the lineup now. Edgar Gragia pushed back from the Championship Tour onto the Challengers. The Brazilian, he'll be hungry. Kajiro Nishi of Japan out there in the blue. Jorgen Kuzane representing France. He is going to be in the white. Here's a replay of his opening ride taken during the break. Also in this one from Portugal, Afonso Antunes. Should be a good heat.
Yeah, great match up here. I did like that first snap from Jorgen Kuzane. He layback hack. I like it. He's been a bit of a fixture on the Challenger Series the last couple of years. He's made some big inroads with some solid surfing, and yeah, one to watch for sure.
Taking up a couple of spots in CT events as well, so we'll keep an eye on him for sure. But an impressive performance in that last heat, and the healthiest heat score total of the day, Vaughan. Kalohe Andino on a tear.
Yeah, Kalohe on fire. And we heard Ronnie this morning describe the conditions a bit like a Rubik's Cube, and you're like one of those freaks who can just get it done in like 2.4 seconds, mate.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I was really excited coming into today. It was just a lot of action. My wife even texted me. She's like, you love that stuff. You know, just wind swell. And it's generally when you get to surf by yourself when it's like this. So I always surf conditions like this at home, and I texted her back. I was like, yeah, I know. I hope I break my board. It'll make even a better story.
It's a good point, isn't it? Like, you know, attitude, paddling out into a lineup that looks like that, like just having a positive attitude about it can be such a big advantage.
Yeah, well, that's always a big advantage. A lot of little violins going on on the QS or in the Challenger, or even on tour. You know, just tiny little complainers whining all day. And attitude counts. You know, like look at Italo. You know, he'll just eat you alive in any condition. So it's yeah, I was excited.
Mate, let's talk about the surfing you did out there, because you were just perfectly in sync. If the section popped up, you were sort of approaching it with speed. You got the opportunity to really let go of some aggression. How'd you do it?
My 7.5, I definitely nursed it. That wave was really good. I guess it was good, but it was hard to surf because it was foamy, so I had that like sudsy feel where my fins weren't really setting in, so I just survived it, and I tried to sell it, and I got a score, so I was stoked. And then my last wave, it was just the wave, really. I got to, do this like lip glance, and then the carve felt good, so yeah, I was stoked they like it. It's even doing the regionals the last couple of years, it's hard to get 16 points, so I'm really happy to get that.
That's cool, man. And yeah, I mean, getting through a day like today, there's a lot to look forward to. The forecast looking fun.
Yeah, it's always a heat, you're always, it's always tricky, and you got to pick the right wave and all that stuff, no matter what it's like. It's even similar to today, but excited those west winds are coming, and hopefully the waves are sick for us tomorrow.
No violins here, mate. Just slash lead breaks, just cutting loose all over that liner.
Yeah, thanks. No violins, yeah.
Well done, mate.
Love to see it. No violins, but classical stuff from Kolohe. Big rail carves, just clean stuff. He knows that he's got more, like so many of these competitors to do, but today it's not kind of about that. You don't have that freedom on these Walls Ridge, so you got to kind of dial it in. Certainly if you get the opportunity, lay into some of your best stuff, but yeah, all the competitors have so much more to give you and to give the panel, but I just think today is about being smart.
100%, and there are competitors that will get excited about these sort of conditions, and Kolohe is one of them, and there are sort of specialists that really kind of rise when they come down and they go, yes, this is unreal. Jake Patterson, my travel buddy, used to be one of them. Whether the uglier the ocean got, the more excited he got, because he was like, yes, I know how to tame this stuff. Up and riding here.
Yeah, this is Kijiro, Nishi, the Japanese competitor, who had a fantastic run on the regional QS for Asia. Finished second behind Bronson on the ratings, but Bronson obviously got himself that World Junior title, so that opened the door for another surfer from the Asia region to get themselves into the mix here on the Challenger Series. Let's have a look at the replay.
Okay, Kijiro up and riding here. Nice clean snap on the backhand. Comes into this foamy section, does well to get that hit off the top. Full redirection here. It jumps away at the board. Another way to keep that momentum going is just to keep that pumping motion. And watch this, he almost creates his own lip by carving down and then getting off the bottom turn and back off the top again. And outside, this is Edgard. Just waiting for this one to stand up. Recently dropped off the championship tour. Bang, hits the lip there. Immediately cuts back into that whitewash section. A little mid-phase carve. Stands up again. Edgard hits the lip. Slicing and dicing all the way through to the inside until the wave finally loses its steam. And then Jorgen up again, the Frenchman, going for a left this time. This one stands up. Beautiful vertical hit on the backhand. So that's going to be a good number.
Hanging on for the finish there. On the outside with priority, Afonso. Waiting for his opportunity to drop a good score as well. Nishi, he put a 4.33 up. The 26-year-old. And we are still waiting on a score to come through for the Frenchman. Tricky conditions. You were talking about just, some competitors, Rich, just getting a little bit down when they see conditions like this. I was just reflecting on some of the former champs here. 93 champ Barton Lynch. He was always one that, remained positive and saw an opportunity when his rivals were groaning about the quality of the surf to, get positive and get on the attack.
I remember clearly, you know, as a young grommet, I'd come down to Manly, and I lived about half an hour away in Mossman, the suburb, you know, east of Manly, but actually grew up there as well, and I'd have to get the bus down and ride my bike down.
I thought your dad dropped you off in his Rolls Royce.
He did occasionally as well. Big shout out to Dad. He's probably
Did you get him to
watching
drop you like a block before the surf?
I'd be like, Dad, let me out here. But my point is that whenever I'd come down, you know, Manly the beach could be empty with no one on it. The surf absolutely horrible, and BL was out there. A couple of boards on the beach, just always into it, you know. And there's something to be said about a positive mental attitude and seeing opportunity regardless of the conditions. Because two people have to get through each heat. You just have to make sure you're in that top two.
Well, here we go. Afonso uses priority on this one. Didn't get a whole lot out of his first wave. This is a smaller ride, but he sees some opportunity in it. He likes the way it's lining up with the inside, and he may have picked a good one here. Oh, does well to stay on his feet. Hardly got on top of that section, and had to kind of deal with some pretty heavy impacting water there. Still climbing and chipping away at this one. When you reflect on what we're... strong finish there on the inside. Loses it in the whitewater. When you reflect on some of the bigger numbers that we've seen today, though, Rich, not a surprise to see that they've come on the bigger set waves.
Yeah, on the bigger set waves and the big committed turns on the outside. So Afonso here just cutting back, sticking with this whitewash section. Just a bit of transition work, rail to rail, as he works it all the way through. So nothing major to this point. You watch the Stone and Wood slow-mo, just really getting a good look at the technique and the form.
But the competitors, they've got to be careful to really be taking notes on what the scoring trends are through the earlier stages of the day. I mean, you can save a ride with an exceptional turn on a medium-sized set or a smaller insider, but the turn has to be on another planet.
Yeah, 100%. And the judging criteria does stipulate, you know, the commitment to the most critical sections on the biggest and or the best waves, committed, turns done with commitment and flair and flow. And certainly Alfonso did a lot of hard work through that midsection, got that big kind of lip glide where really couldn't have gone too much harder at it. And then that turn on the inside as well. But it's all about adjustments today and finding these moments.
Yeah, Afonso, 4.77 there. And yeah, I think even if he rode out of that final move on the inside, there would have been some restraint from the panel. Good surfing, but it just feels like with priority, a wave that small is probably not the ticket.
No, these ones that stand up, that outside manoeuvre it's imperative if you want to bust into that sort of 7 and even into the excellent scores. As Afonso takes a little ride on the water escalator back out. There's a big rip running adjacent to the rock shelves here on Merewether Point. It gives you a little bit of a lift straight back out the back. This is Jordan Guznet on screen. Frenchman out in front at the moment with a decent score. That's 6.17. That's the high wave of the heat so far. Bit of work to do on the back up, the 3.5. But it's Edgar Grogier with priority at the moment, and he needs to make a sensible decision on this next wave. Get back into this heat.
I think he will. As we see in the blue there, great speed from Kijiro. 26-year-old, not a natural red, but he's moving with a lot of speed. He looks fired up, that's for sure.
Reminds me of our late great friend John Shimauka, who used to always turn up with a different coloured hairdo.
Yeah, the Shmoo. Edgar, oh man, he would have been looking at a really decent score if he was able to stick that. Great commitment to the section. He had a really tough go at it on the championship tour through those first 7 events as we have a look at the replay here, Rick.
Okay, comes around this section, late to the party. and that wave just slaps him down. He gets eaten up by that whitewash, and just, yeah, shows you just by a millisecond. If he'd gotten up there a fraction early, possibly would have made that turn, put a big number down.
Yeah, Edgar didn't get past the third round of a CT heat this year. It was really tough going for him. To his credit, though, just maintained a really happy disposition and was super positive and lapped up the experience. I think that'll work in his favour, because when he gets back to the Challenger Series, he can reflect on great moments in 2024. A semi-final finish in Bolito, a quarter-final finish at Ericeira. The 28-year-old. He looked good on the CS last year. As we see a replay of the French surfer, Jorgen, who had a 6.17 on the backhand earlier, is kind of begging for this one to stand up, or ramp up. He's got some big turns he can go to on that forehand.
Yeah, at that point, I think he was just going, no, this is not going to replace my 3.5. I'm out of here. I'm going to have another crack at it. But yeah, it seems to be something that happens when these surfers graduate to the championship tour. If they do get relegated, they seem to come off with bigger moves. Something happens when you make the championship tour. It sort of evolves your performance and evolves the magnitude and the strength of the way you position your turns and you perform your turns, that you're bigger, so that when you come back to the Challenger Series, you sort of come back with a bit more swagger, just knowing that your performance has been pushed by the best in the world.
It's just a product of the company you're keeping, even in the free surfs, really. So we'll see if Edgar can rebound here. He is back in fourth position at the moment with just over 18 minutes to go, and we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and I am down here with the absolute froth lords of the Aussie Tour. First it was the treble, now it's the Challenger Series. It's the Bonsoy board caddies. How you going, Groms?
Good.
Are you frothing?
Yeah, frothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Now listen, let's have a quick chat to you guys, because you've got a very important job looking after these elite craft that the surfers get their scores on. Who have you carried boards for?
Oh, to be honest, I've tried to caddy most of the people I don't really know, but I've kind of forgot their names.
Okay, that's fair enough. What about you, mate?
I've caddied lots of people. My favourite was Jacob Wilcox.
Jacob Wilcox, that's cool. What about you?
I've caddied a lot of people, but my favourite one was Callum Robson.
Yeah, I've also caddied heaps of people, probably one of the Slippin brothers.
Oh, nice one. Yep, they've surfed very well in the early stages of the heat. What about you?
I caddied Dave Silva.
Oh, wow, David Silva and?
Ian Gentle.
Ian Gentle. Wow, you guys have really done a great job looking after some elite athletes on the Challenger Series. Tell me something, what is your dream as a Bonsoy board caddy?
Probably to caddy for the tour, CT.
For the CT one day? Yeah. Mate, the pathway is here. The Groms are starting on the Challenger Series, aiming for those CTs, just like our surfers in the Challenger Series. Well done, Groms. You!
Bonsoy on top!
Bonsoy on top! You!
Yeah, Vorno. And well done to the Bonsoy caddies. Doing a great job and rubbing shoulders with the world's best. Back to live action out there in the lineup. Kajiro Nishi, the young Japanese competitor. Well, he's one of the veteran campaigners, actually. Still relatively young when you look at the dinosaurs in the booth for the call. And Nishi's in second spot at the moment in a qualifying position. And these are the most difficult heats. Rich, you can talk to it. Just you've got multiple competitors in there. You've got a busted up lineup, and you've got to try and find two quality waves out there. Towards the later stages of these Challenger Series events, we do move into head-to-head competition, and the chess match becomes a little bit of a clearer strategic plan for the surfers, especially guys like Edgar Gragea, who've just had a bunch of CT heats. As he looks to bring one through to the inside, just committed, did a bit of work on the outer section, hoping that he can find a steep, high impacting shore break to attack here. And here is,
oh, that was a wild wave.
Didn't look, just hideous. Ugly as, and he doesn't even really get the payoff for committing to the inside.
Okay, so outside, this is Edgar just carving through that opening section. Clips the second turn, and the third one shows a bit more rail commitment, carves through it, and then just does a bunch of tic-tac work all the way through to the inside till he gets to this warped out section. I think Alfonso's a little further north now, up the beach. And here's this little inside bit as the wave just totally warps out.
Yeah, it just turned ugly there on the inside.
Not a bad wave for Gragea. He is going to definitely put his best number on the board. 3.8 is his high number at the moment.
You can see he's got those, you know, clean rail turns that he can go to, but the rip just wreaking havoc with his plans for turning in a couple of good hits on the inside there. So he's playing catch up here. Jorgen finding a left to turn in his best number, the 617. A couple of solid backhand hits, kind of heading back in toward the rocks there. You can see this wave here at Merewether just trying to take shape. It is flattening out at different stages, and then if you catch a wave that pushes too far north, you've got to surf into that rip, which we just saw Edgar dealing with just over 12 minutes to go. And Afonso is out there in third position, and Afonso needs a 2.56 at the moment to get up into second. Pretty close one when you look at the scores. Kuzane is in a good position with the 617 to build on his heat score total. Mentioned those wild card runs that he's had, well, opportunities as a replacement surfer to get himself into some CTs.
Yeah, always a valuable opportunity to go and compete at the highest level, get a little taste of competition as a wild card. It's a new mindset when you come up against those championship tour surfers. They will give you nothing.
Yeah, here comes Ed. 4.67 up in the second spot now. We'll just see, you know, if his competitive smarts can come into play. He's the most successful surfer in the water at the moment when it comes to big results on the Challenger Series. He'll look to use that experience to shut out his less experienced rivals who are, you know, again, Nishi we've seen before. Afonso, haven't seen too much of him, and look to take the advantage here experience-wise and shut it down.
Yeah, well, if you look at the high number across the board, Jorgen with almost a 2-point advantage, and then everyone else bunched up and around that mid-4 zone. So this thing is wide open from second to fourth. And Guzne has a real good opportunity here with one more good wave to just lock his position in and move through to the next round. That P indicating that he is at the top of the priority order, which gives him free rein over the next wave that comes through, should he choose to take it.
And loving just how clear the skies today. Last time we had competition underway, it was a grey day. There's a lot of fog. You can see way south, right down toward Redhead. Fun coastline to explore, and even further south of there, getting down to the central coast, or the southern end of the central coast. You got unbelievable waves.
Don't tell everyone.
Nah, just like the entire East Coast. It's the ultimate place for a road trip. It's got to peek around every corner and see what the sandbars are doing. 9 minutes remaining here, as we see competitors gearing up for the next clash. That was Winner Vincent hitting the lineup.
Yeah, great surf up from Queenscliff down there in Manly.
Another one of the young Aussie crew who had a wildcard opportunity this year, Rich.
Yeah, he did. He did. Great experience for him. You know, he's, again, similar build to George Pitter, and a very, very stylish surfer, and one of my favourites, up and coming. Had eyes on him as well as one of the young grommets coming through Manly. Had a little growth spurt. He's a tall lad now, but hasn't lost any of that form and that style. And he's got a real calm head on his shoulders. Did incredibly well over at the World Juniors, runner-up.
Here we go, on the outside. Big opportunity for Jorgen here, but he's a little late to the section. He opts out of that one, trying to improve on a 3.5. To really just take control, ultimate control of this heat.
Drops in late and doesn't have enough time to get to that lip, so he hits the eject button. So, well, you can call it a priority error, but really he was just trying to make the most of that big section that was standing up, and if he had gotten there, it would have paid off.
Yeah, from what we saw in the earlier stages of today, you know, priority could really work against you. As we see now, Afonso on the inside. Again, just kind of chipping away on a smaller one. Linking it through to the inside, and maybe identifying that some of these smaller ones tend to make it through to the very inside position. Don't have that big rip tearing through them.
Yeah, Afonso might have got some work done out the back as well. You heard a few little whistles there, generally an indicator that it was a good ride. He seemed pretty stoked with it, so this might be about halfway through this wave. Redirects left, kicks off that whitewash. Then brings the energy right through to this inside section. Shore break starts to loom up in front of him. He tags it well.
Did well with the flat section there, as we see Edgard on the outside. He's got to be careful here. In second position, but well within reach. With just a mid-range 4 and a 3.8 in the bag. He's got to watch Nishi, who's going to beat him back to the takeoff zone here, get priority over him with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's definitely not safe. Let's see what happens. Just tries to get onto that inside rail, but that wave just closes out in front of him. There was no opportunity there.
Kuzane, the heat lead up, is up on the outside. Still, he's been looking to get rid of this 3.5 for most of the heat. And he might just do it on this ride. Section standing up here. This wave's starting to take, well, I thought it was starting to take shape on the inside, but he's opted out of it. Just under 6 minutes to go, and you can see there it just didn't really hold its form through to the inside. I think he made the right call.
Yeah, bumpy takeoff. Quick cutty back into the foam. Watch the seal pop out of the wave face here. Another rebound. Sammy Seal's been out there all morning. And this wave looked like it was going to start standing up, just patiently waiting. It doesn't. Kuznets just looking down the line and just anticipating, always reading what the waves are doing. Seeing opportunity. And this is where, days like this, it's really when ocean knowledge comes into play. Your ability to not only pick the right wave, but once you're on them, there's so much change and disrupted line when the waves are heading towards the sand. You've got to be able to just read it perfectly.
Well, obviously the competitors are watching and kind of still identifying that the southern end of the comp side is where the real opportunity lies. I think there's that big, deep section of the gutter to the north, and quite often the waves aren't making the connection through to the shore break, so no one's really taking a chance on exploring a section of the lineup and having it to themselves. This heat's been an interesting one as we dive into the GWM recap here.
This is Nishi from Japan, currently down in 4th place. A couple of nice turns, but yet to find that wave where he's gets to lay down a big, decisive, impactful move. Bring this one all the way through, gets the rebound here, the redirect, and then gets the backhand hook. Gets it off that foamy section. This is the Frenchman on the backhand as well. A little tuck under the lip there. And then he gets a beautiful hit. Love that turn. That is the moment, standout moment of the heat so far. Alfonso just working these waves all the way through, finding his opportunity. He's out in 2nd place at the moment, but far from safe. With only a small backup score, and there just hangs on, does well. Get through that one, the former CT surfer, Edgard. He's found a couple of nice waves. Bring this one all the way through. Beautiful carve here. Sitting in 3rd place at the moment, ready to strike. Looking for his opportunity to jump up the ladder and try and progress. Wonky little section through the inside. Bit of a scrappy heat, this one, Ron.
Yeah, Edgard, you can tell he's looking for the CT level turn on the outside section, but he hasn't made it stick yet. He's taken off on the bigger sets and looked to commit to throwing down something huge. If he can make one of those bigger turns, I think he jumps up into the #1 position probably. But at the moment, a few falls have cost him. He committed to waves that didn't eventuate onto the shore break, and that's pushed him out of the top 2. As we see Nishi up, there's a solid backhand hit. It's going to climb over this foamy section, try and get another hit in. Survives the 2nd turn. And he is looking for a 4.18, might be on his way to the number here. It was a clean bottom turn, top turn combo on the outer section, and there hasn't been a whole lot of quality surfing to celebrate in this heat. The conditions are really making it tough for these competitors. As we see on the outside, Kuznets still trying to get rid of this 3.5 to shore up his spot in the next round. Flat sections here to deal with, knows that it's an oncoming section coming his way, and does well to get a solid turn in, and celebrates the fact that he was able to tee off on it. 1.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, that'll be all she wrote for Kuznets, and I get the feeling, we all get the feeling that he's done enough. He's probably going to replace that 3.5 now, and he will be secure as we come into this final minute of this heat. But we're owed a couple of scores here. Nishi, he got that little right hand up.
Yes.
Only needs the 4.18.
Surfed it well. Kazuri Nishi, I like the way he really drew that bottom turn out, accelerated off the bottom. I think there's probably a level of forgiveness that the panel will give some of the competitors if you catch a little bit of rail today. Obviously, you'll score better if you don't, but there's just so much to contend with in the way of just the texture on the open face. That rip tearing through this lineup, And we are waiting for the numbers to come through for the Japanese surfer, and they are looking good. 6.33, doesn't just move up into the top 2, takes the lead with 25 seconds to go here.
Wow.
Kuzane pushed back into second spot. He's still got a score on the way, but the pressure's going to be on Edgar Gragia and Afonso Antunes, who are both going to be now looking for numbers. As this heat comes to a close, will they get the opportunity? Edgard out the back, nothing coming his way.
I think so. Now it's just a battle for who gets the top billing, and I get the feeling we're going to see Jorgen possibly jump back into first position with this next score to drop in.
4.5 required for the Frenchman here to get ahead of the Japanese competitor. His numbers are looking good. They're starting to come in on the scoreboard now, and it's a 5.93. He gets himself the win. Kajiro Niji, he won't be too disappointed with that. It's a second place finish for him, and he'll survive this tricky round of 64. Afonso and Edgar, they'll have to rebound the next Challenger Series stop. We're gearing up for a break here. Myself and Richie Lovett will step out of the booth, and we are going to bring in Stace Galbraith and Jessie Starling to continue the conversation. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We are well underway in what has been a massive day of competition down here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, rolling straight into another heat here in the round of 64. Welcoming in for the first time today, I'm Jessie Starling and Stacey Galbraith. Welcome in.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, it feels good to be here. Appreciate you letting me have a sleep in.
Yeah, anytime. We know that he needs it sometimes.
Yeah, definitely pretty busted up. No, I had a great morning. Had a function up on the road at the Beach Hotel with the Merewether Surfboard Club, and it was great to see a few old heads getting around and a few young grommets getting stuck in. But yeah, it's been a good morning down here at Merewether.
I feel like Merewether would be fizzing this morning. This is their bread and butter.
Big time. Big time. This is just another day at the office for these locals.
Taking a look at heat number 7. It's a big one. Geordie Lawler taking on Winter Vincent, Aidan Mazenkamp and Dane Henry. So 3 Aussies taking on the lone South African in this one. And big names from our country in this one.
Yeah, I mean, for you, your boy Geordie, North Nara, you've got to be feeling good about his chances. And then young Winter Vincent, this is going to be a massive start to his year for him. And then we've heard a lot about Dane Henry.
We have.
It's time to see if he can do it on the big stage, which I think he can.
And catching up, this heat is well underway. Dane got us started just with a bit of an up and down there. You can tell he's on a bigger board. It's got different colours to that one we saw him riding in that opening round heat. where he was super impressive.
Yeah, well, he's surfed a few heats through the trials now, and now the opening round heat. So for the rest of the crew, or at least the gents in red and blue, this is their first time surfing a heat this year on the Challenger Series. So Dane's coming in the most warmed up, that's for sure.
He's up and riding again here, loves to catch lots of waves, steep wall, heaps of speed, trying to get around it. Unfortunately, that one just going into that deeper water had a lot of potential at the start of it, just getting in a little bit late there for Dane. He's that type of surfer who surfs super mature but still has that catch lots of waves Grom mentality.
Yeah, I actually thought it was sort of lining up the tube there. The way he dropped into the wave looked like he was on a right-hand sand bottom point. I thought he was going to be on for sure, but that might have been a little too optimistic to think that at the moment. It's pretty wild out there.
Yeah, and thinking about Geordie Lawler, this event, you know, we always come to the East Coast. We come around this Greater Sydney region. We're so lucky to be down here at Newcastle this year. We're going to be back at the end of this Challenger Series season in March. Last year, though, we saw a Challenger Series down in Narrabeen. Yes, it's my hometown. I'm gonna mention it. And
you gotta own it.
Absolutely.
When the tour comes to the Goldie, I don't shut up about it.
Well, Geordie took out as a wild card, took the win there last year. So made him finish in that top 20, then went on to compete in the rest of the Challenger Series season last year, finished in the top 20, so didn't have to re-qualify.
Yep.
We haven't really seen him in a jersey other than a wildcard spot in Burleigh since then.
Yes, yep, that's true, and it's there's two ways to look at it. There's a lot of time off to train and get better, and there's also a lot of time just out of the jersey, and you can, there's plenty of contests to get your skills up around the country, but like we've spoken about a million times already, that nothing really compares to being on the big stage and being at these events. But I want to ask the hard question here. Geordie unfortunately didn't qualify. And so this is, he's not the first surfer to be in that position before. We have seen it happen in the past, but I'm really curious and I'm excited for him to see how he can bounce back this year, because there's so many different ways you can qualify for the tour. You can be really consistent, you could have a big win and kind of back it up, and unfortunately he didn't quite get around either of those two pathways last year, but he's definitely got the talent to do it. He can win big events. We've seen it on multiple occasions, Australian Open, Narrabeen, like you said, Challenger Series event. And, I think that all that time off, he would have had a lot of time to think about this heat.
Oh, absolutely. Before we get really into this heat, though, Vorno, you're down with the heat winner of that last one.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, Jorgen, it's a bit like a prehistoric elephant out there, mate. Wild and woolly. But you just whacked a saddle on that thing and rode it to a heat win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, I don't really like waves like this because, you never know what you're going to get, and sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't. And I know, the Japanese KG, he got a good one at the end, 633. I was like, oh no, maybe I deferred. And then luckily I got my last one. I don't know how much I got, but then I went out and someone told me that I won the heat, so I was pretty happy with that.
It's tricky, man, because not only are the conditions hard, but you're only sort of getting snippets of information over the loudspeaker. So trying to construct a strategy is really tricky, and you just got to rely on what you're doing.
Yeah, I know I got a left, so I was probably thinking maybe have a 4-5, 5-5, maybe a 6 if the second turn was good, because I didn't know if he did it well. But yeah, to be honest, I didn't know anything about the scores. At the end, I went to speak with my friend Alfonso, and he told me that I had a 6. So I was like, oh yeah, that's good. So maybe if I have another one, I'll win the heat. I'll win the heat. Sorry.
That's it, man. And we've got clean conditions ahead, so it's great to get through that round. But your surfing over the years, man, it's had so many standout moments. It feels like this could be a really good year for you on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, because every year I'm starting the year like, hey, yeah, I'm going to qualify, and then I ended up missing by one spot or something like this. But to be honest, I've never felt my surfing like this. I just felt like I'm surfing better than ever. My boards are feeling really good, so this is a big change for me. The last few years I've been struggling a little bit to find magic ones, and at the moment I'm on really good equipment, so yeah, I feel like this is going to be the year.
Well, let's see what that equipment can do when the waves clean up.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's do it.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Thank you, brother.
Awesome. Thanks, Vorno. It's definitely... that's a huge part of our sport, obviously, is equipment, but especially on days like today, when you can back what you're surfing in some pretty big, unruly conditions, it makes a massive difference just mentally as well.
He didn't want to say it, but he said it. and you have to back yourself in. Is my point. You have to own it. This tour it can have its moments of really challenging conditions, and today is one of those days. But you have to put it together over a full year. And Jorgen should absolutely feel like he is one of the best guys on this tour, because he is. And it's so hard. You don't want to jinx yourself, but you've also got to back yourself 100%.
Geordie Lawler up and riding on his first wave. Oh, Finn's still slipping away, but he manages to pull it under, get the finish. He's looking for more through this inside section. Belts it in beautiful Geordie Lawler fashion. Great way to kick off his campaign here.
Yeah, that was a really well identified wave. Gave him a few opportunities.
And now Aiden out the back. Oh, just pushed a little bit too hard, hit a bump, and that board just slipped away from him. But I feel like that was shades of really powerful surfing, what we're going to see from Aiden Mazenkamp. Unfortunately, after the second event last year on the Challenger Series, did his MCL, didn't get to compete in the rest of the series. So this is the first time we've seen him post-injury. And from the regional tours, some highlight I saw, he was looking really impressive. What do you like about this one, Stace?
Yeah, I think I can see what Geordie's identified here. Sort of those bigger waves that they don't offer a lot out the back unless you get a lucky section. And this one had a lot of energy on the inside. Unfortunately, had this little moment here, which I don't know how the judges will kind of break that down, but what it did do is it kind of put him behind the section for the rest of the wave, and it gave him some nice steep opportunity on the inside, which is what Geordie Lawler's surfing really suits. Tight, technical surfing, and got him a few opportunities on the inside, so it's certainly a good way to start this heat, particularly considering where everyone else has started. No one's really got something on the board yet, so for Geordie to get a 4.33 out of that, a 3.83, hey, it's not a huge score, but at least he's got something to work on there. And I think there's probably two ways you can go about getting a decent score today. It's finding something that gives you a lot of love on the inside, or finding something just big and angry and gnarly out the back and hitting a section that is like, board and body threatening.
Oh, yeah. So the judges kind of deeming that turn and the slide out of the fins as a bit of a mistake. So I feel like that they probably held the score back from there. That it did put him behind the section, I agree, a little bit, and allowed him to tee off twice. But, yeah, he's probably going to need something massive, considering what we saw from Josh Kerr earlier this morning. They're the moments. We spoke about this on the first day, like those moments that make you feel something, that's when you know a good score is coming through. And
I think, too, that the strategy of just sort of sitting out the back and maybe picking a big, ugly section. Ian Gavea had a couple of attempts. He couldn't land one, but if he did, it would have been a massive score. If you fall, you're straight back out the back again. Geordie's probably still paddling back out after that 3.83, and it's a long paddle to hear 3.83. You're not super fired up on that score for how much effort you had to put out to get that number. So I think we'll probably look to see Geordie adjust here on that next exchange. I can't see him going a wave like that again in this heat. Yeah, well, we were talking to Dylan earlier on in his post-heat interview, and he was saying it's at least a 6 or 7 minute paddle back out. That's a massive paddle back out. How important do you think, when you're at your home break and it's big and it's wild and woolly, like how important do you actually think it is to spend the time in conditions like that? Oh, everywhere around the world you have to surf it in waves like this. That's what makes the good days so good. not even learning about how to surf a heat and stuff like this. It's just you got to get after it in every condition, because there's always something to take from it. And everywhere around the world generally has something like this nearby. Maybe your local beach doesn't look like this all the time, but particularly in Australia, there's a coast that's probably southward facing and picks up a big angry swell, and you can go and get after it whenever you want. It's not inviting, and your filmers probably won't film you because you're probably not going to get a good clip. But what you get out of it is, so much just ocean knowledge, and that's what makes your John Florences and your Owen Wrights and those kind of guys so good when the waves are good, is because they know how to dissect the ocean when the waves are bad, and that's the beauty of it. Yeah, I feel like you're very well known for your coaching, and I was very lucky to do a few sessions with you in my comp. Oh, you had some era. Standout moments. Big pro junior campaigns. But the one thing you always hammered into all of us was ocean knowledge, and especially on those big days at D-Bar where you just want to paddle out next to the wall, go through the middle of the beach. And I truly hated that, because you just feel like the oldest, angriest coach on the beach, and it's sort of a bit football player mentality. Aiden Mazenkamp here, Jess. Here we go. Bit of a clean wall, goes into a foamy section, and a little bit of frustration there. Kind of came into it and bottom turned where that foam really did start to cross over with that clean face. So wave selection, unfortunately, letting him down. But sometimes when it's like this, it is a real gamble for wave selection. I didn't want to, hone in on it too much with his first wave, but he had the mistake on his first wave, and it was bigger mistake than what it felt like at the time, just because of the section that he had, and he wasn't able to capitalise on it. Like, we haven't seen a lot of clean green face today, and as you mentioned, he probably just pushed a bit too hard and was pretty fired up, to rip in. But if he was able to get that completion on the first wave, he'd just be in such a better position right now, obviously. And I just hope that he can find a bit more green face, because it's certainly turbulent out there.
Wow, big first serve from Geordie Lawler. That's more like it from the server from Narrabeen, but gets knocked off his feet. Can't make it into that inside section. So potentially a little bit of a mistake there, but you'd have to think that one big turn would at least match his high score.
Oh, I think it will match, and it will go well above. And I think that's now his heat set up. He'll just take that as feedback from the judges. Okay, I got a 3.83 for this. He's probably going to get a mid-range score for that. I'd say we'll just see him like we kind of thought might happen. He's going to keep sort of attacking that big section out the back, and then see what happens there. Obviously, he fell. It's never nice to fall on a wave. You'd rather kick out than fall off, but I still think he's going to get a good score.
Here we go, Dane Henry, trials winner. Just a quick in and out there for Dane. Someone who's been super quiet in this heat. Winter Vincent came off a really strong result at the start of the year, second in the World Juniors. To me, was probably one of the standouts there, but let's break down this one here, Stace.
Yeah, it's awesome setup. He obviously got into the wave nice and early, but he needed just to kick on the tail to wait for it to get a little steeper. And just, the commitment and the technicality of Geordie's surfing is he's one to watch, if you're, aspiring young goofy footer looking to do our backhand Rio on a right. Like, the way he squares up his shoulders and how he twists off the bottom, it's sort of that sort of stuff gets lost in conditions like this. You probably don't need to be that tech. You just need to be bulldog and hit the lip and get it done. But Geordie's, he's never going to compromise that. He's always going to make it as hard and as difficult as possible. And I hope the judges, I think they will appreciate that, because there was certainly a lot of risk in that one turn.
Aiden staying super busy, but it's just wave selection there, and you can tell from that drone angle shot how much water is rushing out the back of the foam. Dane trying to get a little bit more going in this one right now in some deep water. He's trying to get through this inside section. Here we go. Big oncoming section for Dane Henry. Love the way he just is able to just click into an explosive gear. The drop of a hat comes through this inside section. It's all about these big moments today, capitalizing on those big sections. Goes over but goes down. So another wave where we just have one big moment at the start. Loved that first serve.
I know exactly what he was thinking there. He's got backhand full rotations on lock.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the most consistent aerialists. Winter, very consistent surfer as well. Super quiet so far in this heat.
Yeah, but I think he'll be fine. The really only good score so far is a 6.17 from Geordie on that one big turn. I think Winter's one turn there will kind of go be closer to that than the 3.83. So I think it took him a while to get going, but I don't think he'll miss out on too much action. Lovely turn there from Dane. The only issue was didn't really give him the moment at the start of the wave. The judges will definitely take that in mind, but I was watching him come through to the inside here, and obviously the wind's howling into the lefts, and super hard for mere mortals to do an air, but Dane Henry does airs in his sleep, and that was just such a buttery little section. But you're thinking, okay, I'll just put a score on the board. He probably does airs easier than he does turns. And a lovely big turn there for Winter Vincent. He's a big young lad, and he certainly put his whole body into that section. But again, just the one turn, but at least he'll be back out the back pretty quickly, and he can start to build his heat out from here.
So what kind of coach are you if you're coaching today? Are you grumpy old Stace paddle out through the middle on the beach? Or
grumpy old Stace doesn't dictate that. The conditions dictate that, and where the event is. But no, I mean, one of the coolest things I can remember from being on the World Tour and coaching was actually Julian Wilson in this conversation that we're having about, kind of toughening up, I guess. And I don't like to use that term lightly, because, surfing can be life-threatening at times, and it's tough enough as it is. But I think we'll check in with Aiden here.
Yeah, there's just one big turn, but
we were in Portugal, right? And it was 10-foot super tubos. It was really gnarly. That's a really solid wave. And you can just run up the beach without getting your hair wet and just jump out. First heat of the day, Julian Wilson just ran down the stairs and just ran straight out the guts and paddled straight out the middle. And I was like, that's the toughest thing I've ever seen. Big turn there from Winter Vincent, and I think the judges will enjoy giving that a good score. It's certainly better than sort of, 10 little turns through the inside. They'd much rather see one big turn out the back, and we've seen that from Geordie already. And here's a replay here of Aiden's wave. Did well to manage that drop, but as you can see, there's just so much going on in the ocean right now, and he gave it a nice turn, but unfortunately just came unstuck.
While we have a bit of a break in the action, we are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. Back half of this heat is coming right up.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitcovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
It's big, wild and woolly out there today, but that makes for very big, impressive surfing. I'm Jessie Starling in the booth with Stace Galbraith. We've had a lot of action go down in this heat so far, but right now it's been one big turns that have been the major standout of this heat, and it's Geordie Lawler with the highest wave score so far with just one big turn.
And it was a great turn at that. And then we've seen the Grommets try to follow suit there with Dane Henry and Winter Vincent get a single manoeuvre of their own for a couple of high range fours. We saw some beautiful drone shots there of the coast and then of the beaches. And I think once we get through today, Jess, I think we could see a real life version of that over Friday, Saturday. You know how the saying goes with dragons and princesses and what you've got to do to get the good days, and I think we're going to get there.
Aiden Mason-Kemp here looking to get a score on the board. Big section, floats it and goes down. Landed that little bit too straight-legged, unfortunately, there for Aiden. He's really trying to get himself a score to get himself back in this heat. Out the back here, Dane lands airs better than he does turns, I agree, more consistently. He is so good at airs. He's coming through this inside section, belts it, and lets that one route. He just rides out perfectly for Dane Henry. He's just so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dangerous here for his competitors. That air won't get a huge score, and by Dane's level, it certainly wasn't that big. But just the fact he got some completion and he got some wind under his board, and he can kind of feel now, like, okay, how strong is the wind? How steep are the sections? How, what do I need to do better next time is what he'll be thinking now. It's sort of, this could go anyway now, the rest of this heat. I mean, essentially, he did nice to identify that section, but it didn't kind of prop him up. It wasn't steep enough to get him going really high. But nevertheless, him feeling that sensation, even on a small air, I think is, he's 1 from 1. And he'll go from here. And then Aiden, I really feel for him on this wave. Like, every surfer has their strengths. And every surfer has their, easy strength, where it's easy for them and maybe hard for other people. And then Aiden's strength is he has one of the most beautiful frontside carves in the business. Massive, massive gouges on the rail. He can hold it for an eternity. And I really think on that wave there, he was kind of fanging down the line looking for that. His foot placement was set up for that. And then that section kind of came out of nowhere at him, and it was just a complete different maneuver to what he kind of was probably telegraphing in his head. And it's an awfully frustrating moment when that happens, because you want to do something, and the ocean says, nah, this is what you've got to do. And quite often you get kind of caught out like that, and it's a shame, because him on the open face in big, unruly surf, he knows he's got more to deliver here.
Catching up with a replay here from Winter. This is while we're in the break, so 2 turns there, disappears quickly on that second one. Nothing crazy out of control on that wave, but Winter for that one big turn on his first one, that was a 4.93, so he's only chasing a 4.03 to move up into that second position. That last wave, you were right, Stace, Dane, it was only a 4.13 for that air, but to me, I watch that and think, who goes out there and is looking for ramps?
Well, it's a good question. I think that the contest surfing can sometimes, particularly in 4-man heats at least, take that equation out. But I look around this town and I think, you know, the free surfers of the world probably wouldn't paddle out here. But if they did, that's what they'd be looking for. Here we go. We're going to see it. You can say that's what the kids are kind of eyeing off. It's just because it's in deep water and not shallow water, the ramps aren't going to be that good. But with the wind, the way it's blowing and the size of the waves, we could see a crazy air today. I think back to Italo Ferreira in Portugal. That was one of the wildest airs you'll ever see, with how hard the wind was blowing and how he spun his board to make that air. And today's not too dissimilar to that. The waves aren't as steep as Portugal, but it's the similar kind of unruly ocean where if someone can land something like that, we're going to see a massive, massive score.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it wasn't as windy, but when you think of Griffin's 9 as well over there at Margs, it's not what you typically think. 10, thank you so much, his 9 was the barrel. It's not what you think you're going to see in conditions like that. And so when you come here today, you think you're going to see big moments, but here and there, and then a bit of downtime. So I agree, if someone can go out there and just do something out of control that you're not going to expect, it's really going to send that scale through the roof.
Yeah.
Looking to scores though, 9 minutes 20, Winter Vincent with a 6.27 on his last wave. So 2 big turns, got himself the highest wave score in this heat so far. So Geordie Lawler now down into second. So the 2 Northern Beaches boys up in those 2 top spots. Winter getting second here last year as a QS, took out some really big names along the way. And you know, we were both lucky enough to be in La Union at the start of the year, and he was just so impressive in the World Juniors.
So impressive in the World Juniors. He looked like a bloke competing against younger kids.
Yeah.
He was on fire. Huge turn there, and just getting back to his competitive savvy, the ability for him to kind of mongrel up and ride out of that second turn on the 6.27, like that could be a heat-winning. I guess it's not really a decision, but it was a heat-winning moment. If he falls there, he's not in first. He's still probably in third. But for him to kind of find the strength and just the determination just to get out in front of that wave, obviously, you know, he's taken home a pretty good score for it. But no, I agree. He's definitely growing up a lot, and he's surfing really strong. But yeah, back to the point about like what manoeuvres are we going to see? Look, in 35 minutes in a 4-person heat, round of 64 at the first Challenger Series of the year, we probably are going to see a lot of traditional surfing.
Yeah.
It's probably a little too risky just to go out there and say, oh, I'm just going to try airs every wave and look for a ramp. It's just, there's just way too much going on out there. But there are kids like Dane Henry that it wouldn't surprise me to see them be a little more risky than others. They are kind of that wild card flavour. You know, he come through the trials, he's kind of got nothing to lose. He's got the talent to do it and back it up. So, yeah, those kind of surfers, I think we will have a bit longer of a leash. But it's a wild, wild ocean out there. It looks relatively friendly on the TV. When you get eyeballs on it, it's gnarly.
It is. And they are so far out to sea. And I was looking at that drone angle shot, and it looked like they had started to move up the beach a little bit more. They're not in that traditional corner bank. Aiden having a look at this one here. I'm really intrigued to see if he can fight his way back here. He's such an incredible surfer, and I agree, he's got that strength of this big open face carve that we can all watch time and time again, especially when he's on a point break and he just gets to layer on rail consistently. Right now though, it's one of those oceans where it really could just go any way. It's not like you always have a game plan out there, but it's one of those days where the game plan can very quickly just go out the window.
This is a full Mike Tyson day. Everyone's got one until they get punched in the face. And today's a punch in the face out there. And I think that's the beauty of surfing. Like, you have to, cliche, but you have to be just surfing the wave that's in front of you. As we see, like, yeah, really cool drone shot here of Dane, like his positioning. Those big wash-through sets come through. You know, he's being well guided there. You do not want to follow the sets out. You'd just be too far out. And the steeper, better shape waves are probably under a little bit. So, it's interesting to see the different strategies at play here, but I kind of like where Dane is sitting at the moment. I think he's a better chance at finding a steeper wave a little further in. The hard thing is, though, that huge gutter that's just in front of him comes up a lot quicker when you're further in. But I think that the angle that he has at the minute, I think I like it, particularly with third priority. He's away from everyone else, and the further you go this way, actually the shallower it gets. But the more kind of death-defying it gets as well. There's like some crazy closeouts down there. So we'll see how the next 5.5 minutes or so unfolds.
Yeah, we love this Newcastle flight cam. We've just had all these amazing shots from them all throughout the day. We get a real feeling of what it's like to be out there, these big clean-up sets coming through, and it gives you that moment where you're like, oh, that one's going to hurt when there's a big clean-up set coming their way.
I mean, it's not like Margaret River where it's a clean-up set that will, maybe hurt you and keep you underwater for a while, but it's just big and foamy, and it's just more frustrating than anything. Dane Henry.
Yeah, just a quick in and out there. So you said it perfectly, Stace. He's sitting that a little bit further in, but look how quickly that wave hit that gutter. So it is such a cat and mouse game, I feel like, today, of finding that perfect position. He's having a look again here. We know exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, he's just a little late to the section, unfortunately, but you can tell exactly what he's thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking one thing. He wants to go to the air. And if anyone's going to have the make rate, it's definitely him. He's one of the most renowned aerialists coming through in this generation. But yeah, a bit late here, Stace.
The hard thing too, or the fun part about breaking down these heats and everything is, like you said, you can go with the game plan and it can all fall out the window. Every single one of these guys in this heat is capable of doing what Dane's doing, for one, but Dane's also more than capable of doing what they've done. And I would hate to think that he's putting himself in a position now that's sort of unfair to his total display of surfing. He could just sit out there and wait for a bomb and do one turn. Like, his heat's not over just because he needs a 5 and he's going to start trying airs every wave. He could get a 5 so easily.
Here we are, the GWM recap. It was Geordie Lawler kicking us off with one big turn there. 617 has him in second place, and it was a beautiful turn at that. And Winter Vincent in this one, Stace.
Yeah, it's a beautiful big set wave. You can see he suits it. He's got a big, tall frame, and with that time remaining in the heat, that was his first wave. He knew he just needed to get a score on the board there, Jess.
Dane Henry, he has caught so many waves in this heat. He's up to 9 waves. Hopped over this section, got himself a really nice crack in the pocket there. Love the way he just drifted on top of the lip. Came through to this inside section, was chasing more, and when Dane looks left, we know he wants to take to the sky. We've said it time and time again. He's so consistent when it comes to the air, but got there just a bit late and went over on a turn. And Winter got himself the highest wave score of the heat here.
Yeah, I just love the determination there, just to ride through that wave. He just refused to fall, and it's just the attitude you got to have on a day like today. As we see Dane Henry's backup ride here, it's a really nice aerial. However, just the height, unfortunately, didn't quite get up there with the judges to get really excited on it, and it was a pretty modest score, and that's due to the first turn not being as big as probably what Dane would have hoped.
Back to live action, 3 minutes to go. It is Winter Vincent. He's holding down that top spot. Geordie Lawler chasing a 5.04 to try and get back in that first place position, but he's got a real dark horse of Dane Henry. This is what happened while we're in the GWM recap.
Wow, Aiden, you can just see his beautiful classic surfing sort of DNA in his body. He wants to get to the bottom of the wave, do a big bottom turn, and rip off a couple of huge big turns, but unfortunately not able to get that done here. As we see the games being played, Geordie Lawler with first priority. He'll be looking to just ask Dane how his morning was, I guess.
What's it like when you're working with athletes like Geordie who have been competing for a long time now, and they come up against these young up-and-comers who have just been spotted, to get there on that championship tour?
I'll let you take this wave away, Jess.
Yeah, Geordie on a left here. Big floater goes down on a pretty meaty section, so they moved up the beach, and this is where those big death-defying sections really do start to come into play.
He did 50% of his job there. He obviously held Dane off the wave, which was perfect timing because he actually wasn't sitting next to him for that long. He literally just arrived on the scene and took that wave off him. But unfortunately, he really needed to do the double there, which is take the wave and then convert.
Wow.
Which is what Winter Vincent has just done here with his priority. So, Geordie's done, like I said, half of his job there, but the real kind of the benchmark of using that trick is take the wave and better the score. And unfortunately, he fell off, and I think you know, I'd like to say that I hope that won't be a fatal mistake, but he's definitely left the door open and he'll know that. Oh my God, look at this inside.
So much water moving up the face there for Winter. So that turn, though, that was huge. That was exactly what Geordie wanted to do. And like Winter, he's taken it to the beach, fair enough. I wouldn't want to paddle back out again with there's only 1 minute on the clock. But
well, grumpy coaches on the beach, go back out there, there's plenty of time.
Get back out there.
No, that's a well-surfed heat there for Winter.
Definitely. So door open for Dane, chasing a 5-1 Aiden, and it is that kind of just grom on your inside who you really don't want to get the wave. Looking like Aiden was up and riding on that one. We'll catch back up with him. He was chasing a 6.83, which seems like a big score, but it's not too much for a surfer of his caliber. Here we go. Big first turn, a lot of water coming down, and he gets it. Wow, he gets the ride out there for Aiden, comes back around, see if he can find himself an inside section. We have seen a couple lefts really come into play today. Scores have been locked in. Thinking of Ian Gavay, got himself close to a 6 on one of these lefts. He's going to need an inside section here. Patiently waiting for this one to stand up. He's kept his speed all the way through. Tags that one on the foam and gets a bit of a 2 for 1. So, wow. Aiden Mazenkamp, wow. Doesn't get the completion on the last turn, but gets some really nice stuff done before it. He was out the entire heat, and now he's made his way back in.
Wow. That was a sensational last-ditch effort there from Aiden Mazenkamp. I cannot wait to watch the replay.
Talk about keeping your cool and just not giving up. And I just didn't think he was going to get him. So I just thought it was one of those heats where you just want to forget about and never think of it again. But he just...
It's similar to Dane needing a 5.18. Aiden the 6.83. Like on a day like today, they're kind of the same score. One big turn and then see what happens with the rest of it. And his inside section was crucial to that ride. I don't think he would have got there just with the turn out the back. But as we just saw, it wasn't just a turn out the back. It was a beautiful turn out the back, as well as some turns on the inside. Do you want me to just talk from here while you wait for this score to come in for George?
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous for you, and I'm nervous for Geordie. And I think, you know, on the flip side of that, I think it's a pretty awesome effort there from Aiden, as we see. Might have looked a bit better on the screen than how it actually looked in the real life out there for the judges, because the scores have been pretty modest. I think your boy's going to be safe here.
Yeah, it looks like Geordie's going to get this one. And I think, you know, that was really close. I thought that score was probably going to get there. There was a lot. That turn out the back was huge. It was so risky. He fully disappeared. It looked like he went below sea level at one point there, but it is going to be the two Northern Beaches boys, Winter Vincent and Geordie Lawler, moving on through. And Winter, this is great for his campaign this year, and for Geordie, a bit of confidence there. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with heat number 8 of the round of 64. See you guys soon.
21 years, Burton Automotive have been proud sponsors of the Newcastle SURFEST, and this year they've brought down GWM, Hunter and Cardiff, and a couple of GWM Tank 300s to the contest site for you to check out. With us is Deb from Burton Automotive. Deb, what are some of the magical features of the GWM Tank 300?
The responsive steering is amazing, 2.4 diesel engine, pulling capacity 3 tonne. Plenty of space for any weekend getaway. And you can also customise any of the accessories that we have from Burton Automotive.
Even when you're relaxing, you still get pumped up to take these things on the road.
Absolutely you do.
Now, to celebrate Burton Automotive and GWM Hunter Cardiff's long association with SURFEST, we're giving away a genuine 1978 MR Retro 20. You kidding me? All you got to do is like our social media, get a selfie with a GWM car, tag in your post with 3 friends, and you could win. Make sure you tag Burton Automotive Group.
Just when you thought the tank couldn't get any better, you put Vorno in one and it makes for a very entertaining ad. We love Vorno. We're back with live action here at the round of 64, heat number 8. This is Oscar Berry actually up and riding in what it looks to be a very stacked heat. He'll be taking on Matty McGilwray coming straight off the tour. Luca Messinas trying to get back there, and Adur Amatrian from the Basque Country, and Oscar Berry finishing off a very nice first wave there, Stace.
Does Vaughan get to come on the weekend getaway that he mentioned? Does he come with the car?
I'd hope so.
Hope so. Great, great,
so fun.
Great chat around the fireplace. OB, there's a couple of big boys in this heat. They're gonna love this big open ocean. Oscar is definitely one of them. He'd be stoked to get his campaign underway nice and early here with just a couple of swooping turns. Didn't quite get the vertical face that we saw in the last heat until he got through to the inside, but nevertheless, just to feel your board out and get through a couple of nice arcs here. This early in the heat, we saw a few competitors today take a while to get going, so I think Oscar will be pretty stoked with this ride. And he did get the nice big steep finish there. He looks fired up, Jesse.
Oh, and to get that one all the way through on your first wave, I mean, yeah. That's a great opening ride. And this is Luca Messinas getting his campaign underway. This is while we're in the break as well. 2 cars to start this one off. Hits a bit of foamy water, but it's looking like it's going to bowl up again here. And wow, belts it. Has a bit of hang time up the top there as well. Comes back down for Luca Messinas. So 2 really nice rides to get this one underway. But wow, we haven't seen Matty McGilwray have a full season on the Challenger Series since 2021. And or in a Challenger Series heat actually since 2021. Last time he competed here was when it was a Championship Tour event.
Yeah, he's had an incredible run on the Championship Tour the last few seasons, and miraculously every time he needs a big result, he pulls one out, and he did have a big result this year. He got the second at El Salvador with the All South African final with Geordie Smith, but unfortunately couldn't sort of support that big result with other numbers, so he's found himself back on the Challenger Series here. But it is the pathway back to the Tour, and it's a pretty good pathway this year, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. What do you take on the new season, the 2 new events?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, it's it wasn't that long ago where there was 8 or 9 events, and then obviously we had COVID and a few restructures and stuff like that. So to see it go back to 7, to be honest, it feels like the absolute right thing to do, and it's kind of where it should be if you really want to try and qualify the best surfers in a variety of waves, and obviously look, now you can't go past stop number 6 pipeline in Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, adding that, it just feels right. It feels like there should be a Challenger Series event in Hawaii. Everyone talks about it. It is the proving ground, but we're here at Newcastle. We move over to Bolido for that next event in South Africa, then to Huntington Beach, Ericeira in Portugal, Saquarema in Brazil, then to Pipeline. That's the big one. And then we're back here again to round out the season. So we'll be here in March next year to tell you guys exactly who's qualifying for the 2026 schedule. And then people who qualify for that championship tour just go on to this absolute dream tour. There's no cut. You get to surf a full season. So you'll start your year at Pipe next year, on the Challenger Series. And then if you qualify, you'll finish your year at Pipe.
So good.
So
good. Yeah, it's, obviously Hawaii's, the proving grounds. It always will be, and you've got to learn to compete there. You've got to learn to fit in with the community there and show your skills off. And it's a hard thing to do. It doesn't come easy. It takes time. And yeah, these like men and women that are going to get that opportunity, like a 30-minute heat out pipeline with no one out is like 3 months worth of free surfing. Like, you know, the amount of opportunities that you're going to get. So, yeah, it's really awesome, and yeah, looking forward to seeing the year play out.
Yeah, for a lot of people, it's their first time probably ever having a proper session out there as well. You know, talking to Charlie Stokes, she's never surfed pipeline before. So the importance of probably getting over there before the event, you'd have to think would be pretty high.
Yeah, and like chucking my coach hat on, like I wouldn't let that daunt you out too much. You've got to start somewhere. Go and find yourself a big left closeout and just start pulling in.
Oscar Berry up and riding. He has been doing some absolute barrel chasing himself recently, doing a big long stint down the south coast with Dakota Walters, just chasing some heavy water slabs, getting more comfortable, which meant he was super excited for today, and really nice slash in the pocket there for Oz. His first wave is 6.33, so he's going to back it up already with another one. Got out the back relatively quickly, I'm going to say.
He powered out. He's looking fit. He's looking fired up.
I feel like as well for Oz, last year was his first year in the Challenger Series, and he was so excited and so pumped up. I'll get back to this in a second because, Stace, I'd love to know what you thought of this wave.
Oh, look, Jesse, not a whole lot. It was flat and he just rubbish wave, but God, he looked good. He looked good. He looked good. But I want to see him on a better wave. He's done his homework now. He knows where to find a better wave. But I want to say his equipment looks really good. You know, everything, his timing and his body and everything is good. But I am surprised to see the gentleman sort of still hammering this long, slopey right. Even Luca. Like, if I think of how good Luca's backhand is and where he's from, I'd be pretty tempted just to go and flex myself a few times on that big left if I had that skill set like Luca and Oscar do. They can handle that big kind of explosion that you're going to get, and I think that's the kind of surfing the judges are really going to want to see.
This is the first we're seeing of Adur. Really nice at first opening turn. He got a big win in that opening round, 25.5 to go, so that's the first wave we've seen of him. But like I was mentioning before, Oscar's first year on the Challenger Series, that was last year, and he was so excited to go there, but I feel like watching him and knowing how good he surfs, he was overcomplicating it for himself when he needed 4s, trying to go for 8s when you just needed that 4. Where this year, I just feel like he looks really composed. Well, this is the first heat we're seeing him surf, but looks a lot more confident in himself, and I think doing the time, chasing waves, especially big heavy water waves as well, that changes the game of your confidence when you get into surf like this, and just knowing that you're not scared to hit those big scary sections.
Totally, yeah, it is. It's all great training, and if you know, you think of all the major talents and the stars of our sport that qualify in one year, it happens. You know, Ethan Ewing, Philippe Toledo, Julian Wilson, like the list goes on. But there's plenty of really, really good surfers like Oscar that take 2 years to do it. You do kind of need to learn like everything about just the structures and the places that you go, and hopefully the next year is similar to the year that you've just done, and you can take that experience from the US Open, like to Saquarema, here obviously to Newcastle. We're going to have a couple of events in this season. Like, it all adds up, and it all just learning. And you know, like you said, he might have had a few mistakes last year that indicate he was a rookie, which he was, you know, and so you'd have to think that this year he's going to take all of that and yeah, put it together in a full year.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's a long time away from home, but it's a really incredible time away from home to be competing and surfing and learning so much about yourself and what kind of competitor you want to be, and just those little 1%ers that do make up that big game. Like, I feel like that number that we usually see, maybe more so for the women's side, I feel like the men's might be a couple more, but it's usually, I feel like 3 years, especially when it used to be the prime series. We used to see people competing for 3 years in those 10,000s. Brisa Hennessy, she comes to mind. And now these guys in this really short, compact tour, I feel like are learning all these mistakes a lot quicker because they're having to be super independent, away from home. Oscar, I know, you know, you got to figure out how you're going to get to that next event money-wise as well. So making heats is important.
It's even simple things like learning where to eat and how to look after yourself on the road, like all those things. You know, it's something that I think a lot of kids probably take for granted on like the junior series. When you go to these locations around the world, you've got to have your wits about you, and that can take away from your froth. Like, if you're having to problem solve just daily life stuff, it can affect your performance. But once you get all that outside of the water stuff figured out, and a good traveling group and good friends, and you know where you're going, like, it's it's the time of their lives.
Absolutely, and I feel like this second year round or third year round for some competitors, they're all pros, so it definitely does take the pressure off a little bit more. Someone who took the pressure off himself moving on through to the round of 32 was Winter Vincent, who's down there with Vorno.
Winter, big man, big seggies, big snaps, big win. Congrats, brother.
Cheers, Vorny.
How'd you find it out there? I mean, it's so hard to get those sections that stand up, but when you were presented with those opportunities, you were able to really clout them.
Yeah, I got a bit cold out there, drifted out to sea. Yeah, I didn't catch a wave for the first 15 minutes, was stressed, and I was like, oh no, like, here we go, like, this is just not a good start. Got that one, I was like, fuck. I was like, just get...
Keep going, mate.
Get me in the heat. I was like, get me in the heat, please. And I was just stressing. I'm so stressed. And I was like, please, just get me in the heat. Got that one. Went down the beach, found the other boys, got a 6, and I was just like, thank God. I was like, that was one of the most stressful heats I've had.
Mate, how hard is it to keep your composure, you know, midway through a heat with no scores on the board when the rest of the crew are putting up a few numbers?
Well, it's even harder when it's like 6 foot out there. I mean, I was seriously lost. Ots just rinsed me going, do you have your lineups? Where's your lineups? And I was like, oh, I kind of had them, but I got a bit lucky, and then I just was just like, I can't fall off here. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Mate, you got your little first taste of the CT over in Margaret River, a place that you clearly surf well enough to be, and what did that do for you sort of coming back to the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I've never surfed a wave like Margie's. It's very different from Queenscliff Beach where I grew up. It was great. Went there with Caney, Mick Kane, and far out, I learned a lot. I reckon I really, it was worthwhile. I was stoked just to see all those older boys and get amongst it. Pretty excited for this year.
Yeah. And now that this heat is out of the way, tomorrow it looks like the conditions will be good. What's going to be your approach in the coming heats? Because it does seem like after you get a little taste of that top level, you come back to the Challenger Series and you're more driven than ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the first day you just got to get through. I saw the forecast, and tomorrow's going to be a doozy. I reckon we've been surfing this inside shorey all week, but it's just going to be cooking out the back. That's what I'm hoping. Good old Merewether.
Yeah, well, you're looking psyched, mate. Congratulations, some great surfing in that heat, and I know the best is yet to come.
Cheers, Vorny. Cheers, everyone watching back home.
Swear jar, Winter. Swear jar, bro.
We didn't hear that one, Winter.
There's no room left in it after Vaughan and I this week, so Winter will be fine.
You've been on your best behaviour today, though.
Oh, in here, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wait till I get outside. It's just, it just sounds like a building site. But nah, play on, Winter.
I honestly stand by my opinion that Winter is our generation's Joel Parkinson. Just the way he makes surfing look so easy. His rail game.
That's the Northern Beaches coming out near there, love. Careful.
I back it.
No,
I
agree.
really back it.
I agree. He's a smooth operator. Yeah, very, very smooth operator.
Thinking about his result in Bolito last year, just the way he was just surfing and competing, I was just...
Even where we were in the Philippines, that way was hard to surf.
It was.
It was kind of flat and going out to sea. It had some great moments that would come back at you, but more often than not, didn't look that great. And he made it look like... He made it look like it was snapper or something that was just the easiest wave in the world to surf, and it's obviously not.
Yeah, I think it's a real talent to do that as well, and that's why these guys are our Challenger Series competitors, because you can go back to all of the regional series across every single one and you can say, wow, why didn't they make the Challenger Series? But it is just those split moments at all of these regional events where it is big and it's wild and woolly, and whether you're at France or Phillip Island, and just being able to separate yourself and making the hard look easy.
Yep.
I think they're the people who really get themselves here.
Yeah, definitely. And like he mentioned it there, just trying to make that turn and how important it was to make that turn. It's like, yeah, they're those little things where making any turn out there on a day like today is going to be tricky. But he certainly, got it done. And I would have hated to hear what Kai Otten would have said if he didn't make that turn. Talk about grumpy coach.
Oh, we'll leave that one there then. 18.5 to go. It is currently Luca Messinas with a 5.83 and a 5.4. And we're hoping that he moves over to that left and just does some big Hail Marys. Everything we know he can do. Oscar Berry in second. That 6.33 is still the standout of the heat so far.
Yeah, it is. And like kind of getting back to what we mentioned in the other heat about like what surfers are really good at, and just because they can do it well doesn't mean it's easy, but yeah, leaning right into your strengths, particularly on a day like today, is certainly something that would help people just with the clarity of how am I going to attack this heat. And like you mentioned, and we spoke about it earlier, that's Luca and how strong he is on his backhand. There's nothing wrong with just doing what you know and doing it well, particularly when you're that good at it. There's really a few ways to win a heat out here today. So many different sections. So yeah, we're curious to see what happens in the back half of this heat.
So we are going to find out though shortly after this quick Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back with plenty more action.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Great surfing all day here today, but we are in that second half of the round of 64, heat number 8, and it is Luca Messinas up and riding here. He's just moved down to second place because Adur getting a 6.4, going to the lead, so he's trying to get back there. Was chasing a 5.48 on that wave, and here Matty McGilray trying to get himself into a progressive spot. Wow. Huge second turn there from Matty. That is the championship tour surfer coming out in him there.
That was the mongrel we want to see. A couple of nice cutties here from Luca, absolutely snowboarding on the rebounds, but unfortunately didn't quite find any steep section to make the most of it, and he just kick out of this wave. And then yeah, the wave that we saw from young Matty, it was about time, past the halfway mark in this heat now. And didn't think too much at the start. I thought, oh no, he's found another dud, but he found an absolute beauty of a second turn. And comboed that up really, really nice, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. That second turn was beautiful. And he needed a combo of scores before that wave. So that's going to put him right back in this heat. And we still got time. There's still 14 minutes to go. And it is time, but in conditions when you're surfing pretty far out the back at Merewether, it's time to find another one of those that have these really beautiful gem sections. So you're probably thinking maybe 1 or 2 opportunities considering the paddle back out. Yeah,
I agree. And it's just the consistency of the sets. It's not like you're surfing on the inside with the shorey and you can kind of move around and get 10 waves in 20 minutes. It's definitely one of those days where you're going to get those limited opportunities. But when you do get them, and if you can find that clean face, it's plenty contestable enough to let go of a couple of huge big turns. But just identifying those sections has been a bit hard for Matty so far. But we will wait to see his score come in there, and we kind of suspect it'll be in that range where everyone's kind of sitting. We've got a 6.4, a 6.33 and a 5.83 in everyone's top column at the moment. And I reckon Matty's going to throw something in pretty close to one of those numbers here.
Yeah, and then we're going to have a pretty even field. And it's going to take us back to that day one where it was so important, those backup scores. It really was setting everyone apart. Oscar chasing his right now. It's currently looking for a 4.9. Big section. big turn for Oscar Berry. And he stands tall. He likes it.
Love it. That's got to feel really, really good. And he knew he needed that too. The wave didn't quite come together out the back, so we'll wait for the replay there. But that was exactly what he needed at this point in the heat. He is chasing a score to get into first or second. And we'll wait to see what the judges firstly think of Matthew McGillivray's wave. And then secondly, Oscar Berry's wave here on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Didn't quite get out the back, did he, Jess? But he made absolutely the most of it here. That Luke Short surfboard looking beautiful through the dead part of the wave, and then absolutely just gave it everything he got in that section there. Thanks for coming, Oscar Berry. It's the turn of the heat for sure. There's only one turn, but the judges won't mind throwing that a healthy number.
Yeah, beautiful big moment there from Oz, and fair enough with the stand tall afterwards, because when you have that much water coming back towards you and you're able to kick the fins out on a section like that, I'd stand tall myself. Here we go.
Absolutely.
One big turn for him as well. Really solid backhand surf. You can tell he's moved over to the left. Can't hold on to find that inside section. A lot of water coming towards him behind him as well. So he's going to try and scrap it back out the back here. But the judges liking that one of Maddie McGill. It's a 6.37. What do you reckon they'll go with this one, Stace?
Oh, this one here kind of just didn't quite have the vertical face at the start of the wave that he was hoping for. He did get a nice turn there, but it was sort of off the most critical part of the bank, and unfortunately just getting bucked off there through the inside. And it won't get to maximise that one through the inside, but Oscar Berry, Jess.
Yeah, big score, 7-point ride. Takes him from third to first. So Oscar Berry, just the one big turn. That's where all the points came from, 7 points. And I just love the confidence that came from it. He was on his back foot. He was in third position. And this time last year, that was kind of Oscar's, his Achilles heel. When a pressure was applied, he really couldn't find that space to just keep his cool and do what he does best, which is just belt it and get himself a score. But he's done it. And right now he needs to find that space where he can defend first place, which is ultimately bettering that 6.33. But keeping that cool for 10.5 minutes, it can really start to play games. Here we go. Luca doing exactly what you asked, Stace. Just going to...
The boys are gone down to the windy left. I love it.
Throw Hail Marys.
Throw some Hail Marys. Particularly now he can. He's kind of got those two medium range scores on the board, and he's in third. So he is going to have to try and either find a better version of what he's already done with a couple of big hits, or just that one impactful manoeuvre. We've seen here from Oscar Berry, one turn got the 7. So the judges aren't counting turns. They're really looking at the quality of the turn. And, unfortunately, he didn't quite get the height there that he was looking for, but nevertheless, you can see the intent there. And if he gets a slightly better attempt, you could easily see the judges throwing a decent score if he can get a bit higher in the air and ride out of that.
I feel like most people around the world would take quality over quantity every day of the week, especially in conditions like this.
Well, you'd think that until you fire up the Challenger Series event and everyone starts to go within themselves, and as you do as a professional surfer or any professional athlete, you start to over amp and over analyse, and you see it time and time again. But it is the age-old thing. It is quality over quantity. But it's the most common trap that we all fall into when we've got pressure on. How can I do more when it's always less is more?
Always. And I think as well, this is an interesting moment in this heat, considering Maddie McGillivray's, he's in fourth position as a 6.37, so close to the third highest score of the heat. He's just come off a long stint on tour, on the championship tour. For him to keep his cool and find just such a small score in these conditions and not get frustrated, where do you think his mind would be right now in the open ocean?
Just looking for clean water. He knows he's got priority. He knows he's got the skills to do it.
And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Julian Wilson here getting ready for his next heat. I think Jules has already done more than 50% of his job this week. Making that first heat for him was so huge and so big for his campaign. I think we're going to see a very relaxed and a very competitive, fired-up Julian Wilson in this next heat.
I hope so. I just really love the Jules that we're seeing this year. I mean, not like I didn't love the Jules that we saw for the years prior, but something feels different.
Yeah, I agree. It's, last year there was a lot of, I think even from himself, a lot of expectation. He didn't quite deliver in the moments that we saw him. But yeah, we're really excited to see him in this next heat. He's been on absolute fire in 2025.
Here we go, Luca just getting a little bit caught behind there, so he's going to get out of that one, get back out the back, and you can see a lot of the competitors moving down towards that left, but it feels like there's a lot of water moving out there, so it could be pretty easy to get lost in between those two. We heard Winter say he was completely out of position, but when you do find yourself in that right spot, right time, we've seen some really brilliant moments, thinking about Dylan Moffat, thinking about Josh Kerr, thinking about Oscar Berry's one big turn. If you're coaching an athlete today, are you saying just one big Hail Mary on a set wave?
I think that would be plan A, for sure. But you couldn't be too rigid on that. We saw, plenty of surfers look to do that, but there's also been good scores with combinations as well. Look at Matthew McGilroy's last wave. It was a 6.37, and I think even Matty, after his first turn, was probably thinking, oh, this wave isn't going to stand up. But then he just got a bit of luck, I guess you could say. It stood up on the bank, and he absolutely nailed it. So I think plan A would be keep it nice and simple. Look at what Jordan Lawler did. Look what Oscar Berry's done. It's a pretty simple way to surf your heats, and a pretty simple wave you're looking for. You're not looking for a long wave. You're just looking for a big, steep section that's kind of scary. But if that doesn't happen, I wouldn't have the blinkers on. I'd be keeping your eye out for the other thing is just clean water. Whether it's a 1-turn or a 2-turn wave, you're definitely looking for clean water.
Do you miss coaching?
Yes.
Because you just got so excited by that.
Well, days like today is where your coach makes their money and they improve your career. Some days you turn up, snappers 4 foot and pumping, just watch out for the fat ones and go that way, and you let your surf and do the talking. And you might have worked on some boards and some equipment, but realistically the wave is the masterpiece, and you need to just be on that wave. And it's a wave selection contest, particularly on the tour. But on a day like today where you could, look at Oscar Berry's wave, for example, where he got to 7. You could actually sit on the inside and catch that wave. You don't need to go out the back to catch that wave. No. And that's the complexity of coaching. And like what Ott said, where's your lineups? You could have 5 different lineups today. And I'm not talking about left to right of screen. I'm talking about shory, mid-bank, or out the back. So it's quite a Rubik's Cube as to where you sit and how you manage that. Then throw in the fact you got a 4-man heat. Then throw in the fact that your other 3 guys you got would probably rip and they've just come off the tour or they're a world junior champion. It's so many layers. So yeah, the coaching part of it on a day like today, as much as we're not going to get a postcard picture out of today, but the technicality in competing is about as high as it gets.
Gosh. I reckon we put you back on the coaching market.
No. I
miss it. Don't lie.
I love commentating because you get to win every comp. It's great.
You get to win every comp.
Yeah, every comp.
Oscar, big section, big turn. Wow, he's still falling out of that one. He's going to try and take this one through to the inside section. I just love the no fear from Oscar Berry on this one. He's just been absolutely going for on some very, very big sections. Belts it again. He's going to get this one all the way through. He was sitting out the back on a bank by himself with pretty much choice of the lineup. And wow, tags it for a finish. Oscar Berry has had a brilliant heat so far.
He has. He's having a good time, but it hasn't been all smooth sailing. He had to fight for his spot. Important wave here.
Here we go. Big section goes down. A bit of whitewater just came and ate him up. As he was coming back down then, it just knocked him straight off his feet. But this is what you wanted him to do from the start.
That had Kelly Slater Pipeline Rodeo Clown section about it.
It did. Wow, Matty McGill trying to get himself into one of those progressive spots. Needs a 4.94. He's going to take this one through to the inside. Bit of dead water here, so it's not going to do it. Not quite. I love the last 5 minutes of a heat when everyone just fights for their life.
Always. It's a good point you make, though. That's when it's happening. But, one of the greats, Phil McNamara, he said, the biggest trap that kids make is they don't treat the first 5 minutes like the last 5 minutes. Every 5 minute, every minute matters, you know what I mean? And you can see the franticness start to come out now. But I think that's what particularly the boys from Brazil do so well. They treat every minute like it's life or death. And that's where you see them always get off to such great starts and look so enthused. And as we see Oscar here on this wave, I don't think he'll better his situation, but he's had a pretty good heat. He started really well, fell behind, fought his way back in, and he's just ridden another decent wave here, so he'll be pretty stoked. This is an important wave, Jesse. I don't think we caught all of it. Yes, we did. One big turn there for Matty. And he's only chasing a 4.94.
We've seen single manoeuvres go high today, thinking of Geordie Lawler, Winter Vincent. A 4.94 is a very specific score because even though it has the 4 in front of it, you go, oh yeah, a 4. it is closer to that 5 range, so it has to have a certain amount of spark to it. Initial thoughts and feelings?
Oh, next question?
No, you
That
put
was
me
a
on the
hard
spot
one.
the other day.
That was a hard one. Yeah, but you're good. I'm just rambling. There we go. Easy. Done. He's going to get it. There it is, a 5.5. Matthew McGilvray into second. That pushes Adur back chasing a score. And, oh, this is just too easy, Jesse.
You're lucky.
I would have said no, though. I didn't think it had enough pop in it, but that's just me looking at a screen. The judges have the full frame on. They got the full scope of the whole day, whereas, you know, obviously on the TV can always look a little different.
Yeah. Well, he's got himself up into second. It's definitely one of those heats where you look on paper, you almost do just expect him to get through and make it pretty deep into the draw on the Challenger Series. 2 minutes to go. He's got to defend that second spot. Still waiting for that last wave of Oscar Berry to lock in. Adur chasing a 5.47. Luca chasing a 6.05 himself. So they're going to need some pretty big scores, like we just mentioned, can be done in one turn. For me, I can see Luca doing that with one massive backside whack.
Yeah, big time. And he hasn't surfed a bad heat. It's a bummer for him. He's been surfing really good, a 5.83 and a 5.4. Like he's definitely had a couple of good goes at it. See, that's why I'm sitting in here. Oscar Berry did better his situation. 6.43.
6.43 for that last wave for Oz. So
he surfed those 2 waves up, the 6.33 and the 6.43. The waves were pretty flat,
yeah.
But his surfing and his board and his body and everything looks really good. It was the 7 where we really got to see him shine. And I think Jesse, getting back to it earlier about the quality over quantity, that's the judges really using their scores as the message here. Doesn't have to be the longest wave. Doesn't have to be the something with 50 turns on it. One big turn. Could be inside, out the back. Just needs to be a big, steep section, and you need to give it everything.
That wave paddling into it looked great, though, for Oscar. And I agree. I do really think he surfed it up as well as his 6.33. And I'm really impressed by the heat he surfed and his composure through this heat as well. Luca Messinas, he's been a real standout to me, actually, in some of the free surf. So to see him in that 4th position just goes to show how hard the Challenger Series is, just competitive-wise.
Yeah, for sure. And Adur's same. He had a great first heat, and he's looked really good in this heat as well. He's got one of the biggest scores in the heat. He actually has the 3rd highest score, and he'll know that. It always hurts to lose when you have a big number in that first column, or, you know, a big number relative to today. And he's certainly got the skills to turn it around. He needs the lowest out of everyone, and he has priority. So he actually himself is in a really good position to turn the heat. He just needs a bit of luck from Mother Nature.
You can see Maddie just scrambling down the beach, trying to find another wave to potentially apply a bit more pressure. Looking like we had a surfer go down. Could have been Oscar Berry on the inside, but it wasn't. It was Adur. We see priority move from green. So now Luca Messinas, with 5 seconds on the clock, is chasing a 6.05, but it's looking like nothing is going to come through. So it's going to be the Aussie, Oscar Berry, taking that one out. Matty McGilvray, he's coming in second. That 6.37 and that 5.5 really saved him. Let's go through the GWM recap here. It was Adur kicking us off with a 4.9 and a 6.4. Great backhand surfing from him, but it really has been the show of the Aussie and the South African so far. Great campaign. We look forward to seeing Adur back here in Bolido.
Yeah, it's just the hallmark of Basque surfing, having as a natural footer, having a great backhand. You know, I think of Aritzar and Baru, Hodo Colazo, all those boys, they absolutely rip going left on the backhand, and Adur's no different. He has beautiful style there. As we see, this will be Oscar Berry's highest scoring wave. And he sort of had to really work his way through the inside of this one, but he absolutely gave it everything there, Jess.
Yeah, that was a huge turn. Rewatching that was actually pretty crazy. And then this was his backup score. Had more manoeuvres, so judges, like you said, really shining a light on. They want to see quality over quantity, but this was a big wave. There was a lot of power behind it. He took this one all the way through the inside and then decided to paddle back out, even though he was right on the shore. Oscar used his rail game through this one, belted that section there, came around here, a lot of lump and bump, but made the best of this wave to get himself a 6.47, increasing his lead. Great heat surf by Oscar Berry.
You've got to want it, Jesse.
You do.
And Oscar wants it.
He does. Matty McGill needed a 4.97 in the dying stages, got himself a 5.5 to put himself up into second, progressing through this heat. We're going to see him in the round of 32, exactly where we thought we would see him, and it's all smiles from Oscar Berry. We are going to go to an ad break, and we're going to have a quick change. It's going to be Ronnie and Rich taking you guys through the next two heats.
Welcome back. We're moving into the round of 64 for the men, and out in the water next is going to be Julian Wilson, who blew our minds with a stunning wildcard run at Burleigh Heads, making it all the way through to the final and really pushing two-time world champ Felipe Toledo in that last heat.
King of the comebacks, and Jules is on track in the first Challenger Series event of the year. Easily progressed through his first round heat, and adopted son of Merewether and the Newcastle region. Jules was absolutely on fire, winning the trials up on the Gold Coast, getting a crack at the CT event, moving all the way through to the final up against an informed Felipe Toledo. But Jules is, well, he is just showing great form in 2025. He's already had a QS win out here at Newcastle in a couple of months ago. So, mate, it's all laid out in front of him, and it's all looking good for 2025. And this, you know, he stuck the flag in the ground and said, I'm going back for the tour. I want to make it, and everything's on track so far.
Yeah, well, it felt like he stepped away earlier, too early, and he's even said that. It was really only the issues with COVID and having a young family and the challenges of having to quarantine that kind of made him think, you know what, I just want to lock in and get some more time at home, but now realising that he wants to have a crack at getting back to the CT, which is fantastic for surf fans, because he is one of the greats. 5 CT victories, had a good run at a couple of world titles, but he's got his hands full here. It's a stacked lineup.
This is one of the heats to watch for sure in this round. Liam O'Brien, Eli Hanneman, Charlie Crevant, and Julian Wilson, of course, who we've just been talking about, stacked on paper, and probably the hardest heat of the round on paper as well. Liam O'Brien, another one of the surfers who was unfortunately relegated from the championship tour at the Cut event over in Western Australia. As we see here, this is Liam up and riding on the replay of his first ride. That's a good two-turn belt combination. And then Eli Hanneman, exciting young Hawaiian from Maui here, just up and over that section. Streaks down the line. We know he has an incredible air game. And then Jules outside, big swooping rebound to start things off. Just patiently waiting, board twitching underneath, perfect control, beautiful carve into a solid rebound, just sitting on that bottom turn, silky smooth, just eloquent surfing here in somewhat bumpy conditions.
Yeah, looking super sharp on the outside. We're going to see Charlie up here representing France.
Yeah, on the Burton Automotive replay, and Charlie just trips up over the handlebars. So back to the drawing board, but everyone getting a good strike at an opening ride here. You'd have to think that Jules is going to put the high number on the board and set the tone for this heat.
Waiting on those scores to drop now. Liam O'Brien pushed back to the Challenger Series despite some really solid heats, Rich. I mean, a lot of people have, you know, massive raps on Liam O'Brien. You're one of them.
Oh,
huge
yeah.
fan of his surfing.
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of Liam. And I actually said it through that Aussie Championship Tour leg. For me, one of the most underrated live action now. Big wall standing up in front of him, connects with it.
Yeah, nice hit there, has plenty of speed, gets down the line though, and that whitewater section just lays flat. And Liam opts not to hit it. 4.67 on the outside, tucking into the pit. Eli Hanneman had a 3 to kick this one off. But yeah, it just felt like as Liam was warming towards some of his better performances, you know, just kept running into people who were on absolute fire.
Yeah, well, that heat down at Bells Beach, he was against Kanoa Garashi, and that was ended up being the highest heat of the round. So his opponents were throwing down big numbers, and he was fighting back, and he was matching them, just not getting the nod.
Charlie up on the outside here. Gavron working this one over. The wave kind of splits in two there for a moment. He's kind of fallen in and out of love with competition a couple of times. Let's see the replay of Liam O'Brien here.
So Liam round the section, just a quick connect down the line, keeps the board pointing to that next section, and unfortunately just didn't stand up enough. And this is Charlie. Big roundhouse cutback to start off. Comes off the bottom and up the top on a better angle. Another quick swooping turn. Back into the whitewash, staying with the energy, and then that wave sits down on him. And then in the break, Eli Hanneman, good looking wave here, pops it up the top, hammers that foamy section. So not a bad two-turn combination out the back. And the whitewash gets the better of him.
Yeah, really fun heat, isn't it? I mean, Eli Hanneman, he's been to that elite level before. 2024, had a run at it, had that huge US Open win, an inspired performance to make the CT. That was back in 2023, and he really was psyched to represent Maui. It was after the fires had ripped through Lahaina, his hometown, and yeah, he got it done. It was an emotional victory for him. Great to see him there. You know, often regarded as just one of the most exciting surfers as he came through the junior ranks. But there's some challenges. We've seen it before, challenges for surfers who have that much expectation heaped on them at a young age. He did well to crack the CT. He wants to get back there.
Yeah, absolutely. Does a lot of work with sparring partner Cade Matson. Live action here, just quick in and out again for Liam O'Brien, who did actually get the better of that opening exchange.
Yeah, so the numbers starting to roll through for the opening exchange. Liam O'Brien with the edge and moving into the lead. Julian, after his first round heat, he spoke about just, you know, being sort of switched on and not overthinking things after a great performance at Burleigh Heads in the Championship Tour event. He said it's, you know, you're only as good as your last heat, and that's a distant memory now, and he's, you know, in taking these important steps towards qualification. We know his chances have probably been bolstered by the addition of Pipe to the Challenger Series schedule, being a Pipe master and the only one on the Challenger Series with that massive record to take into the event. But I just think Julian's spot on. This is a big opportunity for him to compete at home. He's going to be the benefactor a couple of times on the schedule this year of chasing down a result while He's sleeping in his own bed.
Yeah, it's always nice to be at home, have the town supporting you every time you paddle out, feel that energy, and obviously, you know, he surfs out here all the time. When he's at home every day, he'd be out here surfing Jacko Baker and Ryan Callanan. And, you know, Mitchie Ross, there's a host of good surfers around this area that can really push him.
Most definitely.
But yeah, it's a different feeling going into an event where you actually need points versus going into that CT environment where he came in as a wild card, where it really didn't matter. There was no pressure.
Here we go, Liam O'Brien on the outside. Big section standing up. Blammo hits it beautifully, but that's all he's going to juice out of that one. 23 minutes to go, waiting on scores to come in. We'll update you on the situation in a moment, but right now we're going to throw it down to AJ and the winner of the last heat.
Ronnie, we've been talking about positioning all day long and how to choose your spot in a lineup as confusing as this. Oscar, your heat was so spread out, which isn't just a challenge in picking the wave. What is it like to see your competitors all over the field of play?
Oh, it's just head noise, just extra head noise. Like, surfing heats is hard enough, so it's really hard when sort of, you know, half the heat's down the beach and then there's two of yous up here, but they're sitting deeper, and it's like you sort of just got to really back yourself and sort of know that you've put in the time and you know where you are in the lineup. And yeah, I guess it sort of paid off for me.
It absolutely paid off for you. How are you approaching this second year on the Challenger Series and backing yourself as you start the beginning of the year?
Yeah, well, I think just that, like backing myself, it's sort of like, I don't know, first year on the Challengers, it's like, it is such a big step up, and sometimes you sort of feel like, oh, you know, maybe, like, am I good enough, and all that sort of stuff comes into your head. So it's like, this year I feel like it's all about just backing myself and knowing that I'm good enough to get to the CT and do damage there. But yeah, it's a pretty long year this year, especially with 2 more events. Very exciting. But yeah, long year and stoked to start off with a win. It's so sick.
Yeah, how does that quiet the head noise here in Newcastle?
Oh, heaps. It's so nice. Like, you know, it's such a big off season. It's sort of like you come into the year just like sort of so much preparation goes into like this first event, and it's like, you know, to come in and start it off by surfing a good heat like that and getting a few nice scores felt so good. So yeah, I'm pumped.
Congratulations. Soak it in. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much. Let's go.
On you, AJ. Thank you.
Yeah, good insights there from Oscar Berry. Just really talking about the pressure and the anticipation around those first heats, first event of the year. You want to get off to a really good start. And it really, as a competitor, it builds momentum.
You probably like it too, Rich, to see surfers at this level are already having the confidence to say, I know I can get to the CT and do damage.
Oh, absolutely. You've definitely got to back yourself. You know, if I think back to kind of early stages of my career and even through my CT career, you know, confidence was something that I probably could have worked on a lot more. As we see Liam O'Brien just belting that one section, and he's dropped a good number, 5.93. And as I said, probably the most underrated surfer on the tour in the last year or two in my mind. This guy is so good. And I think it's a given. You know, if I had to lock in and we sort of play this game through the Challenger Series, we start talking about, okay, who are you going to lock? Who are you going to back? For me, 2 of the guys in this heat are going to be hard pressed to beat, and are going to find their spot on the Championship Tour. Julian and Liam, I'm going to say that they're going to make the tour at the end of this year, and be back on the Championship Tour.
I like it, Rich. Sticking your neck out. Yeah, it is an interesting one, isn't it? Because you touched on it on the opening day of competition. You start highlighting people that you think are going to get there. You fill up those 10 places pretty quickly. And on the women's side, there'll be some additional spots they'll be handing out this year. But you do leave a few really talented surfers behind as well. So it's going to be fun to watch it unfold. But I tend to agree with you. I think Liam O'Brien's reaching new performance levels. And yeah, I see him getting back. Julian's just going to be so much fun to watch. I think just with his experience and the confidence that he has no doubt taken from his start to 2025. I mean, he's in winning form. You mentioned the win in the QS event. But the run through the event at Burleigh Heads, you know,
It was a dream run.
the speed though, like he's been surfing really good, but he's even said, you know, he'd been really just riding some alternative equipment, mucking around with boards, and then he just dialed straight back into, you know, a really refined piece of high performance shortboard equipment with JS. They started putting it together, and looks like he's just well and truly locked in.
Yeah, the board's looking great under his feet for sure. Looks like Jules just having a little look at that one on the inside. There's big Cade Matson. He's got a heat coming up pretty soon.
He does. He's doing a bit of mind surfing already, but you know that crew is also down here cheering on Eli Hanneman.
Yep.
As
Jed
we
Schilling
see
there as well.
Charlie Quiron throwing it up into the lip there. Veteran campaigner through the QSs and on the Challenger Series, Charlie. And he's had some good performances, the 29-year-old, in recent times.
Jules out the back hunting, sitting right on the edge of that sandbar. Liam O'Brien, bottom right of your screen there, just you could see him just heading perhaps towards the rip to the south. Jules having another look at that, so really identifying that you need to keep the reps going. And he's a point behind when you look at the high numbers of the heat. Liam O'Brien here. Pumps hard off the bottom, jams that turn, gets the airdrop. And that was an absolute hammer of a turn. Charlie up and under the lip there, just gets slapped down.
Well, Liam has already turned in a 5.93 for one turn. And that one was even bigger. And the score's just dropped 7 points. O'Brien out in front.
So almost a 13-point heat total, 6.5 points per turn.
Pretty impressive. He'll be deadly if he can get a combo happening on the outside. 16 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll see if Julian Wilson can elevate his position from 4 into a progressing spot right after this. Get to know the city of Newcastle at some point. Right now we are getting to know tricky conditions out here at Merewether. We're into Heat 9, the round of 64. Julian Wilson finds himself back in third position at the moment, chasing the score to get himself in a qualifying spot. Eli Hanneman holding down second position at the moment. Liam O'Brien with the lead. And this wave during the break.
Gnarly takeoff for Eli Hanneman. Big grab rail bottom turn. The wave just fizzes out on him.
Got some huge airs that he can go to, Eli. Hopefully he can find a section out here. Pretty difficult though. It's a strong wind today and not really kind of standing up and providing that lift off for the competitors, Rich.
Yeah, it's a real high risk approach to really go for that air on the outside section when we know that just a big hard slam, big belt outside will net you a good score. You see Morgan Siblick heading out for the next heat. He'll have a ton of hometown support here.
12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Real breakthrough event when the CT came to town. This is Eli Hanneman.
Eli, this let's go about a nice car to get started. Sets up a good section here, plants the back foot and rips into a beautiful pocket hit. Sticking with this one, gets that bounce going. Rolling through to the inside, just begging this wave to stand up again so he can generate a couple more numbers out of it. Did extremely well there to make the connection and now starts to load up. Looking for the big finish. Up through the lip and again combos it up beautifully on the inside. Eli Hanneman chasing something better than a 3. He's going to well and truly blow that out of the account and add something much better. Life's about to get a lot harder here for Julian Wilson and the Frenchman. Charlie Couvant is up at the moment.
Oh, wow.
And it's a beautiful opening turn from Charlie. Yeah, really thought Charlie Couvant was going to go on a mad tear last year on the Challenger Series. Surfed so well to a 9th place finish in the first event up there on the Gold Coast. Didn't actually generate any big finishes after that. And here he is again, ready to give it a nudge. Nice opening turn there.
Beautiful opening turn. Let's have another look here at Eli Hanneman's ride. We know it was a long one. Fades for this opening snap. Connects with a big layback hack there. Gets some tail release and slide. Re-engages the fins. And then does some beautiful work to pump and weave through this dead section. There's not even a wave there.
No points in this part, but he really did well to gather enough momentum to let a good combination go on the inside.
Yeah, but the wave grew again. Offered him up 2 good sections. Connects with it there and finishes strong. We know how important that is. Then the fist pump and a little stare up to the judges, just daring him to give him a score. This is Charlie behind him. Love this carve. Sits on that rail, just accelerating through that turn. But unfortunately, just that one big outside manoeuvre didn't connect.
As far as the rail work goes, one of the cleaner carves that we've seen on that outside section there for Charlie. So it'll be a good score, but I think Eli Hanneman's going to drop the big number, and that's going to really start to apply some pressure to Julian Wilson, who, you know, like, when you think about it, Rich, he was so busy on his run through the heats up there at Burleigh. He caught so many waves in the final too. You know, I know he caught almost 20 waves. And in this heat, he's only had 3, so he's kind of struggling to click into the rhythm out here at the moment. Hanneman drops a 7.67, jumps up into first. O'Brien out there with priority, and Julian Wilson, he needs a big score now, an 8.76 to jump from 4th up into 2nd. Still has time to chip away at it with a couple of rides.
Yeah, I still think the game plan in Julian's mind right now is to chip away, to get 2 waves, 9-minute mark. It's through no lack of hunting. Jules has been eyeing off a bunch of waves, perhaps positioning in the lineup. Just, it's so hard to read it out here, but Jules needs to get going. Eli and Liam really putting some decent numbers down.
I think with this wind, and more ramps, more opportunity for steeper sections on the lefts. We'd see Julian taking flight, probably really focusing on the left-handers, but it's just such a tricky lineup at the moment, Rick. We're not even really seeing people get the opportunity to lay into a big oncoming section.
No, it's really just, you know, pop and react. These sections pop up in front of you. You have to be ready and on your toes to ignite that big turn.
He is one of those surfers, though, isn't he, Wilson, that, you know, when you can't get it going with the combinations, you have those huge individual turns that you can start to pull out of the bag and still turn heats around and get yourself out of some tough moments like this. You might need it.
He might need to, for sure. It's looking like a bit of a washing machine out there at the moment as we see Charlie breaking through these waves.
Oh, that's Finn McGill making his way out for the next
yeah,
lead, I think.
excuse me, it is.
So, yeah, the surfers allowing themselves plenty of time to get out the back for the start of each heat. Bit of a marathon today.
Yeah, well, he's at the 8-minute mark making his way out, so Julian needs to quick in and out there. Jules needs to surf a wave, get back out the back and find another one at the moment. He can do it with one ride, but you don't want to leave that assumption out there, assuming that Eli and Liam may even, you know, improve their score again.
Well, he's busy out there. He looks like a chicken at the moment. He's all over the place. He's just looking everywhere to seek out opportunity.
Maybe a meerkat even.
Yeah, that might be better. A better call. Here we go, 7 minutes to go. Where is this one going to stand up? No.
Water quality looks pretty similar to the peppermint tea I'm drinking right now. A lot of silt and sand stirring up with this latest storm that's moved up the coast.
Charlie attempting to get a call on the situation from the onside announcer. He needs a big number, 8.26. His last wave was his best, 4.67. That was the big rip on the outside section. Nice carve outside, didn't get a whole lot more out of it. And Eli Hanneman just boosted himself up into the #1 position with a combo on the outside, finding the link through that flat water and finishing it off with a couple of good hits.
Yeah, Eli's one of those guys that would have seen this heat on paper and not been phased one bit. He's one of these guys that actually loves a challenge and the opportunity to actually sort of take down these bigger names here. Sammy Seal still hanging around the lineup. He's been with us all morning. Curious little guy.
Five and a half minutes to go here. This is huge. You know, you look at the form that Julian's carried, and I just think he's such a seasoned campaigner now that he understands that these heats can happen. But this is his first real test of 2025. I mean, overcoming some massive hurdles to get himself through to that final at Burleigh Heads. But, you know, you'd expect him to... We expected that he'd turn in a massive result here at Surfest.
Yeah, this is potentially a real momentum killer. Unfortunately, he's had just such a good rhythm over the last couple of months. The QS win, the trials win up on the Goldie, the second all the way through on the championship tour. He's up against it now.
4.5 minutes to go. Let's see what Stacey's up to.
Oh, yeah, g'day, Ron. Down here with the Newcastle Airport surfboard check-in. I'm with Liam O'Brien's backup board. It's a 511 DH Juliet. He's currently on the 6.0 out there at the moment, and he's looking absolutely unbelievable. As you know, coming off the tour can be a bit of a kick in the guts, but it's all about getting back up and getting straight into it, and Liam's definitely getting that done now, Ron.
He is. Yeah, he looks sharp, Stace, almost as sharp as you do. And the Juliet, it's been a go-to for many of DHD's team riders of late. Rich.
Yeah, it's an Ethan Ewing model that he developed with Darren Hanley. The name came about. Through all the iterations of models, we'll get back to that combo in a sec.
Oh, Charlie. Rip it in, setting the tail free. Going after that number 2 position at the moment, and he still needs more, trying to make the connection through to the inside. He was after an 8.26. 3.5 minutes to go. He'll chip away at the requirement, but will unlikely turn the heat here. And it is getting to that point now for Julian Wilson where he's going to have to make it happen on one ride, Rick.
Oh, this is just pressure. And we know Jules has got these really big moments and big turns that he can draw on. Beautiful carve from Charlie, and he gets a little tail release slide. He did well on a really difficult foamy section. Can't stress enough how hard it is to maintain control, and almost got this link up. He could have banked left again if he'd got down that low road, but not to be, unfortunately.
Well, now we really do turn our attention on Julian, who's back in that 4th position as Charlie makes his way back to the takeoff zone, trying to swing this heat. Wilson having a look at this one, but priority is with Liam O'Brien, and he's got to get out of the way as Liam throws it up onto that one section. Eli Hanneman on the outside with the lead and priority. Here goes Julian. Drives up over the closeout and can't stick it. Tricky one to read. 2 minutes to go here.
Crunch time. Unfortunately, the fall for Julian Wilson, uncharacteristic. And just had to give way to Liam O'Brien. Liam off the bottom, jams it up into the lip and goes down. And then Jules behind him. Very similar manoeuvre to Liam, and both of them just getting slapped down. And, well, almost to the end of this one. Just over a minute and a half to go. Jules needing an 8.76. Charlie, on the other hand, still in touch, only needing the 5.9.
Yeah, he just turned in a 7.03. It'll just be interesting to see how far out he can get to give himself the best opportunity at turning this heat. Liam O'Brien copping some sets on the head here. He's in there somewhere. There he is.
So soupy, isn't it? Oh. Like an avalanche.
So nerve-wracking times for Liam O'Brien too in the final 50 seconds, but you know, Charlie rode his last wave, that 7.03, so far in. He had basically 3 minutes to get back out there. And we're down to the 40-second mark here. You know, you got to remember too, at the 8-minute mark, Finn McGill was paddling out to get himself out the back. So, you know, the likelihood of Charlie punching back out into the to the outer bank was pretty slim.
Yep. Yeah, time's going to beat him in this one. And it looks like Eli and Liam have done enough here. It was a good comeback from Charlie. And Jules, unfortunately, just a little bit out of rhythm there, out of position. Just couldn't find them.
Yeah, so Eli Hanneman gets the job done. The hooter sounds, and he is on top of the leaderboard, a 7.67 at 5.83. And we knew it was going to be interesting, a real leveler for the form of the competitors with just how tricky the conditions are at the moment. I think Julian Wilson has established himself as one of the form surfers in the world at the moment, but in this lineup, really difficult. But Eli Hanneman making fantastic sense of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Eli just getting a couple of big hooks out the back, and we know that he just milked this thing all the way through to the inside section. Oh, excuse me, that was his other scoring ride. And Liam O'Brien was just rock solid. Oh, that was such a good jam. Just 7 points for the single turn. And then Eli, this is the long one. Comes from behind, a couple of open face hooks. But a few bonus points on the inside. 7-point ride, super valuable in today's lineup.
Yeah, on a wave that was really hard to find a flow on. He actually maintained his speed beautifully, especially through this dead water. Obviously got some boards dialed in, and then threw a combo at the panel on the inside here to turn in the highest number of the heat and get himself a solid victory over a stacked field.
Yeah, one of the heats of the rounds for sure. Super stacked. This is Charlie with a big hook out the back. This is his 7-point ride. This was the comeback wave. Almost got him into advancing position. Perhaps if it had something on the inside, maybe he would have gotten the score. But some great surfing, big tail flare.
Yeah, Kibron, he looks like he'll put it together at some point during the season, but it's not going to be the event for him here, SURFEST. And the same goes for Julian Wilson. They'll look to rebound at the next 6 stops. There's the results on screen for you, though. Liam O'Brien, he was sharp, big individual turns. Eli Hanneman finding a bit more room to move and getting himself the victory. We'll take a quick break. Another solid field hits the lineup next here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome back to the show. We're still moving through the round of 64, a challenging day conditions-wise, but the surfers are doing their best to figure it out. We've got Mikey Madonna out there in the red, one of those competitors we saw make good use of a wildcard opportunity over at Margaret River. He'll be surfing against Morgan Siblick in the blue, who's been to the CT, been to the final 5 and wants to get back there. Finn McGill, he had this wave during the break. The Hawaiian, and Finn is a big, powerful unit. A Triple Crown winner and a real talent, very well-rounded. And the other competitor in this heat is Tenshi Awami of Japan, who we saw win through on the opening day of competition. Finn McGill bringing this one all the way through to the inside. Just begging for it to stand up so he can give it a bit of what for on the inside. There's a solid hit. Couldn't find the combo though.
Yeah, this is a replay of Tenshi, just the quick one turn on that wave and rolling in. This is Mikey Madonna. Oh, and he just belts the lip. Just manhandling these big and stormy conditions here at Merewether. As you mentioned, Ronnie, Mikey getting the opportunity in the CT event over in Western Australia. He's found an inside connection as well. Gets the little fin drift. So a great opening ride. And then Morgan Siblick, this guy has been in amazing form. He's found it again. And he is on a mission to secure his position back on the championship tour. We saw Morgan get the wild card up on the Gold Coast and just do some amazing forming, really tapping back in, reconnecting with that form that saw him do so well in the COVID year here at Merewether. Really just sort of stamping his arrival onto the tour back then. But then things sort of fell off the wagon after a little while, and struggled over the last couple of years to find that consistency.
Oh, he's been a couple of heats away from getting back onto the CT though. And here he is giving another nudge. You know, it's a little bit like the Julian Wilson story though. Morgan, during this Aussie leg of the tour, has looked like one of the form surfers in the world, really. Looking even at times a cut above a lot of people on the CT. But today is a different kind of lineup and form. You know, it helps, but just connecting with a couple of semi-decent waves is what's going to see you through to the next round and into cleaner conditions where that form might become a little bit more apparent.
Yeah, it sort of neutralises the heats when you're looking at the big names. Looks like we've got a little equipment problem here from Tenchi. He looks like he's coming in to do a board swap, perhaps a little crease in the board. We'll keep an eye on this one.
So reasonable start to this heat for all competitors. So a pretty solid exchange with those opening rides. Finn McGill with the best of it, 6.67. Morgan a point back, 5.67. Mikey in between with a 6-point ride. Tenchi just a mid-range 4. And a board change coming up. Looks like Joe Azuchi there. Running down with the backup board for his fellow countryman. Might have been a buckle early on from Tenchi. He attacked a thick section on the outside. Maybe hit the weak point above the fins there, Rich.
Yeah, it's that 6 inches right in front of the fin. So much stress. It's that point right between your stance, between the back foot and the front foot. You can see there, he's set to go, leggy, ready to put on.
These are lightly glassed, high-performance machines, though, aren't they?
They are indeed. That one in particular from JS.
Not machines, works of art. There you go.
Craft.
Yeah.
Maybe we should call them.
Vessels.
But yeah, normally all these competition boards are glassed with a single 4-ounce bottom and top, maybe a couple little toe and heel patches. But they are made, well, they're not made to break, but they are made to react and be really, really sensitive and responsive. And the heavier the board is, the less response and feel you get from it.
So if I went down to my local surf shop and grabbed the board off the rack, it would be a little different in construction?
Yeah, well, the shape, potentially no. You know, the shapes vary so much, but the glassing schedule, absolutely. Double layer of fiberglass on the deck and perhaps a heavier layer on the bottom as well, just to give it some extra strength. You know, not a whole lot of weight difference though, to be honest with you. We're only talking grams. So, you know, what you get off the shelf is a absolutely A1 quality product. It's just that these things here, you know, these guys just need them super, super light.
And then in chunky conditions like this, with the power output of the competitors, you find a high impacting section of water and it hits that weak point or between your feet.
Yeah, there's just a lot of torque and leverage on the board as the lip almost hits right at that spot between your feet. And as we talked about it in WA too, a lot of surfers a lot of guys going on a step up, maybe 1 or 2 inches bigger, but some guys opting to use still their shortboard, and I know Kolohe did that as well, but they tend to ride a bigger fin, or they opt for a different template with a little bit more rake on it, so that the board actually hangs in, and that's the ability of that fin system is to make the board work in a number of different ways simply by putting different templates in there.
Love it. Love getting all that inside, especially from someone who shapes their own boards. Been punching out a few volume shapes.
Yeah, I love it. I've been designing and shaping for over 15 years now, and not really concentrating on the high performance weapons that these guys are doing, more the mid-length fish sort of utility style surf craft for the elderly gentlemen.
I've ridden a couple, Rich.
You have,
They
mate.
work, mate. They work well. 23.5 minutes to go, and we're going to check in with the winner of the last heat. Such a stacked field in that one, AJ, and Eli Hanneman reign supreme.
Stacked indeed, and Eli coming out on top of, on paper, what was a really massive heat. How did you attack it?
Yeah, that was a fun one. I feel like going into the heat, I was looking at my heat and I was going, okay, I think I may have the hardest heat in the draw, maybe top 2 or 3. So, yeah, I just kind of, I was nervous. To say I wasn't would be a lie, but I just kind of was just like, hey, this is, you know, it's kind of an opportunity because I can go beat some really good guys, or if I lose to the best. So it was kind of a no pressure situation for me.
Well, coming into 2025, I know there's been a lot going on in the last year, from falling off tour to competing in a few events here on the Challenger Series. What has it taken for you to be ready to compete here in 2025 on the CS?
Yeah, it means so much. Like, I even get just emotional, like, thinking about it, but I won my first round heat, so it's not like I won the contest, but it just means so much to be back here. I fell off tour last year, had some really bad health issues, couldn't sleep at night for like 5 months straight, ate meat for 6 months straight just to get my health stuff in order, and I'm back, and yeah, I was able to get a 5th last year without sleeping in Australia, just crazy skin issues, and then I was not able to compete the rest of the year, and I feel like I would have only had to make a few heats to make it back on the tour. So yeah, honestly, this is just gratitude for me. Like, this is, obviously I come here to win, but just being back is the best thing ever with my friends. My wife's here. My best friend from Lahaina is here. He came just to hang out, and yeah, I mean, last year was the worst year of my life and also the best. I got married, so it's been a hectic year, but I feel like this year's might be a big one for me.
We're so excited to see you kick it off. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good on you, Eli. Yeah, I'd spoken to him about his challenges, and obviously focusing on a meat diet is all about reducing the inflammation, and obviously getting some sleep, traveling with friends and family, and getting a huge heat win. When the odds were against him, even he said he was nervous, but it is a fantastic victory for him, one that's going to fuel him with confidence early in the contest. But every heat is a step closer, Rich, even if it's a baby step closer to getting yourself back on that CT.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Eli coming close. And obviously being really open as we see Morgan, big backhand hook. He's sort of got, sometimes that second time around, you really appreciate it, and especially when you're going through, personal challenges and health issues, it really does put a lot of things into perspective for you. And obviously a reassessment of your goals and your judgments and how you go about it. Looks like he's gone through that, so that only matures a man. Good on him. That was, again, a hard heat on paper, and almost felt like if he could get through that one, then who knows what's going to happen.
Have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here of Morgan Siblick, who's got a brilliant backhand that's helped collect him some big finishes in CT events. But that wave, unfortunately, just lost its energy on the outside, ran into deep water, and Morgan got out of there pretty quickly. 3.17 though, just helps him up the requirement for Mikey McDonough and Tenshi Iwami. Yeah, the wild cards were just devastating to the top seeds. It completely jumbled up what the top 5 picture looked like on the men's championship tour, with the addition of Mikey McDonough, Morgan Siblick, Julian Wilson. Who else? Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, Xavier as well.
Yeah, it's been a complete shift up. The race for the final 5 on the men's side on the CT has gotten so interesting. And then you've got those competitors who've got those reps up as wildcards coming into this first Challenger Series, basically, you know, almost idling it at full throttle, just ready to put the foot down. Yes, we just said goodbye to Julian Wilson, but I think conditions that have played as they always do, played a big part, but maybe more so today than any other days in, like you said, Rich, just eliminating favourites and just throwing it back into who can survive this tricky lineup.
Yeah, and you know, on paper, again, we talk about those hard heats, but when you just forget about the names and go out there and do the job that you're supposed to do and find those 2 good waves and simplify it and just do it wave by wave, step by step, you know, it actually doesn't matter who you have in a heat on days like this.
Yeah. You're always, with respect, a bit of an underdog competitor coming up against, you know, some of the most dominant forces in the sport and in sport in general. Kelly Slater, you know, but there was a cast of people who were much more hyped than you, and you managed to wrestle victories away from them. And in your quest to qualify, you won an event at Haleiwa. Who was in that final, and what chance did you think people give you in that final when you were paddling out? And you had to win the event to qualify.
Yeah, I did, and I don't think they probably gave me a chance because
who'd you have?
There was Ross Williams,
Haleiwa local,
Louis.
You're telling the story, mate. They were your rivals. I wasn't there. I should know.
And I should know who the 4th is, and I'll get it. The memory will come at me.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's who was out there.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But you know, and even with the lowers win, because we haven't mentioned that in the entire event so far, but we will. I was up against, in every heat I had, you know, I was up against Taylor Knox and Joel, and then Taj in the final, and I was so the underdog in every single one of those heats. But if you use that to your advantage and go, I don't have any pressure on me here, and if I can win this, then it's all a bonus. Whereas I think maybe those other guys felt a bit of pressure. They were like, I can't lose to this guy because I'm expected to win.
And maybe underestimating you a little bit, but both famous victories, Rich.
Thanks, mate.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
16.5 minutes to go here. Finn McGill has given himself the lead, and he's up again. Already has a 6.67, a 4.93. That won't go into his top 2, but he does have that number 1 spot. Morgan in 2nd place. We'll see if Mikey and Tenshi can turn things around right after the break, but we might just see the rest of this wave from Mikey. Doesn't really do much there. We'll have to take a quick break. Back in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. We've got just under 14 minutes to go here in Heat 10, the round of 64. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And some of the real forces on the Challenger Series out there in the lineup at the moment. Mikey Madonna won the first event of the 2024 season up on the Gold Coast, and he had this one during the break, Rich.
Good slam off the backhand for Mikey Madonna, and just wrestling with that foam now, just trying to find this inside track. Looks like he does connect it all the way through. Big swoop back into the foam. Staying with the power, rail to rail. Now he's got some cleaner wave to work with. Sits on the brakes. Inside section, looms up, does the big backhand hammer. He's going to ride this one, he's going to beach it. And this is Morgan Siblick outside, a huge wave, pulls in, gets a little coverage.
Wow.
And Morgan just, who would have thought that he would have gotten some vision today? As we see Mikey Madonna just jogging southward up towards the point. He must have finished that wave miles down the beach.
Yeah, well, Mikey has had he knows that he can win these events, Rich, but he's got to find some consistency in those performances on the Challenger Series to make the grade on the CT. Also prove to himself that he can win heats on the Championship Tour as well. Morgan Siblick, well, he first qualified at the end of the 2019 season. Excuse me, he had a semi-final finish that year on the QS. It put him right there in a position to qualify for the tour, but he actually busted his knee and had to surf the remaining events of the qualifying series back then with a knee brace on, and managed to get it done. These days physically at full health, but really doing a lot to prevent injury as we wait for the numbers to come in for that tube ride. But just interesting to get a Bond University athlete health check on Morgan. You know, we often talk about the injuries, but for someone like Morgan who's had those issues before with the knees, you know, it's a good opportunity to talk about the training that you can do in getting yourself in a better position to avoid, you know, tweaked knees and busted ankles.
As we watch the man himself up and riding.
Yeah, you can see he's got complete confidence. Been doing a lot of work with the High Performance Centre here in Australia to get himself back to peak physical performance.
Yeah, I think
he's shown that this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think most surfers on the tour, you know, they really lean into that training regime. And Morgan, no different. I think sometimes an injury, it can be a blessing. The positive part about it is that you learn about your body and you go, okay, I'm going to come back bigger and better and stronger. And a lot of injury prevention is worked on by these surfers. You know, it's and there's a real art to it. You know, staying strong but limber and not getting too heavy, because you've got to have that quick reaction time, that light-footedness, but still be able to harness the power in your body.
It's a different level of training the competitors are doing these days compared to, say, when you were campaigning, Rich, on the Championship Tour. You know, there was sort of individuals that were really tapped in. It was generally those that had learnt more about their physical condition based on having a really nasty injury.
Yep.
People like Taylor Knox, Tom Carroll, who kind of, you know, suffered a number of full-on injuries in their time, and sort of clicked them into another level of just awareness.
Yeah, and then there was the physical element of it to it, also the mental element to it, and I think Kelly turned up the dial when that momentum generation came on, and he led the way, really clean living, as well as a lot of training. That I don't think he used to let on. I don't think he used to let on just how much training he used to do, and different forms of it.
Exactly.
Staying super flexible. Whoa!
Oh, that was nice. Tenshi on that backup board just hammers the closeout there. Just under 9 minutes to go. Morgan has got himself the lead. Finn McGill in second spot after a 5.33. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Just the one turn, but puts plenty into it.
Oh, that was a beautiful execution. It was kind of a snap re-entry as the roof of the wave came down.
Impressive turn, but he's going to need more. He's back in fourth spot, Tenshi, and he's chasing a 7.27. See what kind of credit he gets for that one. Yeah, it is. It's interesting talking about that training. I think you're right. I think Kelly always ate really well, clean living, as you said. Did a bit of cross training stuff as well. Did that have an effect, an influence on your generation, the people that Kelly was surfing against?
Yeah,
or
definitely.
Did you just, did you just fuel bigger nights and more fun?
We definitely had a lot of fun, but you kind of had to get on the bus, or it was going to leave you behind. And that generation when we came on the tour, that old guard, I'll call them the old guard, but there was a party element to it that you could get caught in. You get sucked in that rip, and you sort of had to go, hang on a minute, this is my profession and I've got to take this seriously. So I started, I guess, in the second part of my career, really leaning into the training a lot more, and I was doing a lot of traveling with Jake Paddo, and he was into his training as well. So we pulled each other along, I guess, in terms of everyone, okay, let's all train together, let's go do this, let's hit the sand dunes, and let's do the weights, let's stretch.
I went up. I stayed at Jake Patterson's a night while I was over in the West, and mate, he was training the house down. He can't get enough. Working overtime, even getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning at one stage over there and pumping iron, and yeah, really ripping in. Just over 6.5 minutes to go here, waiting on numbers to come through. A couple of waves ridden there. Feels like Morgan's still going to be hanging on to that lead, but Finn McGill's got to watch his back here. Mikey McDonough, he really only needs to find one section on a wave out here, and he'll be able to lay down the kind of turn that can generate that sort of score as we see the replay at Morgan.
Yeah, God, his board speed's incredible. Those sharp eyes just look absolutely mint under his feet. Oh, good hit there from Tenchi, but again, just the one turn. If he can combo it up, then he's going to be looking at a decent score. He certainly looks like he's on. He's surfing well. Looks really connected to that backup board. Time ticking away, though, hitting the 6 minute mark. And Mikey McDonough just with that 6-point ride. I think back to that ride, he had a couple of big hooks on that wave. Sort of almost thinking that could have gone maybe a half a point higher. But even still, he's well and truly in reach. 5.61, we know he can do that.
Adam Dufner and Nathan Hedge there doing a lot of work with the next wave of Australian Challenger Series campaigners.
Hoggy's got as much kind of heat investment as the guys out in the water, you know that. Feeling it.
Yeah, Mikey making a move to the northern end of the bank here, just trying to find some space without priority. 5 minutes to go. Just an awesome victory up there on the Gold Coast last year. The biggest win of his career to date. And he's got a lot of talent from Lennox Head. When you put him on a right-hander, he just really looks at home. But everyone has kind of really struggled to piece together rides out here today. For good reason. It's a completely mixed up lineup.
5.61, and you can see the line on this wall that he's dealing with. It's tapering down. It's not standing up in front of him. I mean, he's surfing well, don't get me wrong. There's some good action laying down on that wave, but I just feel the wave's just not going to be quite there. 5.61.
Yeah, the tricky thing for Mikey, is that he's surfing pretty well, but as we go to the GWM heat recap, he's not going to chip away at the requirement too much. Still going to be looking for a similar score no matter what happens here. Finn McGill. He's got himself a 6.67, a 4.93.
Yeah, that was in the early stage of the heat, riding that one all the way through the shore. This is Mikey's 6. A big wave outside, gets that big jam. Comes around, and he gets another little bonus section on the inside as well. So he's been really patient. He just only had the one ride up until about 10 minutes to go in the heat. You can see here, keeping that board speed going, connects with it on the inside. Morgan Siblick just sizzling off the top there. Pumping down the line, looking for that rebound. And again, you know, these moments that Morgan's had, they've been big moments. Pulls into the tube, gets some coverage. Didn't really have any other option but to pull under the hood on that one.
Well, Morgan's, you know, really lucky. He's from the Yamba and Gary region. His mum's still up there. She'll tell you he's from that zone, but there's a lot of people that claim that he's here from here at Merewether. He represents the Merewether Board Riders Club. And he loves this lineup. And he knows it so well. Even on a tricky day, he just seems to have found the opportunities out there. And he's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, which is also interesting. So I think identifying pretty early on that, you know, you can't really bank on a quality wave coming. You may as well take some chances. Even the big set that gave him the pit. I mean, it's a kind of a glorified closeout, and he's still juiced a 6.33 out of it.
Yeah, it did well. Don't you worry. If he gets a win here, he's from Newey.
Yeah, the Beach Hotel will light up for sure. One thing that you picked up on early, Rich, is just the phenomenal speed that Morgan's been surfing with lately. He got a couple of wildcard opportunities, late call up for the Gold Coast with Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, he only
pulling out of the event. He started in the elimination round.
Yeah, that's correct. But geez, he made the most of that opportunity, and he was just looked so comfortable and at home with a CT jersey on.
But he looked as fast as the fastest surfers in the draw at both the Championship Tour events. So whatever he's worked on with Sharp Eye is fantastic. But, you know, it was sort of a hallmark of his magic run to a 5th place on the Championship Tour as a rookie back in 2021. Every time he got up, he just put the foot down, went as fast as he could, and just attacked anything that was coming his way.
It was a good strategy, and it paid off for him too, because of minimal falls, minimal mistakes. This is Finn McGill just in protection mode here, trying to better that 4.93, secure his second spot or even take first position.
Yeah, that one sort of just, again, didn't have the energy to roll right through to the shore break and give him what he got earlier on with the 6.67. The hits on the inside. So with 25 seconds to go now, he's hoping Mikey McDonough doesn't find what he needs on the outside. He's chasing a 5.61 here. Wave standing up on the outside. Tenshiawami, he's not out of it either. He needs a 6.7. And Mikey's up. Gets a finish there. Still going though, looking for more points here on the inside. If he can get back out in front of this one and throw down a couple more turns. A carve, tricky section to read, bit of foam on the face. Trying to just keep a bit of speed to link it through for a finishing turn. Nice floating re-entry, throw the hands up. And a bit of a claim there, celebrating the fact that he was even able to find that opportunity in the dying stages. The heat coming to an end halfway through the ride, and he did well to finish it off, Rick.
Did really well. We're yet to see what happened on the outside section, but Mikey's emotional reaction sort of leads us to believe that perhaps there was a big outside turn. I don't think it's a 5.61 just based on the inside manoeuvres. Geez, he surfed well in this heat. He's gassed, completely gassed. It is a marathon effort for all our surfers taking on these conditions today. And that is has been 35 minutes of intense work. So it gets that first hit. We don't know if there was something before that. patiently waiting for this wave to wall up again. It stood up quite tall on the inside. Catchy little cut back here and then milks this section.
Yeah, our cameras were tracking Finn McGill on the end of his ride, so we just caught that floater on that foamy section. There may have been a turn before it. The judges would have definitely taken it all in. So we're waiting on the numbers to come through. The requirement for Mikey, a 5.61.
So where the fuck did you go? Oh, fuck. You were way over there, weren't you? Yeah. Good job, man.
Well, Finn shaking hands with Mikey.
Situation is pending. We are just waiting on that last race.
Heard the onside announcer, situation pending, waiting for the scores to come in. Maybe some comparisons being made from the panel on what was seen earlier on from the competitors, but Finn McGill didn't up the requirement. So
anxious wait.
It is an anxious wait. Yeah, Mikey toward the, just had that incredible celebration on the Gold Coast, winning that first event. It was an emotional one, just falling into the arms of his old boy on the beach.
I think it's
and it felt like he was on his way to the CT, and he really struggled to make heats through the rest of the schedule. So he wants to kick off the year with another big result. Finn McGill.
He's just sucking in the big ones here, and again, that was one of the most emotional reactions to a win we've seen in a while.
Definitely some comparisons being made here by the panel.
Yeah, for sure. They're taking their time. They want to get this one right. 5.61. They'll be thinking about his first ride. They'll also be thinking about Finn McGill's 6.67, where he did the outside hit and then came in and got the backhand hook.
It's a pretty strong finish from Mikey. And even the flow through that foamy section was impressive on the outside, but did he get a turn before that? Because it feels like if he got a turn before it...
It's the number.
It's the number.
Yeah.
But it's probably right there at the moment.
Wow. They are having... Maybe they're boiling the pot as well and brewing up a tea while they think about this one.
Well, Mikey's hair's almost dry. Nerve-wracking times for the surfer from Lennox Head, also for Finn McGill.
So much riding on these moments, every single heat.
Tenshi had some great turns in that heat. He just couldn't find combinations, and that hurt him in the scoreline. Numbers starting to roll through, and the early indication from the panel is that it is going to be right there, but it is going to fall short, unfortunately, for Mikey. A 5.1, so obviously not too much before that floater. As he grabs that backup board and sets his sight on stop 2, falling out of the mix here. Finn McGill hanging on to second position. Morgan Siblick with the victory. And yeah, an impressive performance there from Morgan. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll have a fresh booth. Jesse Starling and Stace Galbraith stepping in for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
A nail-biting finish to the heat number 10 of the round of 64 here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We are straight into heat number 11 of the round of 64, and it's an absolute cracker for you again. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Jessie Starling. Good afternoon, Jessie. How was your lunch? I'm absolutely full to the brim.
Mine was great. I love the food. I love the arena of Newcastle. Just everything about it. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, me neither. It's a great arena out there on the promenade. It's starting to fill in, starting to warm up a bit. It was a chilly start to the day. The wind hasn't backed off any, but neither's the swell. It's still pouring in.
Oh, absolutely. It's still filtering in. I mean, tomorrow we know is going to be a really great day of surfing, but I love the fact that we're seeing people fight through these big chunky conditions. But with big chunky conditions means really big sections, which means beautiful surfing. You see all the winners up on that list, and hopefully one of these gentlemen here can put their name there, but whoever gets there, they got to go through a lot, no matter what year it is. So in the water at the moment, we have this young gentleman out of South Africa, Luke Slipen, here with his brother and a bunch of lovely young lads from South Africa. What do you think, Jess? Yeah, two really nice turns to kick off that one for Luke. It came in around the 3.83 range, so judges capping that one. And then Dimitri, he got his campaign underway. I've always really loved the way he surfed, just really relies on his power, and you can tell by just the punch in that last turn. Yeah, he's a strong lad, and he absolutely rips. As we have World Junior Champion here, Lucas Vincente, getting his campaign underway. Beautiful turn out the back there, Jessie. Yeah, love that he came through to the inside section. He was trying to find more, so you can tell bit of determination. He's found that there's scores to be had on this inside section too. Lays it on rail, holds it beautifully all the way through, and he's looking for more. He wants to find one of those big sections. He's just put together a beautiful series of carving maneuvers. Didn't get that one big, sparky end turn I think he was really looking for, but nonetheless got himself the second highest score of the opening exchange. Yeah, you'd take a 5 in the first 5 minutes. Yes, absolutely. Just got to hope you do a bit more damage in the next 30, but it's a great start. Oh, definitely. I mean, as well, Dimitri, he got a 5.83. You'd take that. That could potentially definitely come into play. That could be his backup score by the end of the heat. Yeah, I mean, we've seen plenty of heats, one with 12 points. Last one was no different. Morgan Sibilic on 12. Finn McGill getting through in second there, 11.6. And unfortunately, Mikey Madonna and Tenchi Iwami eliminated from competition, but it wasn't without a very exciting finish and a strong deliberation there from the judges. That had to be one of the most stacked heats in the draw, yeah. I would say, just based on events and how they compete in conditions like this, and just rankings in all of their regions, and they all have big wins to their name. And I just thought, when I saw that one on paper, I was like, wow, that's going to be a really explosive heat, and it definitely lived up to expectation. It's a sad one, because no matter who goes out there, you've got to lose 2 of those names, and no matter what way you pick that one apart, it's always going to be a bummer to see 2 of those gentlemen eliminated from competition. But that's just what we sign up for, isn't it? The whole way through, 50% progression. And as we had in that last one, it was Morgan and Finn getting through. And it was a tight-fought battle, as this one was shaping up to be as well. Like you mentioned, Dimitri got off to a great start there, so did Lucas. And now it's back over to Luke and Imai Kalani to get themselves on the board. We had a great morning this morning with Morgan up at the Merewether Surfboard Club fundraiser breakfast. And now Morgan Sibilic is on the glass with AJ. Yeah, Morgs, we were just talking about, leave it to you to find a barrel out there on a very challenging day, but this is a place that you know incredibly well. How'd you lean on your experience surfing here today to get the win?
Yeah, come on, I'm frothing, stoked to get through, but I don't know, you don't need too much experience out there. It's a bit messy and hard to find them, and I don't know, I was just relying on like a bit of fitness or whatever to get back out the back, and felt like I caught 15 waves and fell on 13, so I don't know, I'm just stoked that I pulled off a couple.
What did you see on your barrel that you identified? What was going through your head?
When I stood up, I thought like it was going to be just one massive section, and that's kind of what I was looking for out there. And then it just kind of broke a little earlier, and I couldn't get up there, so I just tried my luck pulling in and got the little doggy door, so I was stoked.
What is the biggest thing that you have been working on in this off season to get ready for the Challenger Series this year?
Biggest thing, I don't know, I just really wanted to get really fit, just especially for conditions like that, and I don't know, just to have a clear mind when I'm out the back and making the right decisions, which is kind of, I feel like, how you win heats. Didn't make too many right decisions out there, but hopefully clean it up in the next couple rounds.
We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Congratulations, Morgan. And he's as he said, he's frothing, and as he should be. First heat of the year is a big one. As we'll catch you up on a couple of waves that we saw, and talk about priority here for a second. Imai Kalani DeVault yet to get things going, but I think we did see him there with the third priority next to his name there without a ride, which has sort of been a bit of a common one today, Jesse. A lot of looks and a lot of attempts to ride waves, but sometimes it's hard to identify that little lump, and particularly that far out to sea with the sand and how spread out it is. You know, having that priority, it can weigh heavily sometimes.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's one of those days where you could sit with priority for a really long time and not pull the trigger on anything and overanalyze. But then again, you're so right. You can be sitting there and paddle for something, then last minute go, this is a closeout. And just pull back and just be like, what am I doing? Then you've just lost priority. It is a bit of a game of luck in conditions when they do get that little bit bigger, that little bit more wild. But these guys, you'd have to think they've surfed enough heats now that they're confident in their decision-making skills when it does come to this. But yeah, right now, Luke Slipen out there with his first priority. He's looking to really get himself in this heat, I'd say, at this point. That first wave of 383, you'd hope that he wouldn't have that in his lineup by the end of the heat.
And we're going to catch up in here on a wave with Dimitri Poulos, Jess.
Yeah, Dimitri, like I mentioned, I love the way he surfs. He didn't really get to showcase much on that one. It was just a 257. This was the first we saw of Imai. Loved what he was bringing to the table in Margs. This new revved up, pressure-free Imai Kalani DeVault. And I just really hope that he channels that and brings it straight onto the Challenger Series. I know he didn't re-qualify, but he got a quarterfinal finish over there, and he was just, to me, one of the most impressive surfers of the event.
He's one of my favourite surfers in the entire world. He's so talented, and it's painful to see him not re-qualify.
Yep.
And that's as a fan. I can't imagine how it feels for him, because I know he knows his surfing belongs there, but maybe just at the moment confidence not quite there, because you saw how good he is at Margaret River, but it took him at 7 events to get to that point where he looked really competitive, and I hope he doesn't let that sort of take a hold of him too much. I really think he could breeze through this year.
Yeah, I agree. But for me, when you think about that top 10, it's so easy to fill up 10 spots, you know, just thinking about all the people who are on the Challenger Series this year. But I think more often than not, the people you ask, Imai is definitely in their personal top 10 if they have to pick who they would predict to qualify. But he's kind of come back onto a dream Challenger Series run, one that's really favoured, I would say, to his surfing. We obviously have those traditional events we're really used to seeing, whether it's Brazil, whether it's Portugal, US Open. But now to have an event in Hawaii where he always gets consistent results, I think that really favours him and his chances to re-qualify for next year. Yeah,
well, obviously Pipeline being on the Challenger Series schedule for this season, that event will run in 2026, but it will count to this year's points. He's had wildcard experience at Pipeline, and he's had on-tour experience at Pipeline. That's going to feed in really well to his campaign when the Challenger Series gets there, like you mentioned, Jess. As we see Luke here bringing this one through. We saw Mikey Madonna in the last heat. He did get a similar looking wave where there was a turn out the back, but not super impactful. So Luke's going to hope to get something pretty radical done on the inside if he really wants to push this score up. And unfortunately, not the case. The judges have been pretty hard on that. We've mentioned it earlier. They don't want to see a heap of turns. They want to see good ones.
He's got that really smooth, traditional South African style of surfing, like your Mikey February's, like your Geordie Smith, where he just really connects his turns really beautifully. There's not a lot of downtime, has that really relaxed style, almost like a skater approach to his style. But there wasn't that one moment on that wave. That first turn, it was really critical section. He air dropped out of it, but because he looked so relaxed, it felt like maybe he made it look easy.
Yep. Outside. This is Dimitri Poulos up and riding. Crazy big snap in the lip there. Turbulent water, but he made that look like it was a walk in the park. It's a big turn there from the surfer out of Ventura, California. You get the replay here, Jesse.
Yeah, Stonewood slow-mo of this big section and just beautiful bottom turn straight up into a heavy water lip coming towards him, and it's one of those waves, we talk about it anywhere you go where it's powerful. You have to meet power with power. There's no doubt about it. And Dimitri, he is definitely one of the most powerful surfers on the Challenger Series. He's probably not the biggest guy, but when he lays it on rail, it is so impressive. And when he gets big sections like that, it's on.
How good was this no movement straight to the bottom?
Yes.
Lean it over on the rail.
Yes.
Give it what for? You don't need to do too much.
You don't. And that was textbook surfing of that, really. I mean, I feel like I've heard you talk about that time and time again. You don't really have to do too much. Just lean and push and let the board do its thing.
Just pray that you get some clear water and you can see it and stand up on the wave, and then it's still clean by the time you get up. You see so many waves, they look clean when you take off, and then it's just got foam all over it by the time you get to the section. But if you can find some clear water, you can really just let your board and your surf and do the talking, which he was able to do on that wave. Don't think we'll see a massive number, but it's going to put him in a really good position because he's already got the 5.83. He's already in the lead here. And, it doesn't feel like 13 and a half minutes ago that we started this heat. It felt like 2 minutes ago.
No, seriously, this has already flown by. So many waves being caught in this heat.
Imai Kalani DeVault up and riding. Gorgeous style as he brings this one through to the inside. He's a big unit, but he's got a lovely sort of neutral, narrow stance. He can sort of play any position, this guy on the field. He can be powerful, he can be loose. Wow. And we get to see that on display there. Beautiful end turn. one more, go on. On the rocks probably. And he's just radical. I don't think we'll get to see too much radical surfing today apart from what we just saw on the inside. It's a bit more meat and potatoes out the back this afternoon, but he's got it all.
He does, he really does. And has it all whilst being so smooth and easy to watch. I mean, I really hope, like I know we just spoke about it, I really hope he does get back there because just the way that format is for next year's schedule as well does really suit him. I mean, it obviously suits everyone surfing, but having a full year for Imai, I mean, what he worked up to in seven events, imagine he stayed at that level for the back 5 events. You know, that is a massive run into what could be just a snowball effect for Imai. This is the replay of his last wave, so Burton Automotive putting on this one. Loved that first carve. Like you mentioned, it has that really neutral stance. I never really took notice of that until you said it. It just allows him to open up wherever he wants, redirect in so many ways. Just really beautiful, clean surfing, wrapping back to the pocket. Downtime, felt like he just generated his speed through that flat section of the wave and belted it, not once, but twice. And Imai just makes that big fat bit of water seem like a really big ramp.
Yeah, he just built up the whole way through. Lucas Vincente now outside. Beautiful carving manoeuvre through tons of water out the back on that one. As he's going to put the legs to work here and build up a bit of lactic acid, pumping the quads through the inside. Goofy footer eyeing off a left. You wouldn't read about it. This one, these are fun waves to surf as just a muck around, but in a comp you really want to get some action done as he sees this section kind of line up on the inside. Quadruple up. Waimea Shorey-esque finish to that wave. Oh, we're going to see a run around. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Wow, how quick was that last turn? That was whippy. Yeah, Lucas Vicente, he's got quite the surfing history behind him. Love this first turn. So much water pushed off that back foot then. Brought it back around the phone. A little bit of downtime here, but we're used to seeing this downtime. We got a big moment out the back. That's exactly what he was looking for. Then found one of these waves that allowed him to tee off a couple more times through this inside section. So really great identifying of a wave that had multiple maneuvers on it. A lot of downtime here though. So this is what the judges will be looking at. Belts it in the pocket there, and he's going to get one more past this quadruple up, as he called it. It's really quick. Really really quick whippy turn in the pocket there for Lucas. Takes it in. He's going to run round up close to those rocks. There's a bit of a bit of a gutter there, but not much.
That sand is like snow as well. He's just trudging through at the moment. Running past the judges. He's probably halfway on his journey now. It's not a bad call though, because as you get further down the beach, it's just, I wouldn't say it gets any better. Definitely the best scoring potential is pretty much straight out in front of the judges, but you'll see him run past the board caddies here and right up into the corner to sort of give himself that bit of time and deal with the current that he's about to face.
It also is a great opportunity for that mid-heat pep talk. You know, you could see his coach walk down the beach. Sometimes you see coaches run with them. And I feel like when you get a wave like that and you're still not in those top two, okay, what do I need more?
Yeah, exactly. So we would have heard that score getting read out there. He had a 5 to start, a 5.07 sort of gets you set up for a better position here. But we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and wait for the next heat to fire up. Ryan Callanan will be in the water.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitacovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back, thanks for tuning in. This is the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And if you're just joining us this afternoon, it's been a massive day of action. We are really getting to the tail end of this round of 64 here. We've seen a lot of close heats, we've seen a lot of crazy wipeouts, and we woke up this morning and we were absolutely freezing, but the sun is shining now, the waves are pouring in, the wind hasn't stopped at all, and it's creating a lot of action out there. Stacey Galbraith with Jesse Starling. Jesse, we've got a big heat coming up around the corner. We saw some vision of Ryan Callanan warming up there before. Massive, massive local story, international superstar, and a new dad.
New dad. Best part. No, he's got quite the heat. He's got Nolan Raposa, World Junior Champ, Bronson Mady, and someone who he spent a lot of time on tour with, Frederico Marai.
If he hadn't have just had a baby, Frederico would probably be the baby staying at his house, I reckon. He'd have to be looking after Fred. Fred and Ryan very close and spend a lot of time travelling together and staying with one another. I know Ryan stays with Fred in Portugal and vice versa here, but house is full now, Fred. You've got to find your own zone, I think.
It's always the way. You always draw your close mate in the opening rounds.
I can't see Fred changing nappies
buddy.
either.
No.
I can't see Fred changing nappies. It's just not his
No,
steez.
no.
But back to this heat in the water. Dimitri Poulos out in the lead at the moment. He's got a couple of fives. It's Emai Kalani DeVault with the single highest score. There's Lucas Vincente and Luke Slipen chasing these lads down. They don't need huge numbers, but I'd say Emai and Dimitri, obviously, you know, they're currently in the first and second position and they do hold the single highest scores in it at the moment. So if they look to better, definitely going to push those requirements out, and sort of chasing anything north of a 6 today, Jesse, has been a pretty tall order.
It has been, but you know what? We've seen plenty of great scores go down and plenty of moments that you just go, oh,
Yeah.
okay. I even did that at one point. I went, oh.
Yeah. Was it the Oscar Berry turn?
It was, yeah. But I just think, although it's big and it's chunky, that everyone's got equal opportunity out there, and we've seen people really capitalise on that and have fun. And I think it's definitely been a day where mindset really comes into play, and having a coach who's probably dealt with conditions like this before and comps like this before, and knowing that, you know, that heat winner of the last one, Morgs, working with Hoggy, I could just imagine the pep talk between those two.
I mean, Morgs seemed pretty frothed up as we take a look at the Newcastle flight cam here. Stunning images of the harbour. And one of the biggest ports in the southern hemisphere. And just beautiful scenes. We'll be heading out sort of that direction to the left of screen tonight to check out the local team, the Newcastle Knights, as they take on the Manly Sea Eagles. Pretty huge rivalry, that one, actually, considering where we are and Manly's proximity to Newcastle and vice versa.
Very
and,
close.
You know, obviously I know where your allegiance lies. Is it with either team, actually?
I'm going to keep that one to myself those days.
Okay, fair enough. Emai Kalani DeVault here, back to the surf, and I do love a backhand carve, but not on that occasion. Didn't quite click in with that one. But in the meantime, Vaughan Blakey, VB, you're out and about. I know where your allegiance lies in the footy.
Oh, mate, it's Manly all the way. Go the mighty Eagles, soaring like the true champions that they are, although I'll probably get killed for saying that down here at Newcastle SURFEST. But, mate, I'm down here, and you can see what this is all about. It's Fat Boy time, the official e-bike of the WSL, and you know this bad boy is all-terrain. The grass, the gravel, the road, it eats it up. No cutlery necessary, just chuck that stuff in a bowl and the Fat Boy will just gobble it up, mouth first. These things are elite. And don't forget, if you're coming down to the Burton Automotive SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, you can enter the chance to win one of these Fat Boy e-bikes valued at over $4,000. Jump on that QR code, fill in the deets, and you're in the running. But, mate, have a go at this thing. I'm just about ready to do the biggest skid in SURFEST history through the car park, so get ready.
I mean, I'd like to see that happen, but I would have to say, I reckon there's been some pretty monumental skids done in that car park, Vaughan.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is Donut Central, capital of the world right down here in Newey. They love it, but I'd love to see him trade the V8s for a Fat Boy, because these things are monstro, mate. Cop the suspension on this bad boy, dude.
Oh, thank you, Vaughan. One of the biggest jockeys you will ever see.
He is one of my favourite humans on this planet.
Oh, unbelievable
on
talent.
This planet. Ever.
We've been having a lot of fun in this city. It's so hard. It's so hard to have a bad time. If you're having a bad time, you're in the wrong place.
It's not the place.
No, you need your head checked.
It's not the place, it's you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'd love to hear that. 10 minutes on the clock. Dimitri Poulos still out in the lead in front of Emai Kalani DeVault. However, Emai Kalani DeVault's kind of poised to strike here. He's got the single highest score of the heat and doesn't need much to take the lead. And on a day like today, Jess, I know first and second get through, but you'd just want to be in first the whole time, irrespective of what scores you've got. Just being in that number one position is so important today.
And you're not safe until the heat finishes, right? But it is a bit of a safety net. It's a bit of a comfort zone when you are sitting in that top spot. Just like, okay, well, if white or green get a score, then at least they can't jump me
Exactly,
when you're in that top spot. So,
and we saw it a lot on the first day. People start surfing for second.
Yes.
They don't really surf for first.
Yes.
And it's, that is the requirement. You don't need to win, obviously. But if you, like you said, if you're in first, it does create that bit of a safety net because everyone behind you sort of, rightfully so, starts panicking. These heats mean a lot. They, every progression matters. At the end of the year, obviously you come into these events to win, but the goal is to qualify. And you get a couple of ninths and a couple of fifths, you're probably going to see yourself there. So getting through these first four-person heats is super important, and you would do it any way you can, kicking and scratching.
Is that what you'd count the qualifying for the CT to be? Couple ninths, couple fifths?
Yeah, even in a year with 5 events, it all depends on how they're spread out through the year. You can see years like Jackson Baker, he had a 2nd and a 17th. I don't think they might have counted 4 events that year, but this year obviously we're counting 5 with 7 competing. But it's also the other thing too is it's not a high heat average that you need to average to qualify either.
No.
I recall the year that Ryan Callanan qualified, I think his average was 10.9.
Wow,
Really?
really?
Couple of 5s. And he qualified in 10th. that year that he first qualified.
It's still
it's very doable, you know, but, you know, you'd obviously have to look at that in the mirror and make sure that you're ready for the tour. If they were the numbers that you're getting, which someone like Ryan obviously was, sometimes you just get hard heats and it's not, you know, those high scores might not be available. But it's, you know, you've seen the opposite too. Geordie Lawler, Mikey Madonna, they had big wins last year and couldn't pull it together. So, yeah, it all depends on the year. But I think a lot of these gents, you know, obviously on the men's side, it's different to the women's, but on the men's side, if you're making finals day, which is usually a fifth, you're doing pretty well. Like, I think that a lot of the crew should be celebrating that if they're getting fifths. Obviously, everyone wants to win, but I'd be giving yourself a pat on the back if you can get yourself into the quarters, which is, you know, a fifth place finish.
Well, really, last year, realistically, we saw 3 people with event wins that didn't qualify because our didn't actually make the top 10, our Cleveland.
No.
It's just that John decided to take a year off.
Yes.
And our was the next person down, so we got the call up. So that's 3 different victors not making the top 10.
Yes.
So it is a real eye-opener. I mean, you know, you could have an absolute shocker and then get a couple thirds towards the end of the season and then you qualify.
Couple of thirds. That's the hard way to do it.
That is the hard way to do it.
You've got to win more heats doing that. Joel Vaughan, he opted not to go for the three-peat here this year. He's going over to California to get ready, obviously, for the Trestles event coming up around the corner. That's the next CT, but you know, if you're any one of those rookies, if you can find yourself re-qualified for that back half of the season, doesn't matter whether you're 22nd or 9th or 5th or wherever you are, just making the cut as a rookie is so important. And that's how Joel got it done last year. A couple of thirds, a couple of big results. And he's done a fantastic on the tour this year. And all these gentlemen, they'll know that and they'll want to get there themselves. It was 6.5 minutes on the clock. Not too much has changed. It's been Dimitri and Imai locking it down from the start.
I think that's why I love the Challenger Series so much. Because not just because of the talent and the people, that obviously that's a big chunk, but because it can just completely flip towards the end of the year.
Lovely backside snap there from Luke Slipen. Similar to his last wave though. He had a better start on this wave, but he's going to want to get a nice big finish if he can on the inside, just to add as many points as he can to what he's got out the back already. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get that inside that he was chasing. As we queue up a replay of that wave, Jesse, you mentioned a great style there for Luke. You're not wrong. A lot of good styles in this heat. What'd you like of this wave?
I love the fact that he found a section that allowed him to just punch through and really drift the fins, kick it round. He's so talented. He's just been just behind or just lacking finding those really nice open faces, which is obviously, it can be a challenge sometimes when you're surfing a place where you've never surfed before and it's big and wild and woolly, but it's still fun today. And I think that last wave, it definitely would have been a big confidence booster for Luke. 2 really nice turns. He probably would have been hoping for more. I mean, you and I both know how incredibly talented he is. He was chasing a 5.75. My initial thoughts were he's probably going to need another wave, but that's just a confidence boost to say, okay, I found a wave, had a clean green face, I got 1 big turn done out the back. Now I just need to go and do that all over again.
I mean, what's a real kick in the teeth is that he only just betted his best score. So he didn't really, he brought the requirement down slightly, but not a lot, which is a bummer because he had such a nice first turn on that wave. But yeah, obviously, as you said, Jess, the wave just let him down. We're going to have a quick look at the Oakberry surf conditions update. And yeah, that wind has probably been at about that speed all day. Water temps dropped a little bit. And one thing that also stayed pretty consistent is the wave height. It's definitely been overhead all day. And it's been, yeah, there's been a couple of sections, I think back to Ian Gouveia this morning. I think they're still digging him out of the sandbank out there. He had 2 massive wipeouts. And from then, I think we've seen a lot of good surfing and a lot of close heats. A lot of waves ridden, which is the main thing. There's plenty of opportunity getting around as we see the jet skis kind of running for the hills out there, getting out of the way of that big looming set. We hope that wave turns into something for our surfers on the bank. They'll be just north of that where you saw the ski driving in there. Imai Kalani to vault. He waited a long time for that wave, and unless we miss something at the start, I don't think he'll better his 3.67.
Yeah, you could tell he had a weird foot placement. Maybe his leg rope was caught under his foot, or potentially his foot was on the back half of his grip. He had a bit of a readjustment there. sometimes you just don't want to readjust halfway through a wave, especially if it was tapering off like that. I mean, if it was bowling up perfectly, you'd make do. So he'll get back out there, realign, reassess himself. But the one thing I was just thinking about, you know, taking into consideration what we saw on day number 1, it was 2 to 3 foot, really fun, clean little right-handers. Today we're dealing with a lot more swell, a lot more wind, but big, chunkier sections. And tomorrow it's probably going to look completely different again. Merewether is one of those places, it just has so many different faces.
It does. And we spoke about it earlier, like whoever wins this event this week and past winners of this event, like, so deserve it. You probably have to surf like multiple different conditions and multiple different days, and have huge days where you might surf a couple of heats and then have, you know, a couple of days, like we had 2 lay days in a row, which is pretty uncommon for the Challenger Series. So now we're gearing up for 4 more heats of action this afternoon. And then obviously, as you mentioned, Jesse, another couple of big days. But yeah, getting back to live action here. Dimitri Poulos out the back. He'd be used to the wind in his face going left. Plenty of days like this for him at home, but I'd say the waves have slightly better shape than what they do right now. They're looking a little slopey as he brings this one through to the inside. But he's certainly got plenty of tricks in the tank as he brings this one through. Like, he could go right or left here and still get a huge score either way. You can see he's got great technique and just looking for a steep section so that he can show off all of his skills. Lovely fin drift there through the middle. Big oncoming end section. Margaret River-esque on the inside there. He just got absolutely sandwiched, minus the rock you've got to deal with. He might just in and out here. Oh, well, excuse me. Maybe he's seen something that we can't coming through the inside, but certainly the big peak on the start of that wave did not allow him to get anything done out the back, but he does only need to better a 3.67, and there's 90 seconds on the clock. Deals with that oncoming section there, but still no real major manoeuvre. I think you'll look to see him paddle back out here and perhaps just reposition himself halfway out and maybe try and look to get another little link-up shorey reform.
Yeah, there wasn't really any critical moments on that wave for Imai. I feel like that was one that maybe he was hoping was going to stand up through to the inside and potentially just could have taken in. Dimitri, on the other hand, I really loved some moments on his waves. For me, I actually really see Dimitri as being a bit of a dark horse this year and being one who could really rival for that top 10 and just take out some big leagues. You know, you'll look at heats and be like, oh, you'll see those higher seed surfers make it through, but I do see Dimitri start to ruffle some feathers this year.
Big time. Well, hopefully he can sneak through this one. He's in a favourable position at the moment, but he knows it. That's why he's looking back out. He's not safe. There's 25 seconds left. Everyone needs basically a 4 or a 5 to overtake him. Or maybe slightly higher for the surfers in 3rd and 4th. So it's not over by any means. We've seen some crazy finishes today as we see Luke here bringing this one through the inside. We'll catch you up on what he got done out the back, if anything at all. A little shove to finish the wave there. A fun wave to surf as a grommet after school, these shorey reforms, but as a competitor, you're really looking for that big open section out the back. As we have our surfers bring this heat to a close, there'll be no more waves ridden from Imai Kalani de Volt. He tried desperately to better the 3.67 there at the end. He knew those 2 lads were chasing him down, and he's just going to have to sit and wait until we hear the last score of Luke coming in.
It's the worst feeling when you're in 2nd place and you know that your competitors are so close to getting you, and they've got waves and you have absolutely no idea what you've done on those waves.
Am I booking a flight home? Am I booking dinner tonight down the road?
Thanks. Is that Mike live? Hey Mom, hey Dad.
I love it. Ask him a question, Benny. Take it away, mate. It's not a bad time of the day to be watching pro surfing in California. Probably just after 9 o'clock at night by my predictions. So it's waiting for scores here. I think Dimitri will find himself to be in a pretty favourable position. Looks like he betted there on his last wave, a 5.8, as we take a look at the GWM recap here, Jesse. This was earlier in the heat.
Yeah, it's kind of been Dimitri's show. He's just been the most consistent surfer. Big finish on that one. Love how powerful and consistent he is with his surfing, but it was Imai with the highest wave score of this heat.
Yeah, it came from just the overall flow, I feel, on this wave. It's just not, no body parts out of place. His board was on rail the whole time.
it's just making a very, very average wave look very, very good as he comes through the inside here. This is where the majority of the points came from, Jess. Big, big turn there into this combo.
Yeah, absolutely loved that one manoeuvre. I could watch that time and time again. Just so much power, aggression, technique behind it. Big one turn there for Dimitri that got him the win.
Yeah, it did. It was great surfing. And both of these young fellas, they're both very, very heavy set, but they're so light on their boards, and they just have this beautiful ability to kind of weight and unweight their turns when they have to. And it's it's really good to see the variety that they have on their surf. And on a day like today, when you do 15 turns on a wave, if you don't have variety, it's really going to show. And I know these scores aren't huge, but by today's standard, these are two really well-ridden waves that we saw there in the GWM recap. There's our official results. Good total there for Dimitri Poulos. In second was Imai Kalani de Volt. Unfortunately eliminated from competition our former World Junior Champion Lucas Vincente and South African Luke Slipe, and we will see them at the next event in Bolito. But in the meantime, we're going to take a break here. Massive heat coming up around the corner. Do not go anywhere.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live. The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. Fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. I agree with Ryan Callanan. Plenty to do in Newcastle. Plenty of good surfing, plenty of good sport, footy in particular. Great waves. And just a great crowd. Great to be here. Stacey Galbraith in the booth with Jesse Starling. Jesse, look at this heat. Ryan Callanan, Nolan Raposa, Bronson Matey and Frederico Moraes taking the water. And we will catch you up on some action that we saw at the beginning of this heat, Jess. This is Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, getting his heat underway with a 5.33. We always say it's good to start with a mid-range score, especially in conditions like this. Wow, really hit that second section. Put a lot into it.
That was a big turn there for Fred. We'll elaborate on that a bit more later. But Ryan's wave here, Jesse.
Oh, I love the way he surfs. Beautiful first turn for Arkau. He is so smooth and so powerful. He has that cat-like ability like we were talking about the other day with Pedersen Crisanto. He's so good. And then Bronson Matey, World Junior Champ. Got one big turn, but kind of got eaten by that big wall of foam coming down behind him. Oh, we had a bit of a 2-for-1 here for Arkau.
Love the belly board. You got to make sure of it. He's a dad now. You're allowed to do that.
Belted it twice on the inside. I mean, he didn't take that wave start to finish all the way through. He had that moment in between.
Yeah, it was the same wave though, just to be sure.
Same wave.
Yeah, same wave, yep.
but the inside and it was a little disconjointed, but beautiful surfing nonetheless.
For sure, yeah. We did cut to Bronson's wave there, but we will see Ryan Callanan is only owing us 1 score, and that will come through from that wave that we saw. Yes, it had the belly board in the middle, but I'm all for it. Back it in. However you can get it done on a day like today, just get to the end of the thing and put a bow on it, and he did, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely. And Ryan has to be one of my favourite goofy footers. He is just so silky smooth, so powerful, but really light on his feet. He does have those cat-like reflexes, but can not only do it in the big stuff and the perfect 4 to 6 foot stuff, but the really small stuff as well.
Yeah, he's got it all, and he's a big unit with really cat-like reflexes. Another bloke who's pretty well set up on his board, but also cat-like. Dimitri Poulos is with Vaughan Blakey.
Dimitri, that lineup, I mean, trying to make sense of it is like trying to make sense of hieroglyphics on the walls of the pyramids. Real tricky out there, mate, but you did a wonderful job of it.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely not easy, but stoked to get it done.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your strategy paddling out there. I mean, do you have one, or do you just take what comes at you?
Kind of get a rough idea of what you want to do, and then besides that, just try and go have fun, I guess. I mean, wind swell is so hard to make like a proper game plan to stick to, just because like it could be one thing 1 minute and a completely different lineup the next. So yeah, just got to be willing to be flexible.
Fully, man. And tell us about what you were riding, because did you go to a step up? A few crew have been sort of looking for a bigger board out there.
Yeah, I did. I jumped up to a 510 IF15 by Timmy Patterson. So my go-to when it's big and chunky.
That's good, man. And now that you're through that bowl of mashed potato, how are you going to go? Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, super excited. I think the biggest thing for today was just kind of first heat nerves, first heat of the year. So stoked to get it done and excited to just get to surf some more heats, hopefully.
Awesome, mate. You'll get the chance to pour some gravy on that mashed potato tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, excited.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vaughno. Well done, Dimitri. Got a bit of history, kind of a cooking class in that one as well.
Yeah.
That interview had it all.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Definitely decoded the riddle out there. Dimitri Poulos, he surfed a great heat. He went through with Imai Kalani Development. In this heat, it's the two mates at the moment, Ryan Callanan at 5.83, Federico Moraes at 5.33. As we see Ryan here, this will be his second wave. Very recognisable style here of the Merewether surfer. A couple of big turns out the back. He's found a gem of a wave. Can't tell me local knowledge doesn't count when someone like Ryan finds a wave like that. We haven't seen 3 turns out the back all day. Is he even out the back? Where is he? Where is this mastermind?
I actually went and stood on the beach in our break, and I was so surprised how much further out it is now on that change of the tide.
It is a long way out. There's ships out there. Got to be careful. Nolan Raposa there. Probably not the start he's looking for. Just a small score to start, and then that wave. But you can see the flashes of brilliance. Just watching that turn then just took me back to the run that he had at Snapper. I think he finished up 3rd that year. And yeah, plenty of talent, that kid. He's a great young man, and he's a great ambassador for the sport, and I'm excited to see him catch a few more waves in this heat. Bronson Matey now. We saw what he did at the World Junior Titles in the Philippines. We were lucky enough to see that live, Jesse. It was a sensational week for the young man, and bringing a world title back home to Indonesia is no small feat, as he gets a little combo done on the inside. There is a couple of rocks there, so you will see him eject pretty quickly out of that.
Oh yeah, you can tell he's right on that shelf there. Wow, and this wave we were kind of fangirling over. There's a lot of smooth water, but maybe it's just him. He's just so smooth at surfing. 2 really beautiful turns to kick this one off. Came round again, put it back on rail, not once, but twice, just for a little finish on this wave for Ryan. And I feel like that this is an event he would really want to win, but I'll get back to this. Nolan was up and riding on a replay. We saw he'd got one really nice turn in. But like I was mentioning, Ryan, he's never won this event. He got 2nd here back in 2020. Julian Wilson got the win. He got knocked out of the draw.
Did they tie that final? I think they tied in the final, which was gnarly, because Julian had just moved here.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
But I think Julian's paid his debt for that one, because he's just sponsored Ryan, so it's kind of all sweet now. I think they did. If they didn't, it was really close. I remember that. Now that you bring that up, I was just trying to think, has Ryan won? No, he got second.
Got second.
Back to that in a minute. This is Nolan's wave, Jess.
Yeah, loved this first turn. He just pushes so hard off his back foot. He is a really solid surf. I feel like he would really look to Ryan as well for inspiration. I mean, I feel like a lot of goofy footers around the world would, but just their style seems really similar to me.
Yeah.
That back arm really bent in. And then Bronson, it was a smaller wave, but he got a lot of damage done. He did a lot of turns from start to finish. There was a bit of downtime through here. Just look at so much water just to try and navigate and make his way through. Got to turn in, quick 1 for 2. So 1, 2, landed it, and then had to eject because he was right on the reef there. You can see the water ripping up where he was on this, right there on that shallow little rock shelf.
I like the idea of the wave that Bronson was looking for. Just a bit smaller, kind of on the hopefully inside double up kind of thing, because, you know, if you just stature him up against Federico, we put him next to Ryan on land, there is a massive size difference in these athletes.
Yes.
But the skill sets, you know, that's something where he could expose these you know, bigger boys, because he's so technical with his surfing. But today, unfortunately, doesn't really lend itself to that technical surfing unless you really get strategic with your wave selection, which you can tell he's doing. So I like his idea. He just needs to find something with a little more coping to work with, because you can see what he's capable of. If you look at his Instagram, it's just a highlight reel every time he paddles out. But very rarely would you see him in conditions like this. It's usually pretty perfect Indonesia.
And I think as well, we all know his strength is his air game. His air game is out of control. He's super consistent. Just as consistent as someone we were talking about earlier being Dane Henry. He is just time and time again locked in to landing so many different airs too. Like it's not just 1 or 2. He really has the whole package. But I agree, when it's like this, it may not be his bread and butter, but I think this is a really great experience for him to be able to find what he needs to get through these big heats.
This wave's steep. Ryan Callanan up into the lip beautifully, and he might get another one here as well. Thanks for coming, Ryan Callanan. I know he's been working through a few niggles. He's pretty much had something wrong with him his whole career, but it doesn't look like it today. His knees look sturdy, his ankles look good, and he's on fire. That was an amazing combination of turns there.
How beautiful was that first bowl? Right at the start of that wave, that is what dreams are made of. Coming straight back towards him. So Ryan, you know what? If I was in this heat, if I was Federico, Bronson or Nolan, the only place I would sit is right next to Ryan.
Yeah, I agree. And as we take a little bit look at a wide shot here of where he's actually sitting, he's sort of in this mid zone where he's not looking like he's getting all the way back out the back again. He's sort of on that peak directly in front of the judges. And you can see the other competitors, they've actually gone back to that more traditional rocks position on the right-hand side of screen. I mean, if I'm Bronson Matey on the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here, Jess, I'm sitting here.
Look at that first turn. The bowl coming back towards him and it was bending back at him ever so slightly. That is actually what dreams are made of. Got up and over that foam. I was a little concerned there. There was a lot of bump and his board was moving around a lot under between his feet, but he made it and came around. It tapered off, but it didn't matter because 2 beautiful turns out the back. Not even out the back, kind of midway out. And I think that was super smart because he's not getting lost at sea, copping all these sets on the head out the back. He's sitting just past that deep water section and getting these perfect little bowls.
And he's ridden 3 good scoring rides in 13.5 minutes. Like this is a bit of a masterclass at the moment, Jess.
It is. And you know what? He had every reason to be frustrated and just almost feeling like he needed to prove himself, but he's come out and this is just true Ryan form. Just good surfing on great waves and just making it look so seamless and easy to watch.
Yeah, spot on. And he's picking the absolute eyes out of it today. And, you know, similar to a lot of crew that have come on and off the tour, how can you adjust? You obviously would rather be getting ready for trestles right now, but you're not, you're here. And so how can you make the best of it? And Ryan he is smashing it out of the park right now. This has got to feel great for him because it doesn't matter whether you're Ryan Callanan or Julian Wilson or Bronson Matey. It's like those first heat nerves at any event are still there. And you know, he'd have to battle through that as well, and it doesn't look like it now. He's just looking rock solid as we see his most latest score drop in. The judges unanimous with the score, a 7.5. Sees him way out in the lead, and it's his good mate Federico Marias in second. As we check in on Freddie, he's had an interesting off season. This is his wave here, and we'll draw attention to it here for a variety of reasons. But with our Bond University athlete health check here, you can see Freddie's back leg, or back ankle, excuse me, fully taped up. He blew it to smithereens while he's surfing at home in his off-season. Ended up with 7 screws
Wow.
in him, and he's fully recovered, which is great to see. And just looking at that last turn, you know, you'll see that turn a few times today, I'm sure, and we'll, you know, we have already, and we will for the rest of the afternoon. But personally, for Freddie, that would have had to felt so good, just because the way that he finished and how he kind of came down in the ejection from the spray. He would have had, you know, phantom scares for sure. You know, can I do it? Can I push through it? Like, am I 100%? And to see him kind of punch the lip and make it and sort of surf with that authority, not a huge score for him, but that was a massive psychological win.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we saw him surf in the Portugal CT at the start of the year. He got a wild card into that, and you could tell he was nursing it. You could really tell by watching him compete, but I agree, beautiful surfing from Frederico, massive confidence builder too.
And here comes the nightmare in red for our other surfers. It's a dream for everyone else, though. The surfer who's in the lead is now sitting with the rest of the pack, which is just takes one less wave away from these guys. Federico Marias, massive turn there in the lip, as he would be trying to suck down as much local knowledge as he can out of Ryan Callanan and all the years they've stayed and worked together with Richard Dog Marsh here at this break. And not a bad backup score there for Freddie, but we have seen Ryan move over from the peak in front of the judges to the peak where these guys are sitting. Jesse.
Loved this first turn. Really steep section, just clicked with it beautifully. Came down with the lip. I feel like we just spoke about his confidence. Considering the risk on this last turn, the section he did it in, the water coming back towards him, you'd have to think he's feeling pretty good about his ankle to push that hard in a wave where you would have had to push harder than the wave is pushing back at you. And a replay of Nolan out the back behind him. Big section here. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Clicks it beautifully there.
Oh.
And then again, wow, I was speechless there for a second. I just wanted to watch him surf.
How good did his board look in the transitions there? So bumpy and wobbly. He's still out the back. He's not on the inside. And, you know, to the point there, we'll get to that in a minute, as we see Bronson, the condition changing right now is perfect for this man.
Wow.
Curvier, shorter waves, rather than these big outside monsters. This is going to suit Bronson great, and you've already seen it with these first 2 turns on this wave. Because I can't say we've seen many waves like Ryan's and Bronson's and Freddie's throughout the day. It has moved onto the inside section at the rocks, and that's definitely going to play into Bronson's favour. But getting back to it, the judges don't care if you're getting a turn out the back or a turn on the rocks or a turn on the shorey. As long as it's steep and critical and exciting and has that anticipation, you're going to get a big score. It doesn't matter where it is today. It's just finding steepness.
Love that first turn. Really tight hook in the pocket. Brought it back around for a carve, and then it was just a little bit bumpy through this inside section. You can tell by the wave that wave kind of broke in two. It was never going to have that big click moment he was chasing, but nevertheless, Bronson getting another score on the board.
Indeed, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. We're halfway through heat number 12. Local legend Ryan Callanan is in the water. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and it's time for a major froth out because one of the things that's got me completely jacked is this round of 32 heat draw that's starting to take shape and the generational battles that are lining up on the inside. Check it out. We've got these creaky old dinosaur bones like Chloe Andino and Josh Kerr up against the elite level CT surfers like Georgie Pittar and Jacob Wilcox, of course, just came off taking out Italo, and the young guns, Jarvis Earl, he'll be coming up in that next one as well. It's the same story over here on the women's, where we've got the experience of Sally Fitzgibbons, India Robinson and Sophie McCulloch up against a couple of Changers, Lords in Macy Callahan, and then, of course, young superstars like Eden Waller, who is in her very first ever Challenger Series event. Telling you, it is gearing up for an all-time SURFEST down here at Newcastle. Do not leave your TV screens or come on down, check out the action live. It's going to be Phil. And I'll tell you one other thing that's got me frothing, and that's this joint over here, the Stone and Wood Bar. That's where the frothies are going to be icy cold and setting us off the Savo. Ew!
Thank you, Vaughan. I am ready for all of that.
Same. Cannot believe that all Aussie heat. As soon as we panned to Vaughan, I was taking a little glance at the round of 32. Stacked.
Stack house.
Stack house.
Crazy.
And we're not even finished the round of 64. Imagine what the back half of the draw is going to look like too.
I know, it's going to be wild.
Wild. I love surfing.
How good surfing. We might get to do some surfing tomorrow, I think. It's going to be very, very commentator related. Vogue conditions, I call it. Vogue. It's going to be pretty. This is for the athletes today. Experts only. We saw that sign on the beach before. Do not enter the water. I take that quite seriously.
Yep.
Steer clear.
Only
for the professionals today.
But tomorrow, Vogue.
Tomorrow's for the novices. As we come down to under 13 minutes here, it's Ryan Callanan out in the lead. 7.5 and a 5.87, a convincing performance thus far. It's his good mate Freddie Marias in second, a 5.33 and a 5.1. Nolan Raposa, we like the wave, Jess. And so do the judges, a 6.83. That'll have Freddie Marias' ears perked up and his game head well and truly on, because Nolan's got priority. He kind of rode that wave at about the same time as Freddie, but he has come from the outside into the inside, and Freddie was paddling back out. So Freddie's actually got fourth priority, which is kind of gnarly to think about. Got to wait his turn. But he's managed to sneak away. Very, very clever for Freddie. I tell you what, that wave didn't let him do anything, but the characteristics of that wave was unbelievable.
It had the speed, it had the shape towards it, it was bending back towards him, steeper sections. I thought to myself, oh, they've let him have this.
That's like, if that wave just had a little bit, if he had a little bit more luck and that first section didn't foam down on him, he could have let go of two huge turns there. So good signs for conditions this afternoon as we're coming back to a bit more of a traditional lineup, and with the wind sort of being a bit more favourable tomorrow, it's setting us up for a great day of action tomorrow, Jess.
Well, it's all changed in this heat, hasn't it? It's really come back to those Merewether rocks, that traditional right we see that runs right close along that reef. None of them are out the back. They're all halfway out, so game plans might be changing for the rest of the afternoon.
Important wave here for Nolan Raposa, who's just locked in a great score, and the best time to lock in a score is when you've just locked in a great one, as he looks really good on his board here. He's going to need to finish, and he does. Massive turn there for Nolan Raposa.
I completely wrote him off on that last turn. I thought he was gone.
I would have as well if I didn't see him at Snapper that year, because he was doing similar kind of crazy stuff where he was just going belting it. There's no way he's landing that, and he'd just land so solid and right out of it. Take us through it, Jess.
This one had a really nice bowl from the start. Cut back here. I got nervous at this point because he started fading. I was thinking, that's a section just there. Didn't see this one coming. Belted it. Disappeared. And it came out in front of it. He is a bit of a magician when it comes to those big end section turns. And arc out. Ooh, up and over, out the back.
That was one for the kids. Love a good wipeout.
That was one for the kids.
Get the crowd going. Unfortunately, it cost him a bit of a turn in his priority order. He's still in a pretty good position, but we are waiting for a pretty hefty score here for Nolan. He could threaten the lead with that score.
Oh, I think so. I mean, that last turn was upside down, so much water coming back towards him, rocks incoming. So much on the line there for Nolan, and I thought, oh no, he's in two minds about what he's going to do. And I was like, he's just going to squeeze two in and he's going to lose that last turn, but came out and was like,
Shout out to John Pizell. His board looks amazing.
It does, doesn't it?
Just through that dead water, it just wants to keep moving and keep going. And Nolan's definitely looking glued in there. He's, give or take about a 6.5 for him would do the job to take the lead. And, we kind of think it could be just around about that number.
It carries speed really beautifully, and then when it sits at the bottom, it looks like it's ready to go.
Yeah.
It's, sometimes you get those boards where you're like, I can't control it, but I have these really great moments. It feels like it might have been one of those boards and he's just learnt to control it.
And it's really a really good point you make, because that's what these men and women at this level are looking for. They want that, like, F1 car friskiness, sort of, am I out of control, but I can control it. But it's such a fine line. And as you get the score coming in there, a 6.67 for Nolan Raposa, a well-surfed wave, and it was scored accordingly. Ryan Callan now back into second. He won't like that. He was having fun. He wants to keep having fun as he winds up and winds out of that one. He's now in second place. Freddie Marias is now chasing an 8.04, and Bronson Matey, the young Indonesian world junior champion, is chasing an 8.87.
I'd be nervous if I was Ryan. I know they're excellent scores. I really do. But to think about Bronson and how quickly he can change a heat by doing something what looks like he's going to be doing now. And that's why I would be nervous for that exact reason.
I agree. A massive air to start that wave there for Bronson. And he's stoked, and he kicks out of that one. An 8.87 is the requirement, and I'm with you, Jess. I think this morning those numbers would just be like, okay, wave the white flag, this could be over. But today, moving through the tide and into the afternoon, and where the surfaces are set up now, as we've just seen from the last ride of, Nolan, the 6.67, into this score now of Bronson, we're just seeing a bit better shape here on the inside, and I think in turn we're going to see much higher scores as Frederico Marias looks to work this one through. We'll have to catch up on what he got done on the outside. If he didn't get anything, he's going to need to go mega on the inside here. Nice check turn, a bit late to the last section there.
Had the speed, and you can tell he had the best idea for it as well. You could see he really wanted to belt it and feel that click sensation in the pocket, but that one, it was just that little bit too far behind. But literally, as I was expressing why I would be nervous if I was Ryan, Bronson just does a full backside air rev and then tags it twice more after that. I mean, let's take a look at this Stonerwood slow-mo and just really break this down. He put on the brakes so that he could come up there, use the wind in a perfect section, full backside air reverse, comes back around, steep pocket here, really nice turn. This is all his all-lose practice just really coming into play here. Tags it not once, but twice, actually 3 times with the finish there for Bronson. That's why he's one of those surfers, similar to Dimitri, he's that wild card surfer who can just come out with anything and it could be game over.
Big time, an 8.87 to do it in one wave. He won't do it in one, but he could definitely do it in 2. The highest score of the heat so far, and potentially the highest score of the day, an 8.67 there for Bronson Matey. A well-deserved score, great variety. All the risk in the first turn.
Wow.
And now he's chasing a 4.7 to take the lead. And Nolan Raposa will know this. He only needs a 4.83 to take first. So I think that both Nolan and Ryan will be paying particular attention to this next 6 minutes that's on the clock with respect to what waves they will let Bronson Matey go. But obviously they can't hold him off forever. You only get to use your priority once. But as you can see, Nolan kind of shadowing Bronson there. Even though Nolan's in first, he knows that, Bronson is the threat.
He's too good to let out of your sight, and I think that where I thought was going to let him down in this back half of the heat is how good Nolan and Ryan are with priority and with closing out heats as well. They're both...
With this psycho double up, it didn't quite eventuate, but this is what you said, you can't let him go too far.
No, you got to keep him right in your eyesight. You really, I mean, Nolan, yes, he's in first place, and he'd probably feel like this is more Ryan's job to do than his, but if I was Nolan, I would still be nervous because Ryan needs a 6 that is nothing for someone of his caliber. And Bronson only needs a 4.83 to get up into the lead. So he's by no means safe. We talked about that first place safety bubble. When you have people like Ryan and Bronson chasing you down for first place, that safety bubble's gone. I'm sorry, that's out the window.
When you've got the lowest score of their single scores, you know, it's an 8.67, a 7.5, and a 6.83, but they're in reverse order to the heat. It's not a fake first, but it's a fragile first.
It is.
You know, Nolan deserves to be in first right now. Scores are good. This heat's been, you know, fairly laid out. However, it's tight, and he knows that. And it's it definitely, like you said, it's his responsibility to make sure that he keeps a close eye on the young Indonesian. And then it's Bronson's job, and this is the fun part, just to play grommet, play a youngster. Hey mate, I'm going to go this rubbish wave. You want to hold me off it? That's up to you to decide. And if not, watch me blow up.
Watch me blow up. And I feel like, you know, Ryan's probably backing his ability more than priority at this point. But here we go, just sold him.
Bronson's done his first job here. Nolan now needs to better a score, and unfortunately doesn't on that wave. But I mean, kind of had to hold him off. He needs a 4.83. Bronson could have done a huge air there, and it would have been lights out. So that's part one done for Nolan's perspective, but it's also part one done for Bronson as well. He's now moved up the priority order, which is a good position for him to be in now. He's in second priority out the back. Ryan is only looking to better a 5.87, so Ryan isn't looking for some unicorn wave. He'll probably go the next modest looking wave that comes through. It's up to Bronson to kind of make sure he makes the right decision with his wave selection, as we see him up and riding now on the tail to start. A little snap to get things going there. He will need more, and it looks like this wave will reform on the inside for him, which is very true to the characteristics of the rocks. This wave never really ends as long as you can keep your feet. But Bronson opts to kick out of that wave there, and I think it's probably the right call. He needs to get back out the back and reset and just sort of get to the lip a little earlier if possible.
Yeah, there were two really nice turns. I mean, he didn't have a lot of time to work with on that first section. There was a lot of oncoming water. So he did manage that section really well. Again, a lot of water rushing up the face. I thought he was going to lose it there. You kind of lose the turn with the amount of water that was at the top of that one. And he kicks out. He's going to get back out the back. I mean, it was a really nice two turns. There was just a lot of wobble and not a lot of control, which has nothing to do with his surfing. It's probably more to do with how much rip there was in that wave, I would say. So it didn't come in as the number. It was a 2.6, so he's going to need more. But there's 2.5 minutes to go. He's not going all the way out the back.
He doesn't need to, like you mentioned. He can just sort of like hover on the way out. And for the other boys out the back, that has just got to be the most sinking feeling, knowing that one of the most explosive surfers on the planet is just sniffing around on the inside. And there's nothing they can really do about it. Ryan Callanan there looking at that wave. He has paddled and gone for a wave previously. I think it was just a small score, so he's gone back down to third priority as the boys look at a few double ups coming through the top of the rock section here. The dangerous Indonesian Bronson Matey, he's in third. He's only chasing a 4.7. Frederico Moraes from Portugal chasing an 8.04. So the chasing pack have two completely different stories. Freddie's looking for one of the best waves of the day. Bronson Matey is just looking for a wave.
Literally. And he can surf up waves. We know that he's one of those surfers who can really just pull the rabbit out of the hat and get himself a massive score like we saw. But Freddie looking for an excellent score there, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a bummer for Freddie. Good strong start to that wave, to his heat, excuse me, but just through the better part of the middle of this heat, the other surfers found some great waves to surf, and they're all great surfers, and they surfed them really, really well. I think about Nolan Raposa's 6.83, Callanan's 7.5, just great traditional rail surfing, and then Bronson Matey's 8.67. It's exactly what you'd expect. Explosive, big variety, and now that's left Freddie chasing a huge number, an 8.04 with 50 seconds on the clock.
And he was so close to getting it too, but you know, this is Bronson's first Challenger Series heat. It's his first big time to showcase that he can compete with these guys, with the top dogs on this stage. He's still got 30 seconds. He's on the inside there, but there's a lot of deeper water right where he is, so he'd have to get pretty lucky with a bowl to go underneath those three surfers out the back and reach him in the next 20 seconds to try and probably do two turns.
Oh, he's pretty close to him now, isn't he? Like, he's not like so far away that they can't sort of block. and he'll know that, as we see outside now. Nolan Raposa currently in first. Bronson Matey will go the left. As Nolan carves away at this wave, bit of foam on the face there. He's looking at, he knows how precarious this is for him. He's looking to see the other surfers, if they've ridden or not.
Wow.
We do see hear some applauses for the beach. I'll leave it up to your imagination. Were they cheering for Nolan, or did they cheer for Bronson doing a big air? No, it wasn't Bronson doing a big air. Sorry to break the hearts of the Indonesians there. We do believe his wave just fizzled out, unfortunately, but he did get to see the amazing talent of that young man on display. Unfortunately, we'll wait for the official results, but we think that would be the end of this heat, where Bronson will finish in third. And it was a lot of action here in the GWM. Oh, excuse me, this is just a replay of the last wave. Bronson in and out there, Jess, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, he gave himself every opportunity, and he found a left where no one was on it, and he got a score on the left, so no wonder when he had to go that wave, but it was so close. But I think that's a really big confidence builder for Bronson, to know that he can get excellent scores in conditions that don't perfectly suit his style of surfing.
Yeah, and he made it work, didn't he? He made sense of the lineup, and he found the highest score of the day. So he'll be excited at that. He'll also be disappointed. Someone who'll be excited all round is this man here, Ryan Callanan. A beautifully put together heat, Jess.
Oh, just the way he surfs, I just love it. So smooth, so graceful, yet just so sturdy. I feel like this wave, this is just textbook Ryan. That first turn is exactly what you think about when you hear the name Ryan Callanan. Goes up and over again for that second one, and just identifying these waves while everyone else couldn't really find much. At this part of the heat, everyone found their scores after they heard where Ryan was sitting.
Yeah, they listened to, well, what's Uncle Ryan doing in there? We're going to go follow him. But this was out the back, and this was a cracking turn there from Nolo.
Yeah, huge turn. You can really tell he does idolise Ryan just by the bottom turn, the way he surfs, the style, and he was definitely the surfer to win this heat. He was really consistent, but this wave, this was the moment that we all loved.
Wow, massive air there from Bronson Matey. This score was an 8.67 as he brings this one through to the middle part of the section here, going left. He's watched Italo Ferreira out here. He's watched Gabby Medina. He knows there's a left out there, and he absolutely maximised this opportunity, Jessie.
Yes, so much loft. Beautiful control, came round and then found open face afterwards for 3 extra turns. Best score of the day so far. Unfortunately didn't get through, but I'm sure we'll be watching that in the highlight reel time and time again for this event.
Our official results. Absolutely, we'll be watching that in the highlight reels for many, many heats and years to come. I think that was one of the better airs we've seen today, and for the last sort of opening day as well. But there it is, Nolan Raposa and Ryan Callanan moving through. Unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Bronson Matey and Frederico Moraes. Don't go anywhere. Heat 14 is an absolute cracker just coming up around the corner.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. by Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. G'day, moving through a big afternoon of competition here. Heat 13 hits the lineup now. And what a lineup it is. Great competitors, plenty of talent are going to be out there this afternoon. Ronnie Blakey alongside Richie Lovett. Looking forward to seeing this one, Rich. Sammy Pupo, such a good surfer, a real talent. He's been cutter again, but has shown us that he knows how to work this Challenger Series out.
He does indeed. Sammy's one of the best when it comes to this format. He blitzed the Challenger Series last year, and honestly, the numbers and the type of surfing that he lays down, whether it's in the Challenger Series or whether it's on the championship circuit, it's world class, and he deserves to be on the tour. Again, another one, kind of like Liam O'Brien, come up. You know, he had some big numbers, and unfortunately just came up against competitors that were really ripping in.
He's got a tough opponent class here, though. Jackson Baker, he'll be out there in the blue, a former winner here at SurfEst, a local boy who'll have the edge. But Sammy, as we go to the Burton Automotive replay, getting started with an impressive opening ride here at a 6.83.
Bringing this one all the way through to the inside, huge whitewash rebound as he comes through to the inside section. Sammy Poops just working this one all the way through. The wave stands up again. And what Sammy does so well is this quick reaction movement, and he just gets to these turns. He fits them in. And that was a great way to start off. Shion Crawford.
Yeah, love Shion surfing. He's really one to watch, I think, on the Challenger Series last year. This year, sorry, and yeah, can't wait to see what he can do. 20 years of age, Haleiwa, born and bred. And just been collecting some unbelievable free surfing highlights, as well as dominating the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional ranks on the QS. 3 second-place finishes on his road to the top of the ratings. Sunset, Haleiwa, and Rangiroa. He just went mad. So let's see what he can do. Looking at his past Challenger Series campaigns, 2023 finished 34th, cracked the quarters in Brazil that year, and 2024 dipped down the ratings a little bit, finished 50th overall. Got to be making those quarters and more if you want to get to that top end of the ratings. And also out in the lineup is Pedersen Crisanto, who was one of the standouts on the opening day of competition when we mowed through the round of 80. Should be a really good clash. We'll see if Jackson Baker can get it done and give the locals something to cheer about this afternoon up at the Beach Hotel. Just on 27.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with Vorno.
Nolan, congratulations, man. I mean, all day long it has been cat and mouse out there. It's so hectic to manage, but the tail end of your heat was just fully frantic as everyone started to jostle for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was frantic from the start for me, honestly. Everyone started with Ryan up the point, and I thought I was going to be that guy to get it on my own and get a bunch of waves, and then tide came in and wasn't many waves out there for me. Stuck to my game plan and got on a decent wave, and then I couldn't see Myers because the glare was coming in over the scaffolding and stuff, so I was once I caught my good one, I looked at him and he gave me the eye to go down and sit with the crew, so did that I did and saw Bronson do that huge air and was like, God, this is a nuts heat right now. I better lock it up. But I was just stressing. Me and Ryan were stressing actually because he was didn't have a watch. And he's like, how much time's left? And I gave him what he needed. But I mean, I was scared he was going to get the jump over me. And then Bronson, who knew who would have made that heat as close.
It's so tricky when you've got a guy like Bronson who does catch fire midway through a heat, gets a big score like that, and then he's just snaking around on the inside, nowhere near you guys. You don't even know where he is.
No, totally. And then the funny thing is I was at first, so technically Ryan had priority over both of us, and you would think Ryan was so priority with him, but since he only needed a 6 to go above me, and he's so talented that obviously he could get a 6 in his sleep. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll be the one that sits on Bronson so he doesn't get the 4-7 or whatever that he needed. But it was just just really sketchy for all of us.
Mate, last year you really set the world on fire, made a big name for yourself at Snapper with just, backhand blasts coming out of your ears. But, you know, was that your strategy? Just get out there and just square up and clobber the living daylights at anything that stood up for you?
Nah, this guy, he gave me the strat before my heat. I was like, what do I do out there, bro? And he was like, it's just cracking lips. Just one big turn out there is going to get you scores. I was watching everyone do that all day. So, I mean, that was the goal. And then things kind of changed, I think, in that heat. So now everyone's probably changing their game plans up for the rest of the day.
That's it, man. And now that you've gotten through today, you know, there's a lot to look forward to in the forecast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, like, I'm just looking forward to hanging out with my friends. Me and Finn just made our heats today, so we're feeling good at home. We're getting some home-cooked meals from my boy Ryan. He's the chef of the house, man. Can't do it without him. And, yeah, B-Law, been crushing it. Myers, too, dude. Great coaching. Couldn't see him, but we'll work on that next heat.
That's cool, man. And it was great to see Finn, you know, cheering you on. It was a total crowd support of one man up here just screaming out your name and cheering you on. It was good to see, mate. Good friendship there.
For sure, man. He's the man. I'm excited to travel with him this season. So, yeah, it'll be a good year.
Good on you, Nolan. Well done, mate.
Appreciate it. Love you, babe. See you at home.
Is he talking to you, Rich?
No, mate.
Nolan Raposa in a really tough heat, getting the job done in a really close one, but big exchanges on the outside here from our former CT campaigners looking to get back into the elite ranks. Pedersen Crisanto, what a finish to that ride. And Jackson Baker also stringing together some great turns, Rich.
Yeah, this heat is on. It's really starting to heat up. Sammy Pupo, 6.83. That's a good number. That is the marker for this heat. And we've seen some good surfing, a great exchange between Jackson Baker, Pedersen Crisanto, just huge, going huge on the inside.
Yeah, really nice flowing surfing from Jackson. I think, you know, there's been a couple of surfers today show restraint, the right amount of restraint, without letting the scoring opportunities go. They've been able to, you know, generate a pretty solid score with that approach. 6.1 gives Jackson the opportunity to build. Pedersen Crisanto, though, finds a big, heavy oncoming section and lays into it.
That was a big manoeuvre. And this is Jackson all the way from the outside behind the point. A little bit of downtime. Now he gets the smooth face, cuts a deep line, back up again, up and over that section. Pumping, driving to get in front of it again. And Jackson just working all the way through to the inside. You can hear the crowd getting behind Jackson Baker. 6.1, decent start to the heat.
1985 was the first year of the Newcastle event. And the locals had to wait until 2022 to get a hometown hero breaking through on the men's side. Jackson Baker in 2022 won here at Merewether. Interesting year too. It was a regional QS event, and much like the last couple of days, a massive storm ripped through, and they actually had to stick with four-man heats right through to the final. So it was difficult, but Jacko ripped that final, and ripping out here at the moment is the Brazilian Sammy Pupo from Marseilles. Looking super sharp here, the 24-year-old. What a start to this heat. 6.83, and let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. We've seen some good scores for individual turns, but did have a nice little rip to set up this final move.
Yeah, just gets to that oncoming section nice and high, and Sammy actually airdropping for a moment there, reconnects, and the jazz hands just showing that he was pretty stoked with that finish.
He got knocked around through the opening stages of the championship tour this year, struggled to get past the third round. When he got to Bells Beach, though, something clicked, and the desperation for a big result saw him start to collect some solid scores. Ended up turning in a quarter-final, lost in a close one at Burleigh Heads for another 17th, and wasn't able to chase down the huge finish he needed at Margaret's to stay on the tour. Pedersen Crisanto, he's still waiting to find out what he got for his first wave, but wasted no time and looking for a second score here. Bit of a redirect on the inside, cutting down into the bowl a couple of times. So it feels like just after the opening exchanges here that Shion Crawford's going to have some work to do. Because Pedersen dropped a 6.2 on his first wave. Jackson Baker's got a 6. Sammy Pupo's got a 6 and is about to drop something solid to go with it. And Crawford is going to be the one playing catch-up.
Yeah, so Pedersen just connects with that first section. A big drifting snap. A lot of tail release off the top. Controls it, though. Judges always well aware whether the surfer stays in control of the entire manoeuvre, whether there's a moment of kind of uncontrolled momentum in the turn. But he surfed that well. This is Sean Crawford outside. Beautiful snap. Smaller wave as this one comes through to the inside. Not sure he's going to get that connection. Some good surfing. And then Jacko just having a quick look in and out again. But the foundations are there, Ron, for those three surfers. With that 6-point ride, Sammy, Jackson and Pedersen all in that 6 range.
And Sammy's about to drop something in the, maybe in the excellent range here. Just waiting to see where the average falls. 5 judges on the panel and a few of them throwing 7s at Sammy. One went as high as an 8.5. The average, though, is a 6.67. And he's well out in front now. Jackson Baker chasing an 8.4 to get to the lead. Pedersen Crisanto not needing a whole lot to get himself into second. He'll likely get that score in a moment. And as we said before, Sean Crawford's got some ground to make up. He's got to get a 6-point ride of his own to give himself a solid shot here.
Yeah, and again, the ocean continues to change and morph in front of our eyes as the tide fills right in this afternoon. The surfers sticking a little closer to this rock break. Bring the waves all the way through to the inside, getting that shore break section is standing up a lot more. Obviously, there's more water on the sandbank as they get closer to shore. Still decent size, though. Conditions will be much better tomorrow, expecting offshore conditions. Still wild and woolly, but certainly contestable all day.
Yeah, there's been no shortage of waves, just a shortage of quality waves for the competitors out there. But everyone's dealing with the same lineup. Some have just done better work than others in connecting with the scoring opportunities out here. Jackson Baker, Rich, 28 years of age now. You know, had that run on the CT in 2022. Saw himself finish in 23rd position. He had 4 9ths that year. They were his best results. 2023, he wasn't able to back it up. Was cut at the Margaret River event. Wasn't far off qualifying. Again, only a heat or 2. And he's had to overcome some injuries as well to get himself back to peak performance and get ready to make an attack on the Challenger Series this year. 17.5 minutes to go, and it is Sammy Pupo out in front and his Brazilian mate Pedersen Crisanto in second place. Mateus Hurdy getting ready to hit the lineup. Good looking sprays. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
17 minutes.
grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live.
From Nobbies to Merewether, there's always people up there watching as well. It always seems like there's something going on up at the beach.
Newcastle as a surf destination, it's really consistent. You could go down the beach most days and there'll be something pretty fun. Newcastle SURFEST, you know, it's been the major event of kind of my whole life. See people like Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, that was such a highlight when I was a little kid.
Highlight for me at the Newcastle SURFEST would have to be winning it in 2022. To be able to get chaired up the beach in front of my closest family and friends was a pretty special day. Now, we're pretty lucky here in Newcastle with so much to do.
Oh, that's good.
All out driving with a 5-wood.
The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go, from fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
You hit golf at the driving range. Smoked me at the driving range and at Putt Putt.
A little beer to finish it off.
How good. What a day.
Cheers.
Two very proud Novocastrians right there. Ryan Callanan already through to the next round. And Jackson Baker looking to join him, but Jackson with some work to do out here at the moment. The Brazilians are on top. Sammy Pupo dominating this heat, a 6.83 on his opener. He's backed it up with a 7.67. And Sammy had this one during the break, Rich.
It's this real fast, light-footed approach from Sammy Pupo. And he's got this underlying power element too that he switches on. Just getting a really good read, just blast that section on the inside. He has absolutely teed off on this thing. And he is going to go miles ahead when that score drops.
He's going to drop the 6.83 for sure.
This is Shion Crawford through the inside, getting some good surfing, but you can see here just the height of the wave quality letting him down. Little slump of the shoulders there. He needs to stay positive, stay in this. Although he doesn't have a significant score on the board, they are out there. Sammy Pupo's proved it. Pedersen Crisonto's proved it. And Jackson's picked up one as well.
Yeah, 13 minutes to go. I think Sammy Pupo goes excellent here.
No doubt. If that last wave, that 7.67, was an almost excellent score, this one is going to go, it's got to go excellent.
Easy. Easy, maybe even up into the nines. Just such amazing speed. You know, you could probably make a little bit of a speed comparison to what we saw from Morgan Siblick, who didn't even really connect with a great wave, but just his transition between turns was just so effortless but kinetic. So we'll see what Sammy turns in here. But it feels like it's going to be a battle for second spot for the rest. Jackson Baker, he finds some space here. The smooth rail turns always from Jacko. And he needs some punch as well and finds it on the inside. Didn't need a whole lot to get himself up in the second spot here. This wave might do it for him. He's still chipping away at it. Adding any extras he can. I think that's a smart move. You look at the numbers for the last heat. Third place finished on 13.17, and the lead from Nolan Raposa, the winner, was 13.5. Ryan Callanan somewhere in between. So that any little extras you can add to these rides could help you get through into the next round.
As we see Jackson Baker here, he's going to do the run around. He's going to hit the rocks and come out behind the break. Obviously, the local knowledge paying off there. There is a water escalator heading back out adjacent to the point here. Late drop for Jackson as he gets into this wave. It stands up, beautiful carve down. Sets him up for these two next turns here. Another wrap, and then this is the money turn. Connects with the lip. More of a critical element to that turn. Brings it all the way through with a couple of foam rebounds, and then that'll be enough for Jackson. We'll do the run around. So needing that 4.61, feelings are that he's probably going to get it. And scores Enron 7.57 for Sammy Pupo. So perhaps they just like the strength of that big finishing turn on the wave prior.
Well, for you and I know what we were loving. Just that it's been such a lumpy and tricky lineup to get the flow happening without sort of bouncing around through those flatter sections. And Sammy Pupo just stitched that wave together so seamlessly. But when you think about it, you know, the judges are looking for the big individual moments, and they liked the big individual closing turn better. They gave that more credit, the 7.67. So, you know, notes to be taken for the rest of the field. You can ride away from the outside through to the inside. You can smooth out all those lines. But without the big, high-impact sections being hit, you know, there'll be some restraint in that scale, but still excellent surfing, even though it didn't get to that part of the scale.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just made the most of every single section that popped up in front of him. He just attacked it. That's what we're used to seeing from Sammy Pupo. He really does. Really does make the most of everything. So this is Jackson Baker just doing a little crab walk out onto the end of the rocks there.
Yeah, he knows how to get himself back into the lineup here. That's no issue for him. As we see Sammy up again. Didn't get the connection on the section that he was looking for. He'll head back out. 8.5 minutes to go. What a marathon day for these competitors. Not that they're having to surf multiple heats, but I think just the stress, knowing that it's an elusive lineup at the moment. It's hard to kind of tap into a wave that's, you know, going to stand up. There's no guarantee that these rides are going to give you what you want. So you got to stay sharp, take some chances, and if you do get a section, give it everything you got. Kate Matson getting ready to hit the lineup. Racy hairdo.
Jealous. It's not. It's not a straightforward plan when you hit the water out here today. You know, it's more often than not.
8 minutes
the
remaining.
lineup gives you the plan. You know, the waves are breaking there, the sandbar's set up, or the point's set up. It's pretty straightforward. Today, it's far from it.
Yeah, even that priority. I mean, there's moments where you can use your priority to good effect. Obviously, if you're right there at a point, you want a wave, you can wrestle it away from a competitor, but you know, it's a hard lineup to guard at the moment because, like you said, it's so shifty. There's not an obvious place to sit. The takeoff area is, you know, kind of spans 70 yards.
Oh, mate, Sammy Seal still hanging around.
That's cool, isn't it?
He has been in the lineup all day long with our competitors. He's down there somewhere. We saw him.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. Jackson getting back into the lineup now after getting himself into that second position with a 5.1. So Crisanto, he's chasing a 5 to get into second position. Shion Crawford just still hasn't been able to muster a score that's got him in a good striking position here.
Well, to me, it's pretty obvious what Shion needs to do in these next 6 minutes, and that's focus on the wave choice. He's had 7 cracks at it, and so far hasn't really taken off on a wave that's let him open up. So that'll be the coach's feedback if he does, unfortunately, not make it through this heat.
But then you've got to think about what we've seen earlier today, and people with a lot more experience than Shion Crawford, Callan Robson, for example, Julian Wilson, just kind of got lost at sea out there. It's just a very difficult day to pull it all together. But Shion Crawford letting some frustration go on that section. There'll be some points in that. That's going to be his best score. He's going to chip away at the requirement, which was an 8.43. He's going to bring it down a couple of points or more. And he'll give himself a shot here with just under 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a much better turn from Shion, just clobbering that section. And there was a little bit of anger in that. You could tell he's fired up. Better looking wave here, pumps into it, and then just slams that oncoming section, really throws some body torque through the manoeuvre. Gets the completion. Just the one turn, but it was an aggressive, really high-risk manoeuvre, so there will be some points in it. This will get him in with a chance.
Geez, Halieva's produced some great surfers, such a fantastic wave. Shion's performance levels just continue to rise as he now explores and starts to figure out the other breaks along the North Shore there. He's had some of the most incredible airs at Rockies in recent times. Big barrels at off the wall and backdoor, even getting the call up to compete at the pipe event. And as we see Pedersen Crisanto going after that 5-point ride here to get himself back into a qualifying position. Holds on for the finish, still scoping that ride for opportunities, riding out of that whitewater.
Yeah, he was looking left and right, wasn't he, just to see if that wave was going to reform up again. Give him one last hit. 5-point up is what he needs. Let's have a look. The wave stands up nicely. This thing doubled up. Quick cut back into the whitewash here. Another little check turn. Now it starts to go. He throws everything out. This one almost loses the fins through that carve. A lot of weaving through the sections, and then the final hit. It was, to be critical, maybe a lack of just that big open face turn. The wave didn't really stand up in front of him. Surfed it well, stitched it all together.
Man, he needs a 5. Shion, he's got some big moves he can go to. He was loading up. He just didn't have the oncoming section, but his previous wave came through at a 5.07, so just as we thought, he's given himself a fighting chance here in the final 3 minutes. Needs a 6.13 to climb up in the second spot. So job done there in just narrowing the requirement and giving himself a fighting chance. Got the big moves. I think he's given up on looking for the waves that are going to offer multiple sections. He's been happy to go looking for one big individual turn on his last 2 rides. So Crisanto turned in a 4.17 there, Rich. Not enough to get him into second position. And now he's trying to fight his way through the whitewater to get back into a position to have a shot at another wave.
Yeah, with only 2.5 minutes on the clock, it's going to be difficult. Jacko is experienced. He's got the knowledge. He's going to just be well aware of Pedersen Crisanto, and he's going to just sit on him and really engage with that priority situation. Sammy Pupo way out in front, huge heat total, with priority in the box seat. Forget about number 1. He's already got that sewn up. I think we've got to look at this battle for second place with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it's on. It's on in a big way. Thinking about these surfers and the zones that they represent. They've chased down some big finishes here in Newcastle. Shion trying to get it done here. He's after a big section because the work on the outside up until that point, there wasn't much to celebrate, but he swings the fins on that final section. Gets the completion. 6.13 is the score required.
Something clicked in the back half of this heat for Shion. He just, oh, whoa. That rock shelf just completely sucked out under him and went dry. Paddled back out, but yeah, he's been surfing with a lot of aggression. See the surging swell on that incoming tide.
Yeah, he's just basically trying to get back out so he can find a better route to the beach. As we see on the outside, Pedersen Crisanto going after the score here. Jackson Baker watching on nervously out the back. And you'll love seeing Pedersen kicking out of that one as it goes into deep water. The Brazilian only looking for a 5 and started that ride off pretty nicely. But the wave just it wasn't lining up on the inside for him.
No, he started it well. Let's have a look here. Late takeoff here. Comes around this section, big swooping cutback, gets the rebound, and then that wave just completely dissolves.
20 seconds to go, and he's found room for another ride here. Pedersen driving down the line, and from the Newcastle flight cam, we see him kick the fins on that final move. Dry docks that one. Let's have a look at it.
Well,
5-point ride.
Yep, picked it up late. Whoa, up into the lip. Foamy section, but he does well to keep control of the board. This inside section, we saw it from above. Nice redirect, gets a little bonus low road. Connects with the foam again. So a 5-point ride, he's appealing.
Wow. There's going to be some comparisons made to what we saw earlier on in this heat. And Jackson Baker has a 5.1, so that's going to be the obvious place to go to.
Oh.
But he's given himself a good chance, Pedersen Crisanto, as we see Sammy Pupo making his way in after a really strong performance here in the round of 64. Whatever disappointment and frustration there was after getting bumped off the CT, he's washed that off and turned up here ready to go.
Yeah, he certainly has, and this is exactly what he did last year when we arrived at the Gold Coast for the first Challenger Series event. He absolutely blitzed it. And this is Pedersen Crisanto just awaiting his fate from the judges. A 5-point ride. He got a couple of good manoeuvres done.
Did Jackson give him too much breathing room there, Rick?
Wow, well, Jackson's head was on a swivel, man, just trying to keep eyes on Pedersen. The thing was is that he got that wave, went in almost into the channel, and this thing just popped up. And so because the waves and the swell lines are so broken up, Jackson just didn't have any chance of getting to him. He maybe could have made a beeline for him.
Scores are coming through.
Whoa.
And they are looking good for Pedersen Crisanto. He's going to save himself here. Last second heroics. And he is going to cause a big upset for the local crowd. Pieced it together. Got the number he needed just to get ahead of Jackson Baker and Ann Baker's short run in this event. Sammy Pupo on fire. The Brazilian boys get the job done. There's the numbers, so close. And Jackson reeling. Sammy Pupo super dominant in that one. And we are going to take a quick break, and we look forward to seeing Matthias Hurdy, Kate Matson, Luke Thompson and Callie Bast in the next clash. It's a nice afternoon down here at Merewether, albeit a little bit cold, but we'll take the swell. It is a new swell, and it's going to get a lot more organised as we move through the rest of the event window, but we're into heat 14. It's the second last heat of the day. We'll be wrapping it after heat 15, but you don't want to go anywhere. Big names out there in the lineup still. A Brazilian superstar in Matheus Herdy hasn't cracked the championship tour as a full-time competitor, but we've seen him in a lot of events. Even this year over in Abu Dhabi, we saw him get the opportunity to perform at the highest level, and he did well. Luke Thompson from Durban, South Africa is also out there in this heat, and the South African has also had the chance to compete in a championship tour event, surfing at Jeffreys Bay a couple of years back. Here we go, live action. And this is Matheus Herdy, beautiful carve there. His uncle, Guilherme, would have competed here at Surfest back in the day. And Cade Matson, another one of those competitors who's been to the CT and would love nothing more than to get back there. But a great lineup, Rich. Also got a gold medalist out there in the water.
Yeah, Kylie Vast from France. And he had a pretty good showing in his first round heat. Got through. As we have a look at Matheus on his opening ride, beautiful carve, hacking turn there, holding that line, extending the length of the turn. The wave sits down on him. This is Cade, comes from around the behind the section. Big wrap, almost gets caught up in the whitewash, but comes out of it with enough acceleration and speed to get that second foam hit.
A big unit, Cade, 23 years of age. Was on the CT in 2024. His best result was a quarterfinal finish at Bells. He was cut that season, but still just cracking the championship tour ranks affords you a good run at the Challenger Series. So taking up one of those 3 positions. And we'll see if he can thread it together. Some big results this year and get himself back on the CT. Mentioned Matheus Herdy. Plenty of opportunities as a wild card. He's made pretty good use of them, Rich. He's had a quarterfinal finish in 2022 in Brazil, but a semi-final finish in Mexico back in 2021. And here he is again, super well-rounded surfer, great rail turns, big airs that he can call on. And he's been one of those guys really knocking at the door of a full-time berth on the CT for the last couple of years. Only a couple of heats away, really. He's finished 12th in 2024 and in 2023. But every year he's competed on the Challenger Series, he's gotten a result, quarterfinal or better. So he knows how to get to those later stages of these Challenger Series events. He's one of the best in the field.
No doubt, one of the best in the field, got an incredible air game, and is certainly got that passion and desire, so dedicated. Working with JS Surfboards as well, JS Industries.
Here we go, Luke Thompson, 20-year-old. He's had a couple of runs at the Challenger Series now. Highest finish was in 2023, got to 32nd position. 28 minutes to go here, waiting on numbers to drop. We'll see some replays after we chat to the winner of the last heat, Vaughan. What a performance from Sammy Pupo.
An amazing performance, Sammy, and you know, the disappointment of Margaret River now in memory put to one side. You looked like you had work to do out there, and you went about it in spectacular fashion.
Thank you. Yeah, felt great to be out there. Finally, I was watching every single heat today, trying to figure out the lineup. I haven't been here that many times, so I'm still trying to figure it out. It was just funny, like the whole day, like I was switching up where I wanted to surf. You know, first it was out the back, and then tides started to come in, and then everyone started to surf the inside. So I was like, oh, I'll just join them, and yeah.
Yeah, well, mate, you were just checking your watch. You said 5,000 steps just ticked over, but was that 5,000 steps or 5,000 strokes paddling around out there?
Probably 5,000 strokes, I think. A lot of paddling. I was surfing here yesterday too. It was such a workout. Like, I woke up this morning, I was like, I'm just gonna rest. I'm not even gonna surf because I was so tired from yesterday. But felt great. Yeah, 15 points heat total. Felt good to get it started. You know, you're always a little bit nervous. Watching everyone surf, everyone's surfing, you're great. So you don't know where your surfing is gonna fit with everyone else. So I'm happy that I surfed well.
And just at the tail end of that heat there, it was pretty close there with Pedersen as well, getting the job done.
Yeah, it was funny. I just heard like the beach commentator saying he got a wave, and I couldn't see it, so I was a little bit confused if he got a score or not. And I'm happy that he made it through. He's such a good guy. We're good friends, and he's been going to our house since I was like 3 years old, so I know him for a long time, and he's like family. So I'm happy that he made it through with me, and hopefully we can keep going.
Yeah, congrats, mate. That was a really strong performance on a day that's been hard to really let your surfing shine. So well done. And Ronnie, back to you. Matthias in this heat, and I think Guilherme actually won this comp back in the day. So yeah, lots to surf for there.
Absolutely, Vaughn. Been a good one for the Brazilians. He did. He won it in '96. But the last Brazilian winner here at SURFEST was Alex Ribeiro. For him, Alejo Muniz getting the job done. See if Matthias can add his name to this unbelievable honour roll for this contest. Certainly on his way. That was his earlier ride, so getting caught up on what's unfolded so far in this heat.
Oh, quick blast off the top there for Luke Thompson, and then he just goes down the plug hole. That wave just completely consuming him. A whole heap of whitewash. He's managed to get a 4. Matthias Hurdy, his best number, 4.4. We're waiting on some scores here. Here's some live action here. Matthias.
He already got himself to the top of the order, and we are still waiting on scores. Classy finish there. Already just so much variation on show from Matthias.
Here's a replay of Carly Vass's first ride on the backhand. Quick snap. Navigates through this foamy little section. Check turn, redirect. Staying with that little power source. Staying close to the energy, close to the foam. Now he comes through to the inside. Strong backhand attack. Gets the final closeout hit. This was Matthias Hurdy, just beautiful style off the bottom. Quite an expressive surfer. You watch his upper body, there's a lot of movement there. As he goes into the turns, that was a really good power redirect. Off that section, really good. So he's building.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Yeah, I mentioned all his wildcard appearances, Rich, in CT events. Carly Vass has had plenty as well. 4 times now we've seen him in CT comps. He was also in Abu Dhabi this year. He had a 17th place finish there, but much like Matthias, he's made good use of those opportunities, and especially at his beloved Chopu, where he won Olympic gold. He has had a quarterfinal finish in 2023, but a runner-up to Miguel Pupo in 2022.
That's right.
Super impressive. But he is just a huge superstar now, obviously. Proud Tahitian, but represents France, spends a lot of time over there getting himself well and truly primed to make a good run of the Challenger Series events. But he's had a couple of quarterfinal finishes in Challengers, really wants to start consistently getting to that place and breaking into the semis to give himself a good shot at qualifying.
You know, he was one of those youngsters that came out of Brazil, and everyone was talking about him. Matthias, they were all saying, you know, this kid, he's going to qualify easily, he's going to get on the tour, and it just didn't all go to plan. It didn't all go his way. But certainly he's digging deep, he's working hard at it. Surfing's still there. Crazy aerial attack, as I mentioned earlier. But today, that approach is somewhat neutralised, just given the conditions, but he's shown that he is really good on the rail.
Definitely. He's about to turn in a good score here. And he is going to increase his lead, so the total goes to 10.4. Luke Thompson hanging on to that second spot. Feels like we're going to see much bigger numbers fall in the next 22 minutes for, I think, all four of these competitors. Still figuring it out, but Mateus has looked the sharpest here at the moment. Just nice rail work on the outside. And how important is it to have that variation when you're in tricky conditions?
Well, I think it's really important, just given the inconsistency of these waves. And
here goes Cade. Just biding his time and doesn't really get a whole lot out of it. But variation works for you in even clean conditions, but when you've got to adapt quickly and get the right turn done on tricky sections, it seems to really help.
It does, absolutely. And you're somewhat governed by what the wave shows you and what the wave offers you in terms of the section. But what you do on it and your creativity with that section is what can set you apart from others. And if you keep delivering the same turn, as we watch Luke Thompson here, just blasting off the top again. So it goes down 2 waves in a row. And this is a bit of a frustrating one for Cade. See how he's coming behind and just floating these foam sections, coming around them. It's really not offering him that opportunity to do anything but what he was doing there. It's when you get that open face, then you can go, okay, well, am I going to slam it off the top? Am I going to do a big carve? Am I going to, show something progressive? Uniqueness about surfing, I guess, is that what you do on the wave, it's no two turns are ever going to be the same, because no two waves are ever going to be the same.
But you can make a mark and separate yourself from your competitors with, like you said, a little bit of creativity and just showing them something different. 6-point ride for Mateus on his last. And, we've seen it a couple of times today. Surfers, Semi Pupo did it beautifully in that last heat. Wasn't always looking for an assault on the pocket of the wave. Was happy to go to huge drawn-out cutbacks and just piecing it together and painting a beautiful picture, if you like, Rich.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it, mate. The wave's the canvas. These surfers are the artists, but you're right. There's even the down moments, and there are a lot of down moments today in between the turns. Being able to weave the board instead of pump the board and stitch it together with constant movement. So we see Cowley Vast up and riding.
Yeah, his first wave was a 4.67.
Oh.
And he might be close to that number already with just a huge turn on the outside.
Yeah, just a big old assault on the backhand. That section stood up.
He was just one of those incredible barrel riders. You think back to the first time we saw him in a CT event back in 2019. He was just a thin Grom, and he's become quite a unit.
Yeah, he's
solid.
Yeah, really strong. Obviously did the Newcastle Airport board breakdown on, checked out some of his equipment yesterday on the Monster 10. Riding the JS Industries FCS2 signature fins, so the whole package working together. And yeah, that board looked like an absolute Ferrari. Just had a fair bit of volume in it though, almost 29 litres, which is a fair bit of foam for these guys. But he is really strong and has worked on his manoeuvres and his beach break game and really mixing up that variety that we were just talking about, because when he did come onto the scene, a lot of it was based around his barrel riding at Chopu and his performances out there. This is Mateus.
Well, strong turn there to get this one started for the heat leader. Trying to better a 4.4. He's going to do it with this wave.
Nice.
Solid combination. Found steep sections, which has been a real hard thing to tap into out here today.
Great rhythm from Mateus. Great section, looms up in front of him, comes from behind, throws that back arm into the wall, carves around it, pumps off the bottom a couple of times and then gets this blast off the closeout section.
It's one of the best combinations all day in a short amount of space. But when given some room, you'll see him bank on that bottom turn, really draw it out.
Yeah, he sits on it well, doesn't he? Extends it.
But he cut that one a little short, didn't drop all the way to the bottom of the wave, knowing that he wanted to piece a combination together that's going to help him take an even stronger grip of this heat. Trying to improve on a 4.4. He's going to do it. Just under 17 minutes to go here. Waiting for those scores to drop. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 14 will continue right after this. Welcome back. Just a heat and a half to go this afternoon. We won't get to heat 16. Daylight is running out, so one more heat after this, and it's a good one. You can look forward to it. Hiroto Ohara, Levi Slauson, Keone Lassa, and Alistair Reginato in the final heat of the day. But right here, just on 14 and a half minutes to go, Matthias Hurdy starting to really flare up. 7.67 for the big combo that we saw just moments ago. We had a feeling it was going to be the best number of the heat. Hasn't been too many chances for competitors to thread together two moves like that today. And Matthias got it absolutely perfect. The timing was spot on, the right amount of flair and risk in that first turn, and finished it off beautifully. Callie Vast is in second position. Luke Thompson, Kate Matson, they're chasing at the moment, but they got time on their side.
Yeah, still plenty of time to go, and you can see that where the surfers have been positioning themselves in this lineup for most of the day on that outside section, that's kind of really left us now. It's softened. We're not seeing many of those waves breaking right out on that outside peak. These surfers are really focusing all their energy along the rock break now.
Heard Sammy Pupo saying that he surfed out here yesterday. It would have been just such a mess. But, you know, I think it gave him a real edge in that heat. Getting some reps in this lineup, as we see the South African Luke Thompson. He threads together a couple of big backhand belts there. Gets out of there just before getting toward that inside rock shelf.
Yeah, probably not a bad strategy to tackle it yesterday, because today would have seemed easy and quite tamed. It was blowing like the clackers yesterday, as we see Luke Thompson just connecting on the backhand. Two-turn combination on a rare left. Some tidy work there, down in third. Needing that 5.14 to advance.
Probably be his best wave.
I think so.
So we'll see if it gets him there. Trying to get ahead of Cowley Vast. You know, speed was on his side there. The wave provided a bit of momentum. To see if the judges saw there was enough impact in those sections, those hits, as he rolled through to the inside. 12 minutes to go. You can see Cade Matson out there checking his watch. Aware that he's got work to do if he's going to progress through this heat. Best number he's put up so far is a 3.27. Seen a lot of competitors kind of get to that point in the heat where they haven't been able to maintain pace with what the other surfers are putting up. And it's been really hard to turn heats around. I think Pedersen Crisanto in the last heat, one of only a handful of surfers who's been able to chip away and get the score they needed in the dying stages today. Hiroto gearing up to hit the lineup. Luke had a 4.13 on his last ride. The left up again now, chasing a 5.01 here. Just on the bottom order of that priority, willing to take some chances here at the moment.
Yeah, not a bad strategy. He's surfing with a lot of speed and energy. Enthusiastic approach. Hiroto Ahara getting ready for his heat. This will be the last heat of the day coming up. We're just going to run out of light if we try and push it to heat 16.
Hiroto has done plenty of campaigns on the qualifying series and now the Challenger series, and starting to enjoy that time on the road with his family, bringing them to the city of Newcastle to check things out as we see Mateus in full-blown attack mode, and unfortunately gets ankle tap trying to ride out of that final turn. But he just looks so dialed in, Rich.
Doesn't he? He's really connected at the moment. Feels like he's the board from the first 10 minutes to the last sort of 15 minutes. He's just reconnected. Really feeling it. Unfortunately not riding out of that one, but geez, there was some power laid down in that turn.
Well, the conditions, you know, in some instances have kind of improved this afternoon. Some of these rights on the inside are still pushing into deep water and don't have that big opportunity for an exciting finish, as we see a replay of Cade Matson. But it just feels like Mateus Hurdy's found a happy place in this lineup. He was on his way to another big score then.
He sure was. Out in front at the moment, quite comfortably. That's 7.67, a great score. He'll look to improve on the 6. So even his backup number, Ronnie, is better than any wave that any of his other competitors have ridden in this heat so far. So he's really figuring this out as conditions settle this afternoon. Good signs for tomorrow.
Feels like the fastest surfers today, Rich, have obviously put together some of the better performances. Just their ability to cover that flat water. I'm thinking back to Eli Hanneman, who we saw earlier on. You know, surf with great speed on the outside. So in that short pace space where you've got to capitalise on the opening sections, managing a couple of turns and then getting on the front foot and just racing through to the shore break, adding extra combos. And Mateus Hurdy here, just his ability to mix up the length of his bottom turns and arrive at sections between bumps on the face is allowing him to really open up on some big individual turns.
Oh, little backside air rev for Mateus Hurdy, so he's staying busy. Starting to really open up, take some more risks now. He's afforded himself that luxury. That almost 14-point heat total. You'd have to think that is probably going to be enough to see him through in first or second place. A couple of big sets rolling through now.
I think the conditions has played a part in it, but and some of the favourites have taken a hit today. and their quest to get themselves a big result here and get on a roll in the early stages of the Challenger Series. That's been thwarted a little bit. So, you know, I think the people we're alluding to, it's kind of obvious. We just saw Jackson Baker fall out of the mix, a former winner here at Surfest, who had that hometown support, and we just thought he'd find the edge out here with all his local experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, just you know, so much anticipation and thought goes into the lead-up, and a beautiful hack.
He's given us a bit of everything out here at the moment, Matthias Hurdy. Pretty impressed with the rail work that he's thrown our way. Also just holding that line beautifully, but giving it a little bit as he rides out of those turns, coming out with so much acceleration.
Yeah, it really is. Just he's hit the turbo as he goes into the turn, just driving through it. He actually went into one of the surf shop slimes yesterday and grabbed a fresh set of our Merrick fins, which is, it's a more raked fin where you can push it. It's exactly what that fin is built for, is to be able to push it hard, have the board hold in and really push the power against that fin.
Here we go, Kate Matson. Has been struggling to connect with the decent section, finds one there. Catches the nose a little bit, he'll be aware of that. Okay, just fighting hard to give himself a chance here. Five and a half minutes to go. Be interesting to see where they go with Matthias's last ride. Such a high quality opening move. But again, he's had a couple of rides where he hasn't shown great control riding out of his final move.
Yeah, that last one was right on the edge, wasn't it? I don't think judges are going to deem that final hit as a make, but the turn prior to it, the one that we really got excited about, that was undeniable. That was a fantastic turn.
I think he got himself a 4.77. Wouldn't mind seeing that opening turn again if we can cue it up. Just to enjoy what is kind of a rare highlight moment for a big individual turn. So waiting on scores to come through for Cade, and these are crucial numbers. He doesn't need a whole lot at the moment to overtake Cowley Vast. He turns in a 3.73, shaves a little bit off the requirement.
Yep. So 5.41 is what Cade Matson needs. A 5.01 is what Luke Thompson is looking for, and he has priority with 4 minutes to go. So not in a bad situation. At least he'll be able to take whatever wave comes through. If he wants the choice of it, he can grab it. And a 5. I mean, at that point, you're sitting out there in the water just going, just give me a chance, give me the wave, and I'll deliver. These are the moments you kind of think about when you're a competitive surfer. You're up against it, and it's about performing under pressure. We're going to be able to see if Luke can handle that pressure as we come into these final moments. Let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, the Stoner Wood slow-mo. Gotta love it.
Oh, so low off the bottom. Just grinds through that turn. Gets even a little bit of release through it. He was right on the edge of skipping out and just over pushing it. But beautiful form as he went through that opening maneuver. This is the last one. Tags it. Just here, gets ankle tapped. So again, I don't think the judges are going to call that as complete, but he got credit for the opening turn for sure.
Yeah, his throwaway numbers are still a lot better than what Cade's been able to manage in this heat so far. Cade's having a really tough time connecting with those bigger walls out here at the moment. 2.5 minutes to go. He's still got time though, and when you look at the requirement for second place, it's not a big one for Matson, 5.41. Luke Thompson also well within reach here, only looking for a 5.01 himself. So Cowley Vast has got to be super attentive to his rivals here and play the last 2.5 minutes
Yeah, bang on. He's got to be...
He's got to play it smart, because we just saw Jackson Baker fall out of the mix with, you know, rivals chasing similar scores.
Well, it looks like he's covering Luke Thompson here, who has priority. He's sticking with him just in case, trying to make him make a mistake, trying to force the issue, but he's also got to be aware that Cade only needs the 5.41. Matty McGillivray looks on.
Yeah, there's no doubt cheering on Luke Thompson here. Good to see Matty McGillivray here. I know he had some question marks whether he was going to campaign on the Challenger Series for a moment there, but I think it was just the shock of being bumped off, because he was the first surfer that missed out, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, or like any sting, it eventually fades, and then you get back to business, and great to see Matty McGillivray here.
A minute to go.
Definitely some pain in WA was seen.
Oh yeah.
Across all these surfers that got relegated back to the Challenger Series, but most of them have turned up, meaning business, and thrown down some great surfing. And you can see this ocean looks completely different to what it did this morning. Things are really starting to settle. The wind will swing offshore tonight. And we'll be, I think we'll be afforded some really clean conditions tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be an improvement for sure. A bit more manageable for the competitors, a bit more predictable. So waiting on the scores. Potentially that could turn this heat. Luke Thompson's got the priority, and he's got a chance. There's a wave standing up on the outside, and he can't afford to be too selective in these dying stages. He's going to have to pull the trigger probably on this next wave. Might even be a prone takeoff in the whitewater here for the South African. And he is going to go, 13 seconds remaining, and he gets it up. Now got to find the open face, chasing it at the moment. Got to stick with it, try and get over the hump here. Chasing a 5.01. Is now going to have to get it done with a big finishing turn here. Bit of foam on the face. He's giving it everything he's got. But this wave just looks to be breaking away and fading in energy. As Thompson gathers some speed down the line, he's thinking something big. Attempts to pop the board into a reverse, but he won't ride out. And Calibas is going to be sweet. He's going to hang on to that second position.
Wow, that was such an entertaining heat. You know, no excellent scores, but almost excellent. Mateus, he was all over it. Comes away with the win. Calibas manages to hang on.
Yeah, more Brazilian dominance there from Mateus Hurdy. Impressive heat score total under the circumstances. Calibas hanging on for second. We'll take a quick break. We're going to see Hiroto O'Hara, Levi Slauson, Keone Lassa and Alistair Reginato out there next. And we'll have Jess and Stacey for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
A massive day of surfing action here at Merewether Beach. We have seen it all. Surfers getting lost at sea, massive wipeouts, huge scores. And for the last heat of the day, we've got another cracker. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Jessie Starling. Jessie, we made it. Heat 15 is the last heat of the day, and it's done. We've had the easy job sitting in this beautiful heated booth for the surfers. Pretty challenging day, but they've made it look really good.
Oh, they have. I mean, when we rocked up this morning, we always knew it was going to be big, windy, a little bit wild and woolly, but these guys have made the most of a really fun couple sections that have come through. Big surf, it really shows who's been putting in the time in the surf when it gets big and windy at home, but I must say, it's really cleaned up this afternoon.
Yeah, since about the time that Ryan Callanan parted out, it was almost prophetic. He just parted the waves and the water and everything just came together beautifully. And since then, it's been kind of pumping. A truly international heat in the water. Hiroto Ohara from Japan, Levi Slawson representing the USA, Keone Lassa from the Basque Country, and Alistair Reginato from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. It's a pretty big heat to finish the day, I'll give you that.
Oh, it is. It's huge. It's a huge heat to finish the day. And I feel like 4 very different surfers too.
Yeah,
Not a lot of similarities between these 4. One thing we all know is they all just want to get through this round. It's the last heat of the day. It's starting to get a little bit colder down here. You can see the shadow on the water. So the sun is dropping behind us, which is why we're not running that last heat of the day. We're just going to run out of light, pretty much. So we are going to call it here, and we'll see Jackson Bunch, Lucas Silveira, Jet Schilling and Iago Dominguez competing tomorrow. I think, Stace, this grooming of the afternoon of the surf is shades of what we can expect tomorrow.
Yeah, I really like that call. I think we're going to see settled conditions this afternoon and into tomorrow. The wind's dropped off all day. And tomorrow, I mean, we've said it enough. I guess I probably shouldn't say it too much more. But tomorrow,
No, go for it. Say
tomorrow
it.
and Saturday looking pretty fun. And that's why you said everyone wants to get through their heats. But particularly when you see a good forecast,
Oh, yeah.
you just want to be involved in the comp. But then there's obviously the points and the prize money involved that come with that as well. And ultimately the end goal, which is qualifying for the World Tour, and they want to get off the Challenger Series and onto Big Boy School.
They do, and it is always a bit of extra incentive to know that the next couple of days are going to be pumping. It's always just that little bit, oh, I really want to surf that day because that's when I can really showcase my talents. And yes, qualifying is the end goal, but that's a big reason of what this is all about, is showcasing that you are one of the best surfers in the world. And it's days like today that also prove that.
Up and riding, the Australian Alistair Reginato. He mentioned it in his first round heat. He's done damage on this coastline before, but that was for his club. Out here in this event, he's surfing for himself, and he's off to a good start there. And behind him, Hiroto Ohara, the Japanese surfer, out the back, gets absolutely cleaned up.
So in that last heat, we mentioned that we broke it down, well, you broke it down, that you believe that qualifying is a couple of fifths and a couple of ninths.
Don't tell me you've gone and done the maths.
I've gone, no.
Good.
I've gone and done
well,
some
you should
research.
have, actually. What's your research telling you?
So Hiroto finished 3
Hiroto.
spots short of qualifying. He had 2 ninths and a 5th and a 13th.
2 ninths and a 5th and a 13th.
So if that 13th is a 9th or a 5th, he's in.
Yes.
So
but I reckon he's probably done that.
I'm backing you up right now.
Thank you. Yes, I was so worried then.
No, I'm backing you up.
No, you know what too? I reckon he's done that about 3 or 4 years in a row, those numbers. It's been pretty hard for Hiroto. He's been so close so many times. And he's definitely got the skills to do it.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, he's been coming here, competing here for a long time, because this was a prime event. Everyone came to Newcastle
it was.
every year. There was, felt like 100 opening rounds.
It was. More on that later, because I do have some great stories and times in Newey, as we saw a beautiful shot of the city there. It got me very fired up for football, which I know you're going. AJ McCord's going.
AJ McCord, you're going to take the winner of the last heat?
Yeah, Mateus and I are just practicing some Portuguese here as he breaks down the heat. He's trying to teach me a little bit more as we go. But Mateus, learning the water is something that you focused on a lot today. So you had a really good strategy based on the tides and what you wanted to do. How'd you execute it?
Actually, I was, I got here way earlier, and then I thought we were going to surf over there. And then with the high tide, I knew that the ride was going to, get better. And it's super high tide right now. And luckily, I was able to figure this out and just staying inside. I was getting a lot of waves. Like, I think the other guys, Kylie kind of saw some good ones, but I think Cade and Luke, they were too far out, and I was just in the inside, and I worked my way. I just got the rhythm, and super stoked.
And for you, getting the rhythm early in this 2025 Challenger Series has to feel good. You got the CT wildcard at Abu Dhabi a few months ago. Just how much do you feel like you're building momentum towards a really big year?
As I told you before, experience finally is paying off right now. I've been here for a long time. Newcastle, the first time I came here, I think I was 14 or 15, so it's been almost 10 years. Yeah, it's been 10 years. I'm 24 now. Crazy. And but yeah, just this year is just, everything's happening. I got a lot of people in my back helping me. I want to say thanks to Logan, Chucky from Snap 5. He's been helping me a lot and paying all my tickets to come, here and all the challenges. He's an amazing guy. I want to say thanks to my manager, Cortez, and, everyone at Surfland. There's, so many people. JS, of course, best sports in the business. So, just thanks to everyone that has been supportive, my family, friends, and I'm really stoked this is here. I'm feeling good. Feeling really good.
As you should. Every single one of those people undoubtedly very proud of you. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you, AJ. Congratulations, Mateus. And, we talk about it a lot, but that right there backs up sort of, if you look at the rounds and you look at heats and what the heats have the most pressure and reward and everything. We're back to that in a minute. Incredible bottom turn there from Hiroto Ohara. I have no idea how he didn't fall off. His basically whole board was out of the water. Unfortunately, that wave didn't eventuate, but you mentioned it yesterday, Jesse, the first round, your first heat, is probably as stressful as a semi trying to make the final.
Yeah.
It has that importance, and you see the emotion there for Mateus. It's written on his face. Incredible bottom turn there from Levi Slawson. Just gorgeous to watch as he sets up these two maneuvers. And one of the best aerialists on this tour just gave us some incredible traditional surfing.
It was beautiful to see that from Levi. Something I would love for you to break down is the bottom turn and why you love it so much, because I feel like some people could be watching and thinking, hang on a second, we'll get back to that in a second, because let's break down that bottom turn. Stonerwood slow-mo, entire fin. It's
similar to Dimitri Poulos' wave from the earlier heats in the round. He just stood up, got on his board, went to the bottom of the wave and just leaned over on his rail. And surfing is, style's not in the criteria, but looking good on your board, at the end of the day, you're surfing in front of judges. And at the moment, they're still human.
Yeah.
You're not surfing in front of robots.
No.
So you've got to engage that emotional, how's this guy surfing? And they'll break down the technicality and all of that. And this wave's going to be probably a 4.83, and we're talking it up like it's a 10. But it's just those little nuanced things with surfing that are important. You need to look good on your board. Having a good style is important, and learning those things and having that good read on the ocean, because it's such a, it's not skateboarding, it's not snowboarding. We talk about the references a lot, but it's a live environment, and Levi there I thought he read that wave really well. It's a 4.83, and given the fact that it's a 4.83, should probably move on.
You nailed that. You called it was a 4.83. Bam, straight in. Well done, Stace.
Back to Newcastle, it used to be the first 6-star or 6,000 of the year. So you mentioned that it was like a round of, 500 surfers before you'd even get to, the main round. And that's true, because that's what all the CT surfers used to do.
Yeah.
It was the first event before Snapper. And so a lot of crew, your Matt Wilkinsons, Joel Parkinsons, Chloe Handino, all these dudes that were on the tour, smashing it, they would come here. And that's why you see these past winners and the past names. And that's why this place has the respect and the lineage of what it does and the history of the winners, because if your name is on that list, you've definitely, you've definitely done something with your career, for sure. And, it was a great way to start, like, the competitive year for surfing. As we see out the back, Alistair Reginato up and riding. Couple of set-up swoops here on this wave. He'd be really looking for some vertical face here on the inside. He's got the board speed as he comes through and smashes the finish. Who stands out to you on that list of winners there, Jess?
Well, I was just looking at it, and almost every single one of these surfers who has won this event has competed on the Championship Tour event. A couple on the women's side. Ellie Harrison, she hasn't got there yet. We know she'll definitely get there at some point. But the men's side, this is definitely a bit of a breeding ground event and has been for the last almost 40 years. And it's definitely one that I'm so glad is back on the Challenger Series as an event, because of its heritage and its pathway. Alistair, he's competing here, looking to get on the Championship Tour. Beautiful end turn there to try and get himself up into that top spot. He was one of the standouts for me on day one. He'd be itching to get his name on that winners list because it's a prestigious honour roll, and you know, names like Joel Parkinson, Matt Banting. I just think if you can win this event, you know you've done something right in your career.
Yep, big time. Matt Banting, I believe, beat Adriano de Souza in that final, which... Have you got the runners up there?
No.
It was wild. Like, Banting was so young when he won, and it was just getting back to the quality of surfers that do the event. You have the opportunity. Wow! Hiroto Ohara there, amazing second turn on that wave, and he wants more action. And he will get it. Huge Larry to finish. Oh, that was the most Hiroto Ohara thing I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. Great start to that wave. Unfortunately, some points gone begging there at the end.
Oh, absolutely. I was just thinking to myself, wow, if he finishes this is going to be a really great score, and came so close to doing it. Started off with a full roundhouse. This turn, lot of speed. Really classy Rio in the pocket. Foam climb here. We knew there was more. Look how much speed he was generating through that section. Just came over that toe edge rail and went down as that water was coming back towards him. He did all the hard work. It was all done. I still think he's going to get a pretty nice score for that big second turn.
For sure. But we've seen today with those opportunities, you know, they don't pop up all the time, and you need to really find that happy medium between, you know, let's say safety surfing and blowing the lid off it so hard that you fall. And there's just that happy medium there. You know, that's just competitive surfing in a nutshell, really. Like, where is the limit of, you know, executing with a big score and getting the completion? Up and riding now, Keone Lassa. He's done an amazing job to get 2 turns in there at the start of that wave, but unfortunately fell off there, and very similar to Hiroto. Like, there's opportunities when they come up, you've really got to maximise. So both these boys are going to have to go back to the drawing board there, and he knows you can see the splash of the water there on the way back out.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that, Stace. You have to maximise the opportunities in front of you. I do think there is more now opportunities than what there was, say, 3 hours ago. And just because how far in it's moved towards, and the swell's dropped off a little bit and the wind's dropped off. But considering we're almost 16 minutes into this heat, and they're probably the 2 best looking sections we've seen come through, that it's definitely scores gone begging in this heat. That last wave for Hiroto, though, it was a 5.83. So far the best wave of the heat, but imagine what it could have been with that end turn.
What could it have been, you reckon?
High 6, I reckon.
Outside, Levi Slawson, big carve out of the top there, nearly takes out the young surfer from the Basque Country. And in a heat, there are no friends. You have to put the board where it wants to be placed, and he's certainly done that. He'll look to get there early and get the completion. And he does?
I say so.
Okay. This is the top level. This is the top level. I think he does too, but half a second earlier.
You can see some of the Japan contingency there. Tenchi Iwami, Joe Azuchi cheering on Hiroto Ohara. Came so close to qualifying last year. Made that top 20, so didn't have to go back and do that regional tour, which I think in more cases than not is a bit of a blessing in disguise to have that time to stop and just train and travel and surf similar waves to what you're going to surf on that tour. Even thinking about the women who came between 11th and 14th on that top league on the championship tour, I think Sawyer, Breesa, that's 6 months they're going to have off, almost a year that they're going to have off, is something we haven't heard of in that level for a really long time.
What do you reckon? You've got to do something. Not just
all,
free surf trips, but you'd have to think there'd be some rashy exposure there somewhere.
You're doing a Challenger Series or two.
Signing up to the US Open or something. Yeah, I agree.
100%. You'd probably sign up to Pipe. Get some more experience out there.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting point you make there. We might have to talk to the head honchos about that one. Ooh. But in the meantime, while we pontificate about the sport's biggest issues, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. But don't go anywhere. Last heat of the day still has 17 minutes remaining. Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. We just saw a great clip there of the Newcastle Greater Region, and that was basically how Jessie Starling is going to get ready for the Newcastle Knights game tonight out at McDonald Jones Stadium. Jessie.
Just eating good food and experiencing my first NRL game. Yes, I've never been to an NRL game. No, I'm not sorry about it. Looking forward to it though.
Yeah, what a great place to start here in Newcastle. As we see Keone Lasser here up and riding. Massive turn to finish this wave. And he's done a great job there to put the landing gear down on that one. He'll be stoked to put himself into this heat. The Bass crew there fired up, as they should be, for their young fella representing their beautiful part of the world.
I love the flag.
Flag's amazing.
I'm a massive fan of the flag, just repping your country down here. And usually we see that mostly come from Brazil. We see a lot of Brazilian flags around, but love what the Basque Country and the community that they're bringing here to Newcastle.
Yeah,
it's very Novocastrian of them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a funny thing. I think there's different sort of, I think the smaller, nationalities and countries and places around the world do get behind their team and surfers a lot more than, I guess I would say, us Aussies. We sort of don't do it as much as what we probably could. And it's so cool to see. I've spent some time with, Ricardo Christie and Michael February and that, and you just pop up in random places and there's just a big Kiwi flag coming out of the, woodwork or whatever, and it's like the two Kiwis that are there on holiday, really getting behind their team. And these are all the travelling surfers there from sort of Spain and the Basque Country there supporting Keone, and it's cool to see.
Wow, look at that drone shot. That is beautiful.
I just learnt about that part of the world. Some great history.
Insights?
Nah, can't share, I'd get in trouble. 13 and a half minutes remaining.
as we take a MTV's Most Wanted look at the Newcastle Heights there, Merewether Heights. Everybody's favourite rock star, Daniel Johns, got a spot on the hill just there. And beautiful part of the world. Look at the ocean, it's still very alive. See the beautiful port and the harbour there in the background. Dixon Park, Bar Beach.
And then correct me if I'm wrong, past that goes into another part of Newcastle, Port Stephens and Berrubi is the next kind of bay north.
Well, it's over the bridge that you see there, way up the other end. That's Anna Bay and Port Stephens and all
part
up
of
there.
the world there too.
So that's in the same sort of shire. But I think if you went up there and said that was Newey, they might kind of snap their necks at you. But that's all right. You know what it's like coming from the northern beaches. Lots of small little beaches, but if you get one wrong, ooh,
you're out.
Big trouble.
Especially Manly.
Especially Manly. Especially North Narrabeen.
Yeah, correct.
Especially. Just down to 12 minutes here, Keone Lasser is awaiting a score. It'll be his best number. Alistair Regginato, the young Aussie with priority out there. He's got himself a start, but it's Levi Slawson and Hiroto O'Hara that have the best numbers of this heat so far. They're sitting in first and second. So who's the crowd going to the game tonight, Jessie? Who's the team?
Right now, AJ, myself, Nui Rick, Ronnie and Vorno, and I believe we're getting a bit of a special treatment.
Yeah, you guys deserve it.
You know what? I think so. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We got the red carpet rolled out for us here in Newcastle, and tell you what, don't take it for granted.
No, absolutely not.
We see some sets approaching here. So we see the ladies' baths down there. I had big ambitions to get right involved with them this week. Threw the goggles in. Haven't visited them once.
I'm glad you outed yourself because I was about to say, when are you hopping in that pool
It's been
space?
pretty fresh. It's been beautiful, but it's been fresh. Here we go. Alistair Regginato up and riding. He's got the big trademark carve on lock, but he's definitely looking for some just more vertical section, and I guess, you know, he has to go for the big move there at the end. He knew he didn't really have much on the board there. There are a lot of good waves, though, out there today, just on the way back out. So I think he probably will just take his time paddling back out now. He won't be in a rush to get back out the back. Plenty of fun double-ups on the inside. We see Aussie support crew there, Morgan Sibilic, Liam O'Brien, Sophie McCulloch, cheering on their boy. We did see the surfers start the day out the back to the, I guess, left of our screen now, surfing on the bank out the back, at the top of the rip that you see there. But then as that tide filled in, we saw Ryan Callan move up to the ladies section, which is to the south of this section that the surfers are sitting on here. But now with the tide coming right in, and pretty much all four surfers in this heat not having a lot of history here with this wave, they're just sticking to the bath section on the inside. You know, the next bit up where Jacko and Ryan and Morgan probably have the confidence to sit is probably a better wave, but it's just a little more out in the open, and then the lineup is a bit harder to get. So you will see the surfers look to sit on the bath section, which is not a bad call. There's still great quality waves in here as well.
I'm really looking forward to how the ocean settles overnight, because Newcastle, we spoke about it earlier, it has so many different faces, especially down here at Merewether Beach in this corner. We always come back to this corner. It's so reliable. And even if we just compare our first day of competition to what we had today, night and day between the waves and the quality and just the overall conditions. So tomorrow I feel like we're going to have this beautiful happy medium in the both. And I was taking a little earlier look towards some of those round of 32 rounds. They are out of control.
Hectic. They're so stacked. It's going to be crazy. And then, you know, obviously we'll have the women on call as well, and we'll get up and assess conditions and go from there. We will have one heat remaining of the round of 64 for the men. That'll be heat 16 that we need to get through. You mentioned it earlier. Jackson Bunch, Lucas Silveira, Jet Schilling and Iago Dominguez. There's Keone's father there, Julian, on the right. And Julian's a very, very established coach. Worked with Al Cleland Jr. and a lot of the Mexican team. Knows he's surfing. And Keone was fortunate enough to travel a lot as a youngster. You know, this would definitely not be his first trip to Australia. He's spent a lot of time on the Gold Coast, and I'd be surprised if he hasn't even maybe competed down here in some junior or regional style events, which is, you know, one of the beauties of our sport, you know. You
Yeah.
can get around and as a youngster you can get a bit of a taste test into what these regions look like and how the waves break and getting set up, because as you know, Jessie, that's half the battle of competing is just feeling comfortable where you go.
Absolutely, and I feel like Keone's name's been around for a really long time, and when I saw him in the draw, I was like, oh yeah, and knowing that this is his first Challenger Series event, I was like, oh wow, because you've heard his name for so long, but how cool for him getting to travel to all these different places, getting to know some of his idols, and I'm sure picking his brain through, you know, his dad's coaching wisdom, sitting there and listening to his dad coaching. It's that seems like a really amazing experience for him and something that I'm sure he leans into. But yeah, I feel like people have been coming to Newcastle since I was so young. I remember coming here for the first time when I was 14 just to watch my sister compete. And Molly was competing here. Alyssa Spencer had made it over. There's so many people who make the journey over here for waves, especially like this one. Oh.
Unfortunately coming unstuck there, but no, you're right, it is a mecca, and you know, it's a credit to the town and everyone that gets in behind these events, because if it's not a Challenger Series event, it's a CT or a local board riders event or tag teams and an Australian board riders battle, and Newey's always showcase some of the best surfing events in the world, and this year's no different. Unfortunately, we saw Keone Lasser take a bit of a critical fall there. He did get his best score on his last wave. That was a 5.33, but he's still chasing a 6.08 to advance. Alistair Reginato in third. He hasn't batted in a while. He's still chasing a 7. And he's in third with third priority, which is kind of a bit of a death wish, really, at this point in the heat. He's going to have to get creative here, Jessie.
Yeah, but I really do think Alistair and the lines he draws and how powerful he is, 7 points actually doesn't seem like a crazy big number for me in regards to him. Just considering even that performance we saw from his opening round, he was just so in tune, so competitive. You can tell he really wanted to win that day, and he just put his best foot forward. He was a wild card call up into this event, so didn't re-qualify through our region, which it's so random, I think, for our region not to have Alistair Reginato qualify in those top 10s, because he has to be one of our best surfers coming through.
Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt, he's got the talent. When he finds the wave, the challenge for now for him is going to be to find the wave, and probably the worst part of the scenario for him is Levi is a fair bit way in front. He's only looking to better a 4.83, and he does hold priority over Alistair. So Alistair can kind of sniff around on the inside here and try and better the 4.4, which he'll look to do on this wave, and it's not going to happen. But for him to do it in 1 is going to be pretty tricky, because Levi he's not going to let a 7 go.
No.
Like, you know what I mean? It's a huge score for Levi in his heat, and it's obviously the score that Alistair needs. So it's sort of just makes the situation a little trickier when you're that far behind.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I just feel like Alistair has that X factor to be able to do it.
How good's the feeling?
The feeling's great.
I reckon the surfers can feel the feeling.
I hope so.
I reckon they can feel nervous mums and dads.
You know what?
And I reckon they can feel the opposite.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I reckon for sure. They'll turn around and look in, you see everyone like head down, biting their nails, freaking out. You got to fake it. You got to just chuck on a brave big smile. Of course I'm about to get a 9. Of course. There's just no way I'm not. Out the back, Levi Slawson on the inside, Keone Lasser. Beautiful pullback shot there. Shows the bank how lined up it is when the waves do come through. Those two waves are the perfect size. They hug the reef and the sand perfectly as Keone gets the finish there. Right on the sand.
White and blue.
Catch up on Levi's wave behind.
Yeah, looking like that Basque community down there, very happy with that last wave. Those last 2 turns had spice behind it, especially that second last one. I was thinking to myself, I was pointing at the screen going, look at this incoming bowl that Keone Lasser's got. This is the replay of Levi, so wow, gorgeous first turn for Levi. Bit of wobble through this second one, so this is where we see just that little bit of downtime. It didn't have that same bowl as we saw in Keone's, and laid into a pretty cool turn. Got the fins free, drifted the tail a little bit. I do think out of the 2 waves, Keone shape-wise was definitely better. I mean, the way that wave bent back towards him, that's a goofy footer's dream.
Goofy footer's dream. Check out the afternoon light over Merewether. Are you joking? Absolute stunning scenes here with Newcastle Flight Cam. And we are waiting for scores for Levi Slawson and Keone Lasser. The big question will be, does Levi score enough to go to the lead? He was chasing a 5.76. I do think he'll better his 4.83, and if he does, it might only be just or maybe just under. There it is, a 4.8. So he actually doesn't better his situation. So, you know, arguably a little slip there for Levi because it's let Alistair up the priority order a little bit. Luckily enough for him, he's still got Hiroto O'Hara holding it down out there with first priority. So that will be the challenge for Alistair. Can he get away from Hiroto and find that really good quality wave? He needs the best score of the heat.
But at those last 2 turns, a 6-point ride, they had a lot of grit behind them. That second to last one especially. He's up and riding again here, staying busy. That last turn, I mean, he got it towards the beach. Judges will be taking a look at that one. That was definitely one of the cleanest face bowls we've seen come through for quite some time. It definitely has a question mark around whether it could go there.
I like it, and it's a good point you make. If he can chase down the 6.08, great. If not, how much can he better the 5.33 by? There's still time on the clock.
So when you're in your coaching days, are you a nervous bite your nails kind of coach?
Oh, I kind
Sit
of had
in the
this
corner, bent over.
weird habit. Luckily, I filmed a lot, so you could kind of use the camera as a bit of a shield, like press some buttons or just sort of hide behind it if you needed to. But yeah, I also too would like just check my phone just as a bit of a distraction, which is sort of bad, but it was just, yeah, just being honest here.
If I'm being
like I knew there was nothing
honest,
on my phone, like, you know.
I'd tune out from the heat.
Totally, yeah, like, yeah. But no, it's tense, and like these events, we've said it before, but these heats are so crucial. They're so hard to get through. They're really, really challenging. It kind of, you know, it doesn't sound hard. You can get yourself a couple of sixes and you see yourself through the next round, but you know, that's the easy way of putting it. You look at how the conditions and the quality of the surfers and how hard the judges are and everything that comes with it. It's quite a challenge. You travel a long way around the world, spend a lot of money. You want to make sure you give it your best, and when you don't, it can be awfully disappointing, but that's all part of the sport. We are still waiting on scores from Keone Lasser. There is still time remaining though, so you know, these surfers, if they can find a wave, the clock's still running. Speaking of which, Keone Lasser here, up and riding. Oh, lovely first carve there. He's found himself a little left bowl. Sort of hesitated for that last turn there. He clicked it really well. So now we are owed 2 scores from Keone. I would have liked to see a little more risk there on that second turn, Jessie.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Heat on the line.
It definitely betters the 2.27. I do think that he's going to better that anyway with the wave prior to that. It's just a question of are these last 2 waves enough to put him up into second place? If you're Levi Slawson, you're probably looking for 1 more wave just in case.
Just in case. And that's the thing, like that's the learning of all this is like Keone's got to understand, he probably went close on the last one. And so with that last wave that you ride, giving it everything you've got is super important because the score's just dropped in. He's just fallen short. We still owed a score. So he got a 5.77 on the right. We're still owed the score of the left.
Thinking back to Levi's 4.8, that's probably the wave they're judging it towards, and I don't think it goes as high as the 4.8. I thought Levi's was better, and it looks like it's going to drop in just short, I think, for Keone Lasser.
We will wait for the official call there, but I think that you're probably right, and wouldn't it just be nice to see some fins on that left?
It would have been. It was just that
Show
slight
us a fin.
hesitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes in at 4.17, so it is going to be Hiroto O'Hara and Levi Slawson. Levi, obviously in no means lucky to make that heat because he surfed a great heat, but that easily could have gone a different way.
Absolutely. As we check the official results there, it's Hiroto O'Hara. They led from start to finish, and they will hold off Keone Lasser and Alistair Reginato. Stick around. Coming up next, we've got the Stonewood Post Show.
That was a massive day at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Thanks for joining us for the Stone and Wood Post Show. And what a day of surf action it was. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined by Jess Starling and Adam Vaughan Blakey. Deadly, how are you, mate?
Good, thanks, Stace. Real good.
It's good to
big
see
day
you
out of the
in
way.
3D,
Frothing,
mate.
bro.
3D.
It was a good day. Challenging day in some ways, but, you know, sections loomed up, sections were destroyed. I'm happy.
Jess, what do you make of that, and what do you make of the day?
I'm on the same page as Vorno. I mean, there was definitely some tricky conditions, but it made for really exciting turns, kept us on the edge of our seat all day. For me, highlight, Josh Kerr, 8. That was out of control. Can't wait to see it again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it was an awesome day. We saw plenty of action. We saw plenty of upsets. We saw plenty of local engagement. You know, obviously Ryan Callanan getting the job done. Jacko Baker, unfortunately, slipping out of the draw. That always hurts. But Morgan Sibilic, he got to work as well. Vaughan, you had a big day in the field. How is the local feeling out there?
Yeah, there were ups and downs for the locals for sure. Julian Wilson also adopted local, but, you know, people are right on board with his campaign throughout this year. They want to see him get through this Challenger Series and back on the CT. Little bit of a hiccup today, but, you know, he'll be back for the next event. But, yeah, all in all, you know, SURFEST, people come down here from this city and absolutely marinate in this event. You know, it's more than just a surf comp. It's like part of the landscape of this town. And, you know, it's been going for a long time, and I love coming up here for it. So I would say local vibes extremely high.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And it's Thursday, which means it's nearly Friday, which means it's nearly the weekend, which is great. We are going to marinate on the heat of the day, which is heat number 9 of the men's round of 64. And what a heat it was, Jesse. Eli Hanneman getting us underway here.
Yeah, I mean, he was just surfing like there was no tomorrow. It was just really clean, crisp, classy surfing from him. He mentioned he'd been battling with a bit of health issues over the last few months, so to come back in this way, super impressive.
Absolutely. We see Lobby here up and riding Vorno. This turn, I got to see this one live. That wave was big.
Oh, yeah, nice beefy turn from Lobby, and you could just tell he was, you know, had well and truly washed off the disappointment of not making the cut. He was in attack mode out here, as was Eli after, you know, a year in the wilderness. He's back. He's feeling good. He's sorted out his diet. He's sorted out his health, and he's on a real roll here.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. And like we spoke about a lot throughout the day in the booth, Vaughan, like that opening round heat, it just comes with so much expectation, so much pressure. All the training, my boards are good. I've got all my new gear. I'm ready to roll. How much does it mean to this young man to have this performance?
Yeah, I think it's a big one. And, you know, considering the conditions as well, if you think of Eli Hanneman's strengths, well, hang on. Let's be fair. He charges big barrels. But, yeah, he also is really good when there's live wire sections. But today, he just got it done in really tricky conditions. And this was a massive upset because this guy's been the form surfer of the Aussie treble, you would almost say.
Yeah, what did you make of this, Jesse?
I mean, I love Julian. I've loved him from day dot, and his surfing is just incredible. But unfortunately today, it just wasn't. Lobby and Eli were just kind of on a different wavelength. And I think Julian, I have no doubt that he's going to come back. But I mean, what a matchup between all of these surfers. Just so much incredible surfing going down in probably what was some of the chunkiest conditions during this heat. And these guys just absolutely got the job done.
How's those whitewater rapids getting sucked out to see there? Charlie Quivrant, unfortunately, unable to get it done there, as we have a beautiful looking afternoon here over Merewether. But that's the results from that heat, and it was a hotly contested battle. Look at the top score there, first, second, and third. They're all in the 7 range, which today was a tricky thing to do. Unfortunately, our boy Joycey couldn't get his campaign on the roll that he wanted. He had an amazing first heat, and I think he's looking better than ever. And let's be honest, he was due for a slip. He won this event here as a QS. He finaled up at Burleigh. He went over to Stab High and got a final there. He's been on a tear. These things happen. And he's going to head off to Toledo.
Yeah.
Pretty fired up, I reckon.
Absolutely.
No doubt about his form, but you made the point. There was a lot of nerves around these opening heats, and every surfer, whether it was, you know, surfers coming back from the CT or all the younger guys or the campaigners who would come through the regional QS, up into this opportunity, everyone was feeling it today because they knew that these conditions would really test them.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, AJ, winner of the last heat, take it away.
Thanks so much. We were just listening to you talk about the nerves, but Hiroto, you're telling me that you feel more comfortable than ever coming into this Challenger Series season. What do you credit that to?
I finished 15th last year. That was my best result ever. And then I feel like, oh, I'm right there. Like last year, I feel like, oh, maybe I can qualify for this year, but I couldn't. So, and then coming from this year, I just surfing a lot, training hard, and you know, especially this time, I bring my family in Australia, my daughter, my wife, and it feels like home. So I'm very comfortable.
I was going to say, speaking of the support squad, here she is. Emma coming in trying to crash the interview. Just how much does it mean to perform like this in front of them and start off with a strong start?
It was definitely nervous, especially because in front of my family's here, and then you know all the supporters. But yeah, I just want to surfing good. I just want to do my best surfing here, and the waves actually was fun. So I just having fun, and then yes, I'm very happy to able to make it through.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Hiroto. Hiroto, you've got a signing that you're late for. Get down there, brother. A fantastic heat and a fantastic win there for Hiroto. We're going to jump into the Boost Mobile heat of the day, which was heat number 9, and it was absolutely fireworks. Excuse me, heat number 12. We've already done heat 9. There was too many good heats. I can't keep up with them all. And there it is, the local man himself, Ryan Callanan. Said he had a rough night with the baby. Welcome to fatherhood, mate. That's what it takes, and that's the kind of grit that you need to get it done on a day like today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he had just such silky smooth surfing with power, with class, with steez, and he went out there and found these perfect gem of a wave when people were really struggling to find that. This one in particular, that first turn was out of control for Ryan Callanan. Almost came off his toes for that second one, and then at this point in the heat, everyone moved to where Ryan was. It was all systems go, follow arc out.
Yeah, absolutely they did. I kind of got it wrong on the vision there. I thought he was in front of the judges, but he was actually up at the ladies' bath section, which he made look so fun and manageable. But as you know, Vaughan, from being out there all day, it's wild out there.
Oh, yeah, it moves around a lot. And one of the reasons why this was heat of the day was that the back half of this heat just turned into a full-blown frenzy. Like, it was frantic, and it was on the back of this wave right here. And that was Bronson Matey, the World Junior Champ. He found some air, and then he just went to town on the inside, rapid-fire backside attack, and that put him right in the frame. He was looking for only like a low 4, and that sent Ryan Callanan and Nolan Raposa into panic stations because they were all neck and neck at that stage, and Bronson was on the inside just sharking, looking for anything he could get his mitts on to try and get that score.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the scores from that heat in a moment, but that was, by my recollection, the highest single score of the day. You see there the surfer in third, an 8.67 for Bronson Matey. Very, very close to eclipsing the score that he needed. He just fell short, and as you can see there, it was just his backup that let him down. But it was Nolan and Callanan that had some amazing backhand surfing across both of their scores to get the job done today. And obviously Federico Moraes there, unfortunately eliminated in 4th. But talk to us about like that, seeing that talent, you know, on display. Yes, we see it on Instagram, but when Bronson does something like that in a heat, it's pretty special.
To be able to convert that in a heat as well, I think that takes a certain type of someone, a certain type of competitor. And I think, you know, he's just come off this World Junior title win for surfing like that. He's probably got pressure on his shoulders to be able to perform in a certain type of way. First time on the Challenger Series, he showed up.
He did indeed. It was exciting to see that go down. At the moment, we had a big day. We have been talking it up hard. Let's lean on our partners at Surfline to really tell us what's going on here for the next couple of days, because we're feeling like it could be pretty special out here in the front the next couple of mornings.
Yeah, well, I mean, the forecast has been telling us all week that we are in for some clean conditions leading into tomorrow and over the weekend. And as you can see here, the swell and that front that came through yesterday, blew the competition to smithereens, is actually going to clean up. We're going to get favourable winds. We're going to have like overhead conditions, as you can see here. Offshore, that's the magic word, and that's going to create platforms for the world's best to tee off, Stace.
Yeah, it is. It's going to create some pretty beautiful canvases. You
ready to see some big calves, Jess?
I'm so ready. I am so ready. I had fun today, even though it was big and wild and woolly. Days like that make surfing
Oh, absolutely. Like
so good.
Like to have it, if you win this event and you're surfing through all these conditions, you're absolutely fine. But Vaughan, I wanted to know, Parko had a theory with the knots and the strength of the offshore wind, like where to put your carve down on the wave. Have you got a theory, any sort of theories like that?
You know, I used to, but it seems to me that in this day and age, people are quite happy to go right into the lip and attack the carve, which is, you know, if I think to maybe Al Cleland in a couple of recent performances, he'll charge up into an 8-foot wave with a howling offshore and just happily lose a couple of fins out the back and get this weird speed wobble into his carve, which can be a really sensational high-scoring manoeuvre. So, yeah, I do understand what Parko's saying there. You know, like you can really bury the rail, lean on that power, or you can add that little bit of flair for a few extra points, maybe get the judges interested.
Oh, absolutely. Sounds good. I can't wait. Really excited. Forecast is looking great. We're going to have a big couple of days, a big Friday and a big weekend here to round this thing out. We are going to jump into the Bioglan Daily Dose now, and it was a jam-packed day. This is number 5, Oscar Berry. We're in the booth for this one, Jess. This one was cool.
Oh, this was cool. Love seeing Oz today. I spoke to him afterwards. He reckons as well one of the best heats he's ever surfed, and it was for this big turn. Massive fin blow on a very solid section. That one wave, it was a 7-point ride, pretty much for just that one turn. And then here, this is where we really touched on that quality over quantity. But Oz surfed this one all the way through, chose quantity on this bigger wave, and just was so composed, had to fight back to get to second spot, and off the back of that, went up into first. Just solid surfing from Oscar Berry today.
This is number 4, one of my favourite surfers to watch, Sammy Pupo. Vaughan, you've watched Sam a lot over his career. It feels like he is going to make short work of this season.
It really does. He was really going at the lip, which we hadn't seen a whole lot of today. You know, there were sections that would stand up, and it was the surfers who attacked that capitalised on the scoring potential. Sammy started off the year really slow, and at stages I was thinking, where is this guy? Where's the guy who won Snapper, that Challenger Series event? Because the surfing he was doing back then was on par with, you know, the absolute kings, Felipe Toledo and stuff. Today we got reminded of just how good he can be when he's in a mood, and he was definitely in one. And he went turbo.
Just to briefly touch on it, he got a 5th at Pipeline in his rookie year on the CT. And with the Challenger Series going back to Pipeline and how deadly he is in waves like this, watch out for Sammy Pupo. Speaking of being deadly, Josh Kerr on the long twin, Jesse Starling.
This was by far the standout of my day. This one turn alone, that was outrageous. He went away under the lip on the twin fin and still managed to keep control with all that water coming back towards him. I love this drone angle shot. Really highlights how far under the lip he was, where he placed his tail. He came away from his board and managed to get back on top of it. 8-1-7 just for that one turn.
Good call to ride the 20. Would have had too much drag with the thruster. Bronson Matey definitely loved the thruster on that one. 8-6-7, Vaughan.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is an air weapon. He's a weapon of mass destruction, and if he gets a ramp, look out, because he's going to take full advantage of it. And this was a really cool moment because the tail was high, the loft was there. We've seen a couple of airs today, but it's been so hard into this wind, but that's the sort of technique that'll get you the big scores, the big numbers, and they drop for Bronson in that one.
And number 1 for our Bioglan Daily Dose today is Kolohe Andino. He absolutely dominated Vaughan. You did a wonderful interview with him yesterday, and he said he just loves surfing. And that shows today.
He is loving it. And what I loved about his heat performance, aside from whenever you see someone who's got that much experience and surfed that many heats punch in the air, it's a good feeling. But what I loved about Kolohe's performance is that it had a bit of everything, Stace. Full rail carves, lip attack, and you know, linking it all together beautifully. Put that on the back of his barrel to cut back yesterday. He's put together a little highlight reel here.
He does, and that'd have to feel good, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that he got a last-minute call-up and he's just saying how excited he is for surfs. Stacey and I watched that in real time.
He did 2 huge turns out the back there too. We missed that. We're too busy gas bagging.
He's just looking like he's on one. And he's ready, but on one, yet still so calm about it all. It's actually a little bit scary.
Every time he looks up at the judges, I'm just waiting for it.
Get it right!
All right, after a massive day of action, we're really excited for tomorrow. Jess, what are you looking forward to?
Okay, I'm really looking forward to the fact that the Surfline forecast, you know it's good when it's dark green, but when it's purple, it means something great is coming. So I'm excited to see everything we saw today on clean faces.
Yeah, I agree. Deadly, I know you're going to the footy tonight. I know you're pretty excited. You got yourself some pretty special seats.
I do. My team's playing, and they're playing the local team, so I could be public enemy number one the way that I start screaming and carrying on at the footy. You think it's bad at the surfing. But, no, look, I'm really looking forward to this sort of generational battle that's playing out. I mentioned it today, but, you know, I'm loving seeing your Kalohes, your Josh Kerrs in the mix. I'm loving seeing the CT guys, you know, having to reset and bring their best. And then, of course, this younger generation who are doing everything in their power to leapfrog those guys. They're heroes. It's set for a magical weekend.
It's the age-old story, isn't it?
It's magic,
and
mate.
it's just happened all again.
And the
right
Challenger
before our very
Series
own
is
eyes.
lighting us up. It's a really cool weekend that we're set up for.
Yeah, no, it really is. And if the Knights get up tonight, the town's going to be even happier.
Well, 99.999% of the town.
Here's tomorrow's call. We're going to be getting after it bright and early. We're going to need to really, get some good heats done tomorrow. We obviously had a couple of days off, so we're feeling fresh and rejuvenated. I can't speak for Vaughan and myself tomorrow morning. Jesse, on the other hand, will be firing, ready to roll. Thanks to everyone for tuning in online today. And thanks to all the local supporters for coming down and getting after it. There's nothing like watching pro surfing live, and there's no better place in the world to watch it in Newcastle. So we're stoked to do it all again tomorrow and over the weekend. And we're going to leave you with today's highlights, which there was plenty of carnage and plenty of great surfing. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for a 7:15 a.m. call.
This rides and goes on, making me so sad. Oh, I better go. Yeah!
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.